sorry. I just need to speak by.
They did a JR policy and very public.
Yeah, just yes. I just feel really. Yeah, it was very, very Miller. Yeah. Just was very exciting, very good in terms of races. Just rolling around, it helps the whole climate change. Drop weight to it. Don't try to diminish where it is. Don't just say, oh, it's originally this mistake, but it's a policy legislation. Yeah. Just a little bit more. Morning, Daniel. Okay.
Morning.
Sorry. Yeah, so I wasn't here yesterday.
Where were you yesterday, Will?
Pardon?
Where were you yesterday?
Winchester.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's net zero policies. Change and all that sort of stuff. So it's this space heating standards. System. I don't know. It's difficult to tell you what's going on. Yeah. I spoke to their Ambix, yesterday on Monday. Well, I suppose there are quite a few people on that.
I've seen the correspondence, we'll just say it's all got on LinkedIn, this action.
I haven't seen the full details. But I suppose just going. I don't think I've got a chance.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. It's now 9:30 and it's time for us to open the hearing session, which is a continuation of Matter 2, the duty to cooperate. For those of you who haven't met us, I'm Caroline Mulloy and this is Dr. Rachel Bust, and we're the inspectors jointly appointed to hold the examination of the South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse Joint Local Plan 2041. Can everyone hear me okay at the back there? That's good. Are there any new attendees today who weren't here for the opening yesterday? Just to check. I'll do a shortened version of the opening, then you'll be pleased to hear, partly for live streaming as well. Just before we move on, can I make sure that everybody has switched off their mobile phones and that any devices are switched on to silent while the hearing is in session, please? Just a reminder about the use of microphones. There were a couple of occasions yesterday where it was a little bit difficult to hear participants, so if you could make sure that you move the microphone close to you and lean into the microphone, bearing in mind your voice needs to be picked up for the live streaming as well. And also just to make sure that your microphone is muted if you're not speaking. Could the Council just remind us of the housekeeping procedures for today?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Lucy Murfitt, the Policy Manager at South and Vale District Councils. Welcome to B House. The B House teams asked me to pass on the following safety and housekeeping announcements. So starting with fire safety, there's no fire drill planned for today. So in the event of a fire or an emergency, if you discover a fire, activate the nearest fire alarm using the red break glass boxes, evacuate the building calmly following the fire escape signs to your nearest exit, and you'll see that there are 2 exits in here and then there's one through there to the main front door. Please don't use the lifts. On exiting the building, please proceed to the assembly point, which is on the lawn area just beyond the Hive Cafe with a green assembly point sign, and report to the lead fire monitor, a receptionist wearing a high-vis waistcoat, so that you can be noted as having safely evacuated. On to other housekeeping matters. As you'll have seen on your way in, all visitors must sign in and out, please, at the registration desk when you arrive and depart. On this same sheet, if you have parked here, please log your registration number plate. The loos can be found through the door next to the reception desk in the main reception area. During the breaks, there'll be tea and coffee served in the lounge area just outside the room, and there's also water that you can bring back in. There's a cafe in the ground floor of the building to the right of reception desk, and that is open from 8:30 till 4 p.m. with hot food served until 2:30. There is a hearing loop available. The Wi-Fi in this room is Buzz Meeting Room, and if you need the Wi-Fi code, it is on the stand-up signs. And if there's anything else you need during the hearings, the Buzz team's available at the reception desk. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. The hearing session today will take the form of a structured discussion, which we shall lead based on the agenda, matters, issues and questions. Just to check, does everyone have sight of the agenda? We will try and bring people in at the relevant point, but obviously, usual convention, put your Toblerone up on edge. If you do wish to speak, if you can try and make sure your name is sort of facing towards us, that would be helpful. Just also a reminder that the hearing sessions are not the opportunity to submit anything further, so please do make sure that your comments are related to your original representation. Due to the large number of participants, we do ask that you assist us in the efficient running of the hearing sessions. Just to say, we did consider having 2 separate sessions on this matter, but we decided there would be a lot of repetition between the 2 sessions. But we are conscious there are a lot of participants and we are trying to enable everyone to have their say, but we also have a lot of questions to get through as well. So I would be making a plea this morning if participants could avoid making long statements and try to keep their points brief, concise and to the point. That would be really helpful. Thank you. We have read your statements, so there's no need to recite the statements. If we feel that you're straying beyond your statements, your original duly made reps, or are moving on to other matters on the agenda, I'm going to try and keep you a little bit closer to the agenda today. We may need to interrupt. That doesn't sit comfortably with either of us. So we were discussing a way where we could possibly do that more politely. So we was thinking that if we think you are maybe it's taking a little bit longer to get to the point, we could raise a hand, for example, just to let you know that you maybe need to start wrapping up. So I appreciate we can't necessarily see everyone, so I may need to elevate my hand a little bit from that point of view. But would that be an acceptable way forward to participants, just to help us to keep on track? Is everyone happy with that approach? Yeah. So we don't want to be rude, we don't want to interrupt you, but we do need to keep things on track. So, bearing that in mind, does anyone have any questions at this stage about the session today? No? That's good. Right. So yesterday we touched on a number of subjects, and I think inevitably we'll end up coming back to them. I was looking at the agenda last night to see how we could keep things moving forward. Looking at the questions in the MIQs, I think question 2.3 in terms of whether the additional information has satisfied the duty to cooperate, I think it would be useful to come back to that, and also question 2.5 in terms of overall engagement at the end by way of summary as to whether participants feel that the duty to cooperate has been met and that additional information has met the duty. So again, if participants are happy with that approach, we will come back to that. There was a particular point I wanted to look at before moving on to housing need and the housing requirement, and that's the situation with statements of common ground. So if I could just ask the council to say where we're at. Are there any outstanding statements of common ground? I'm very obvious of the obvious one. But if you could just give a brief summary of where we're at with those before we move on to the statement of common ground with Oxford City. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The examination library hosts a number of them from DUC 01 to DUC 09, and then the ones after submission, LPA 08, 09 and LPA 10. The latest one we submitted to the examination was a statement of common ground with Thames Water. That is new to the library, LPA 22. We also have a summary statement of common ground with the Environment Agency. That is with the Environment Agency for signing, and it is imminent. We have a statement of common ground with the Integrated Care Board. That is with them and agreed, but it is awaiting a manager's signature on their end. So again, that is imminent. With regard to statements of common ground for site allocations, including the garden villages, these are progressing. We've had meetings with relevant parties for the residential and employment site allocations, and the councils have draft statement of common grounds in light of those meetings. Half of those have been circulated and 2 have recently been signed. We aim to have the rest circulated and signed within the next 3 to 4 weeks. The bilateral statement of common ground with Oxford remains outstanding. Both parties have made attempts to progress this, but there is a divergence of views on those legal requirements of the duty to cooperate. We feel it's probably unlikely it will be possible to reach a concluded statement of common ground.
Thank you for that summary. Just in relation to the EA and Thames Water Statement of Common Ground, do we have a time frame for those to be wrapped up, as it were?
Sorry, the Thames Water one is signed and online. The Environment Agency, hopefully later this week, we'll have the signed version of the Environment Agency Statement of Common Ground, and Bob, ICB, 12th of June is we're expected that one.
Thank you. Just in relation to the Statement of Common Ground with Oxford City Council, it is disappointing that one hasn't been signed. We do appreciate that there are differences of opinion. However, I do tend to think of statements of common ground more as a statement of common and uncommon ground, and it can be very helpful to us to have this situation set out in terms of the different positions on various matters. So even if the statement of common ground, highlights those, areas of common ground, hopefully there are some, but also sets out the different positions of the councils on the different matters, that would be helpful in itself. So it doesn't necessarily need to be agreed. You can highlight areas where you disagree. That would be helpful in itself. And I would urge the councils to kind of try and bang your heads together, for want of a better phrase, in order to get something down which would assist the examination.
Madam, can I just say we have expressly made that point to the councils in the most recent letter, 23rd of May, and left it in their court.
Can I ask, set you both a challenge, in terms of a date by which that can be progressed?
Well, Madam, you've already got a considerable amount of correspondence that's been provided by both the joint councils and by Oxford City Council in relation to their labours on a statement of common ground. And I think it would be fair to say that there have been disagreements which have made it difficult to move forward. Having said that, it does seem that the legal disagreements are crystallising more as to what the different points of view are, and consequently there may well be scope to identify more clearly what are the key disagreements, and also obviously identify any areas of agreement. As to a time frame, it's a little bit difficult to say. Obviously, as you can imagine, nothing is going on at the moment because clearly the principal parties are all heavily involved in this week's hearings. Whether we are in a position to provide to the programme officer probably next week a time frame, I think there probably needs to be some discussion between us and the City Council as to officer availability, other personnel availability during the course of next week to see what can be done. But it would probably be sensible if we were to inform the programme officer during the course of next week what the time frame is, and that then, I simply don't know what that will be, and that does depend, I think, on personnel and also on effectively the breadth of issues that remain to be discussed.
I think it would certainly help the examination, and it would have helped the examination to have that before us. Actually, and the hearing sessions may have helped us to get through things a little bit quicker. I think both councils need to agree a time frame, and we will hold you to that time frame.
If I may, we are more than willing to work on that actively with the joint councils. I would be happy for you to set a no later than date, and we could work to that. I will put the resource into that to get that to work. It's been problematic to get an agreed structure. I'm more than happy to drop in our position on all points in a timely way to help the examination.
Well, I do appreciate we're keeping you rather busy this week, but just looking at the calendar, trying to be realistic, throw a date out there, Friday the 20th. Is that doable?
It is from the City Council, Madam. We're happy with that.
Is that realistic?
Yes, I think I'm being told that from the officer perspective that is, and obviously we will make the time available to achieve that. Sorry, it was on, perhaps I wasn't close enough to it, but I think I did say...
There we go. Thank you. I think having a deadline may help to focus minds as well. So if we can work towards that, and we will hold you to that. So brilliant, thank you. I don't want to dwell on that anymore. So if we can move on now, and hopefully progress will be made with that in due course. Any other points on statements of common ground before we move on? Mr. Bainbridge.
Could I just ask for clarification whether that common ground by the 20th, will that almost immediately become an examination document formally lodged, ma'am?
That would be the plan, yes. So keep an eye on the website for that. As I say, it may be a case of just highlighting areas of agreement and disagreement, but that will be helpful in itself. Okay, moving on to the housing need and the housing requirement. A point was raised yesterday, and I think it's a very valid point in terms of looking at focusing on engagement on the plan itself, on the council's joint plan. And so we're going to start off by looking at that through the first set of questions. So what I would like is for the council to summarise in terms of the engagement which has taken place in terms of housing need and the housing requirement. When did this take place? What form did it take? As I say, I'm going to ask you to focus on consultation on the joint local plan. We did ask you to pull out a separate table on that, but I think that table did include points in terms of the unmet need as well with Oxford City, and it may be helpful to have the consultation purely on the joint local plan extracted from that table. And it would be helpful to us as well to break it down into the stages of consultation. And I would like you to draw our attention to Appendix 1 of the Council's response to the initial questions. Draw us to specific items on there and show where the evidence is in the supporting documentation to demonstrate that the councils have met that duty. So I think it would be useful to start, just so it's not such a big task, to start on the engagement from the start of the preparation of the plan up to Reg 18. So take that first, please.
Sorry, can you clarify when you want me to start? Sorry.
From the start of plan preparation to up to Reg 18, but try to focus on engagement on the joint local plan itself. We will be coming to the issue of unmet need further down the agenda.
Okay. So I refer you then to LPA 02.1, the Appendix 1 table of engagement. So the majority of these are a blending of kind of joint local plan related meetings, OPPO meetings, and other engagement that we have. It is in chronological order, so it starts back at 2021 after the joint local plan was commenced. There was an OPPO meeting to introduce the scope of the JLP at that time. And everybody at that time was well aligned with the Oxfordshire plan above and the JLP. And the scope of the JLP would be to sit underneath the Oxfordshire plan. We talked about alignment issues, end dates, that kind of thing at that meeting. The next OPPO meeting, 16th of the 6th, 2021. Again, this was around evidence base for the JLP and agreement on joint healer methodology, which all of the councils followed through in their plan process, and that informed our own methodology. 11th of the 8th, 2021 was another information sharing, and this was about our housing supply numbers and our own averages. 19th of the 8th, 2021 is a general consultation related to call for land and buildings. 20th of the 8th, 2021 is another OPPO meeting. And this was mainly information sharing on housing delivery and approaches to supply. 20th of the 10th, 2021, another OPPO meeting. Helped to clarify the list and timetable for the preparation of studies for the Oxfordshire plan. And that was also the first time we discussed a joint commission on the Gypsy and Traveller assessment. 30th of the 11th, 2021, another OPPO meeting, very similar outcome about the GTAA. 15th of the 12th, 2021, another OPPO meeting. This one helped to clarify the distinction needed between the Oxfordshire plan and the local plans, helped shape the plans for where evidence base could be joint or shared. 20th of the 1st, 2022, a meeting with Oxfordshire County Council. This is specifically about the safeguarded sites in our joint local plan. 2nd of the 2nd, 2022, again, Oxfordshire County Council. This is where updates on progress was shared. 7th of the 2nd, 2022. This is a report by the Oxfordshire Plan Programme Lead. This helped to clarify that relationship between the Oxfordshire Plan and the local plans and the topic areas for strategic policies. 21st of the 2nd, 2022, meeting with Oxfordshire County Council, and that was relevant to the evidence base and policies in the joint local plan. 9th of the 3rd, 2022, Oxfordshire County Council, again about how the transport evidence base and policies can be developed.
If I could just stop you there, if you could maybe focus just on the housing.
Just on housing?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. 6th of the 4th, 2022 is an OPPO meeting. Oxfordshire Local Plan 2050 to agree the housing requirements at that time. This was when we had quite a detailed discussion on the OGNA and the methodology at that meeting. 12th of the 5th, 2022 is public consultation on the issues consultation, Reg 18 Part 1, and the feedback from that influenced the plan.
Can I just stop you there again?
Mm-hmm.
Just in relation to housing needs, so you refer to the issues consultation there. At what point was the housing needs evidence commissioned? Was that being commissioned at that point of the consultation on the issues?
At that point, the housing need evidence was the OGNA through the Oxfordshire Plan. That was commissioned at that point.
Thank you. Yes, carry on. Thank you.
Madam, I think if I can just, to help move things on, if you look at in our Matter 2 statement against what is question 2.6, the paragraphs from 261 onwards do go through that chronology in terms of the work on, first of all, the OGNA, but then it goes on to deal with, as it set out, the events in December 2022, then the workshop in April 2023, and then there was a joint meeting in June 23, and so on. But it's all set out there with cross-references to the documents which are then in LPA 2.2 in chronological order.
Perhaps Ms Baker could take us through that, because it would provide us with the opportunity to ask questions as you go through.
Okay. What's the reference on that?
This is our Matter 2 statement.
Is that 2.6? Okay, so yes, 2.6.1 starts with the Oxfordshire Plan, and at that time we'd all agreed to the Oxfordshire Plan setting the housing requirement for each of the districts, and that was through the OGNA. So there were many kind of technical discussions on those detailed matters. That's both in terms of the Oxfordshire Plan team, who we were all members of, and also the individual districts. So we were both involved in those discussions. Once the JLP took on the scope for the housing needs, we sent an invite to other Oxfordshire authorities to join us on our commission. Once we had commissioned ORS to undertake the review, we held a workshop in April 2023.
Can I just stop you there? Sorry,
Yeah.
just because I have questions as we go through. What response did you get to to that request in terms of joining, potentially joining the submission document?
We did, yeah. So we had a few emails from West Oxfordshire. So they were questioning the timing, the scope, the cost. I think that was from when we sent the email. It was a couple of months of dialogue with West Oxfordshire until they ultimately decided that they weren't in a place to get that approval for joining. I don't believe we had any response from Cherwell or Oxford to that invite. So next was the April 2023 workshop on the JHNA. We invited the neighbouring councils, including outside of Oxfordshire, to the workshop. And that's where we first expressed the standard method as being the basis for that establishing our housing need. 26th of June 2023, we met with Oxford.
Sorry, can I just stop you there? I'm going to have to sort of just pick up my questions as we go through. So when at that workshop it was made clear that the council would be using the standard method, what response did you get to that from councils? Did anyone suggest that there should be an alternative approach, for example? What response did you receive to that?
Can you hear me okay? Excellent. So the response, the workshop itself was mainly focused on the elements of a specialist housing need. So I think it's fair to say that the workshop itself wasn't really dealing with the overall matters of housing need and housing requirement. if my memory recalls, I'm sure representatives from Oxford questioned the decision to use the standard method, but we had continued engagement via OPPO, as my colleague Miss Baker has set out and will continue to set out in response to your questions. So the main focus, as we set out in the note, was on the different technical components of the specialist need. The workshop itself didn't really focus on the overall housing need and requirement.
Thank you. If you continue, thank you.
So yes, 26th of June 2023, we've met with Oxford. Both parties provided an update on their plans. Oxford confirmed that they were going to depart from the standard method, and that's where we asked what the exceptional circumstances were for that. This would help us test our position in what was then the emerging local plan, that such circumstances don't exist. So obviously there's a clear divergence of approach. We asked for such circumstances when we met with Oxford again on the 5th of September 2023. These requests were as much for us to test Oxford's housing need in their plan, but for us to understand whether it could exist in ours.
Sorry to stop you again. You mentioned that West Oxford raised an issue, it questioned, if you like, the use of the standard method. Had Oxford City raised a point at that point to question the standard method? I can obviously come to Oxford City in a moment.
If I misspoke and said West Oxford, I didn't. It was Oxford that raised the issue with the standard method, not West Oxfordshire. Yeah, sorry.
I thought you said West Oxford.
Apologies,
but,
no, that wasn't what I
right,
intended. Then the discussions on the standard method, that was an OPPO theme, as well as how it would form part of our housing requirement alongside unmet need from Oxford. There are a few dates there from June 2023 through to February 2024, and those minutes are all within LPA 2.2. At that time, we also obviously had to await the outcome of the Oxford local plan examination, given that was the only resolution to the issue at that time.
Sorry, just I had a particular question about that. You referred to the fact that you felt you had to wait for the resolution of the Oxford examination. In terms of the duty to cooperate and requiring continuous engagement, do the councils feel that that was appropriate to wait for the outcome of that? Were the discussions in the background still continuing? Because I think it's fairly clear that there's a divergence of opinion fairly early on in the process in terms of the use of standard method or the use of an alternative method. Can you point me to the evidence where there has been attempts to resolve those issues throughout the process of plan preparation? We're talking about the fairly early stages now. Would this not have been the point at the early stages to attempt to get a resolution to that rather than await the outcome of the Oxford local plan examination?
Well, Madam, we did take some time yesterday, probably too long, and I hold my hand up to that. There was the discussion during the summer of 2023, which I took you to the notes. There was dialogue with Oxford on a note that they produced in draft, where they were explaining their approach to what they said was their housing needs. And there was comment made on that note by the joint councils, which you've got in the documentation, and then there was a specific meeting, which was the September meeting, which was then exploring that divergence of view to see whether or not there could be a common position reached. That was also then aided, as again we took you to yesterday, the note that the County Council produced where they assimilated all of the information. But it became apparent, as you can see from those various meeting notes, that Oxford remained, for reasons that obviously appealed to it, convinced that the departure from the standard method was justified because they considered that they would be able to demonstrate exceptional circumstances, and the joint councils were not persuaded that there was a evidenced justification for departing from the standard method. And obviously, in terms of calculating the needs numbers that then would be applicable, there wasn't any effectively disagreement about what the numbers were showing. It was a disagreement about which method you should use to generate the numbers. And that disagreement was, I hesitate to use the word philosophical because that's probably making it sound grander than it is, but that was a fundamental disagreement on the methodology. And in the light of that, effectively there wasn't a middle ground, because depending obviously on which view is the one that prevails, either government policy required the use of the standard method or government policy allowed use of an alternative if exceptional circumstances could be justified. But there isn't, in a sense, in government policy in the MPPF, a middle ground between those two scenarios. And then, and again, we took you through the sequence of events. You had the situation that Oxford had committed itself to a timetable, which meant that it was proceeding with its local plan final preparations leading up to the submission in early 2024.
We will come back to the unmet need. I only asked that particular point because Ms Baker raised it there in terms of awaiting the outcome of the examination, so I didn't want to miss that point, but we will be coming back to the issue of unmet need.
Absolutely, but I just wanted to be clear that it was in that summer of 2023 there was dialogue and discussion before we got to that stage, which was seeking to explore that divergence of view.
I'll just add as well, at the point that that Oxford had decided to submit their plan, we still continue to engage on statements of common ground jointly with the rest of Oxfordshire, with Oxford, and we explained that to Oxford what we intended to do through their examination, to appoint consultants to explore the HENA, the HELA that they prepared, and on the basis on which we thought that they were likely to find difficulties.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of, I think we've probably touched on question 2.7 in terms of the discussions that took place on the local housing needs figure and the joint housing needs assessment. We've reached the Reg 18 stage. Can the council just take us through the next stage up to Reg 19 in terms of the engagement that took place?
Yes, so engagement specifically on unmet need, it was we had the inspector's decision from the Oxford's local plan at the same time as the letter that Oxford sent to the inspectors. That was mid-September. Yes, so at that point on our reading of Oxford letter, I think we weren't sure, it was unclear to us whether Oxford would accept the position. We sent a letter to Oxford asking for clarification. That was the letter of the 26th of November in Examination Library Reference CSD 09.1, that's Appendix 2. We had a response back from Oxford on the 2nd of December. That's also in CSD 09.1, Appendix 3. That didn't give us any clarity on the unmet need point. We do have some commentary on our engagement in our answer to question 2.9 of the initial questions as well. Okay, so when we first published the JHNA, that was for Reg 18 preferred options in November 2023. And the comments that we received to the JHNA are in LPP 07.2.
And how did the councils take on board the comments received?
Thank you. Yes, so for the full summary of the main issues raised, please go to LPP 07.2, and you're looking at pages 104 to 106, 107, which deals with policy HOU3. That's what the JNA did that's the main policy recommendations at preferred option stage from the JNA. And therefore most of the comments we received on the JNA are set out particularly towards the bottom of page 106, where it notes the policy changes that we made as a result of that consultation. So some of those elements would go towards the technical matters and the assessments raised in the JNA. So, for example, the affordable housing target for the Vale of Whitehorse was dropped to 40%, not necessarily as a result of the JNA, but in combination with the JNA and the viability testing, which was then published at Reg 19 stage. And I believe that may have been in response to Reading Borough Council's specific comment at Reg 18. And I think that's probably the main point to draw out there, but there are also other policies which the JNA informed at Reg 18 Part 2, particularly HOU4, which deals with housing mix and size, and again there's a summary of the main issues and how we've addressed those in LPP 07.2. And again, for policy HOU5, housing for older people. Now, I appreciate at that stage, the JNA was very high level and really just sort of set out a methodology and said what we'd be doing ahead of the proposed submission consultation. So a lot of the comments we received on there were sort of general methodological points which we passed on to our consultant, Opinion Research Services, who'd be delighted to join us at the table this afternoon. Yeah, those technical comments would have been seen and informed the final JNA. Thank you.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. So what I'd like to do is open the discussion up in terms of other participants if they wish to raise any points, and specifically keeping those points to consultation on the joint local plan or engagement on the joint local plan, and in particular whether participants feel there were any gaps in the engagement at the various stages, for example. It would be helpful to draw attention to those. So I think Oxford City got in there first with their Toblerone. So I shall work around the table that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. I'll respond to a number of the points in chronological order as Ms Baker has referred to them. Just to be clear, at the commissioning of their housing needs assessments, they were well aware that we'd already commissioned our own work, so we did have no need to join their new commission. We did attend the workshop that they flagged on the scope of that works, and it was very clear to us that the use of the standard method was the intention at that point. As Mr Rice confirms, the workshop was focused on specialist housing need, and again, at the time, our piece of work with different consultants was working on that task for us. There's reference in the Council's statement to a meeting on June the 26th, 2023. I would just flag that that was a meeting we called about our plan. I wasn't sure whether the minute of that was in the pack. I found a copy in my files. If it's not, I can provide that. The minute does show that it was primarily about our plan, and there was an update on what the joint councils were intending to do, but it was very much focused on that. There was a reference to requesting from us what we felt our exceptional circumstances were. We included our intention to move away from the standard method and an outline of what we considered to be the exceptional circumstances in our consultation. That's Reg 18 Part 2, which was in March 23, early on in that period that we've just run through. By the end of 2023, we'd published a background paper that set out in detail what we considered those circumstances to be, so our position was quite clear. There was reference to a number of OPPO meetings. I commented on those yesterday. I take your own view on whether there are demonstrable outcomes from those conversations. Mum, you expressed surprise that the joint councils felt they had to wait for the outcome of our examination. It was quite clear that the intent was for our examination to be unsuccessful, and so there was no reason why a plan B couldn't have been considered. You asked, were there attempts to resolve the matters that were outstanding? Are cases that there isn't. You have before you all evidence of correspondence through this period, and I would suggest that most of that is at our instigation on our plan rather than on the joint plan. The joint councils make quite a deal, and they did yesterday, about the note of summer 23, where we set out what we felt was our housing requirement, capacity, need and unmet need. Again, that was work to support our plan. There was a suggestion just now that there was no disagreement on the numbers. I would suggest that is not the case. There was a disagreement on the numbers. At no time have the joint councils sought to look at any unmet need beyond the period agreed in our 2036 plan. There very much was a disagreement on numbers. It was the position of the joint councils that they wanted our requirements, our evidence on housing need to be assessed at examination before we could embark on conversations around how and where that were to be delivered. But again, that's on our plan, not the joint plan. At the same time, there was active disagreement on the link between employment provision and housing. We've been incredibly clear on this all the way through. This is part of our case for looking at an alternative method for housing need ourselves, because of the link to employment provision. And we flagged that, as I touched yesterday on, in our Reg 18 representations. I'm not sure if they're before the examination. If it would be helpful, I could provide those.
Just a reminder, we will be coming back to unmet need and
Yeah,
employment.
yeah, yeah.
So if you could focus on the
Yeah,
sort of
sorry,
housing.
I'm nearly at the end of this. I'm sorry. Yes, we did have our inspector's letter in September 2024. The councils draw your attention to an exchange of letters between our chief executives, and I would too. I think there are some helpful insights into the conversation, the status of the conversation at that time. We responded as only we could at that point in December 24. Our letter sets out that even then we had issues agreeing between us what the strategic matters were. I think that's very clear in that exchange of letters there, although we will do our best to resolve that in 2 weeks' time. And you asked the question whether there were where were the attempts to resolve these matters. It's our contention that there were no attempts to resolve these matters.
Okay, thank you. I'm conscious other participants want to come in, but I think it might be useful for the council just to address those specific points before opening up the discussion further. If you do have anything to add, because I think both council positions are fairly clear, but if you could keep any points quite brief, please. Thank you.
Madam, can I make one point, which I hope is brief? It is a point that I made yesterday, and I repeat it. If you look at the letter that the council, the joint councils wrote to Oxford before they had submitted their plan, that's the letter of January 2024 from the joint council's chief executive, and that is Appendix E in LPA 02.4, and I read out the final paragraph of that letter, that expressly asked the Oxford City Council for further engagement rather than the submission of their plan for examination in order to avoid precisely the issue of disagreement having to be explored through an examination, because we raised the issue of engagement with us to discuss the disagreement that there clearly was about the approach not only to unmet need but to the whole exercise of calculating housing need, because unmet need was then, as it fed off what you thought the need was and then obviously what you thought was available. So we sought to avoid it escalating to an examination, but it was the City Council which chose, as they were entitled to do, to submit their plan, and that then triggered the fact that there was an adjudication process, which both parties obviously needed to respect that process, the City Council especially, because of course once they had submitted their plan, they were bound by what their inspector concluded as to what they could or couldn't do with that plan. So I have to say, we would firmly reject the suggestion put to you in those comments by Oxford City Council that it was clear that it was the joint councils that wanted the matters to be addressed through the Oxford examination. That absolutely was not our intent, which we made clear before that examination. And it's also the case, it wasn't that we were seeking, as it were, that their plan should come to an end. We were simply, obviously, necessarily having to defend the position that we had adopted through the evidence that we had as to what was an appropriate way of looking at housing need.
Sorry, just one more point to add, to take us right back to the start of the process with the OGNA, which I think it's important that we don't lose sight of that document and our engagement on the matters of housing need and requirement through the OGNA. And in that process, working with all our partners in Oxfordshire, we rigorously tested alternative methodologies, scrutinising with the consultants and with our colleagues at our side factors such as projected economic growth, what factors do we take into account, what plans do we reflect in that, affordable housing demand, commuting patterns, economic activity, and home working assumptions. Unfortunately, in those discussions, the consultant preparing the OGNA was unwilling to share the key assumptions that sat behind that. We described it as a bit of a black box. We saw some of the things that went into it, but we didn't see what came out. We saw what came out, but we didn't see what happened to it in the meantime. And unfortunately, that black box was only cracked open by the inspectors for Oxford's local plan. So I don't want to sort of talk about engagement with Oxford's local plan, but for us, all those points we really, really tested in detail with the colleagues there, and we weren't satisfied with the answers that were given to us. So that really was the part of the justification for us in concluding that exceptional circumstances didn't exist, for we couldn't find a suitable, accurate model that reflected the exceptional circumstances which were put at us. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult not to stray into the issue of unmet need, isn't it? But there are a couple of things I would like to come back to on that. I'm desperately trying to stay on track on the agenda. So I'll hold that thought. But I would like to just move around the table. Mr. Young, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you very much. Noticing how many Toblerones are up and your comments this morning, then to respect the integrity of the process, just to keep this to 2 or 3 minutes, if that's okay. In a situation like this, I think what Oxford City Council says is obviously very significantly more powerful than anything that the development industry is going to say. But to be absolutely clear, certainly my clients fully support what Oxford are saying. We've gone to the trouble of looking against each of your questions about the evidence. It's been produced here for me by Ms. Jingle, who sits next to me. And it's quite clear with all of these issues that the response from Oxford City Council is that the joint councils failed to identify key strategic planning matters such as Oxford's unmet need, lowland fens and so on. So although there's dialogue, there's a failure to grapple with fundamental issues, and that isn't meeting the duty to cooperate. In addition, if the duty to cooperate is so dismal as to just be a series of coffee mornings and the odd email, then it will fail under the effectiveness tests of soundness. That's the other route, and I would suggest that if it did pass the duty to cooperate, that's where this would fail. But we shouldn't shy away from looking whether this does fail the duty to cooperate, even if there is the meetings and the emails, because, again, I just invite you to look what your fellow inspectors at Bournemouth did, which was fail on duty to cooperate through unmet needs, just because they felt the issue had not been properly grappled with. Meetings were addressing other issues, there wasn't effective engagement, there was clear attempts to sidestep the issue, and our very careful analysis, which is why I say we have looked at it carefully, really carefully, to identify whether we can support Oxford's position, is that is exactly what happened, and what they're telling you is a failure to engage with critical issues at a whole series of points through the process. As for the economic growth, this whole area is about economic growth. The Oxford to Cambridge arc, some of the greatest growth figures that we've seen have been in Oxford, Cambridge, Milton Keynes and Bedford. You know, they absolutely should have been grappling with that issue, as Oxford City had sought to do, as the council that introduced the adopted plan before it was electorally removed. That's what that was all about. That's what the adopted local plan was all about, embracing economic growth, for which the councillors were then duly removed by a coalition of other parties. So it's not right to say that the economic issues didn't justify dialogue on that issue. They absolutely justify that. The employers who supported the previous plan were all making the point they were finding it incredibly difficult to recruit people. Indeed, gentleman from Savills made the point at the West Oxfordshire EIP that he'd lost staff to other parts of the country because they just can't retain them because the house prices are out of control.
Into the economic issues there, I need to be consistent. Mr. Tucker, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I managed to throw my Toblerone onto the floor earlier on, so apologies for disrupting doing that earlier on as well. Can I just drag you back, if I may, to section 33.2 and how one looks at section 33.2 and the duty to cooperate in the light of the case as being put by the joint councils at this EIP. Mr. Knott, at the end of the day yesterday, made an important point, which I strongly ally myself with, which is that the engagement and the duty that's the subject of today is not whether or not there was a cooperation in relation to the Oxford City plan, but whether there's a duty to cooperate that's been fulfilled in the context of this plan. And that's crucial. It's crucial because the duty is to engage constructively, actively, and these are the magic words, and on an ongoing basis in any process by which the activities referred to in subsection 3 are undertaken, and that relates to the preparation of a development plan, which in this instance is this joint plan. The proposition appears to be that if local planning authority A, in this case joint local planning authorities, come to the position that they have reached an impasse with local planning authority B because of a straight difference of view about an important issue, in this instance unmet need, but it could be anything, and local planning authority B happens to be submitting its plan for examination, that local planning authority A are then entitled to take their foot off the gas, to use the horrible Americanism, and not fulfil subparagraph 2A. With respect, that is not what the legislation says. Indeed, we are repeatedly told at examinations of this nature that the duty is not one to agree, it's one to engage cooperatively so as to try and get a positive outcome, and one has to do it in an active way. That relates to this plan and it carries on. So the proposition that's being put forward that somehow one can say because there is this other process ongoing with Oxford City, that these authorities are not under a continuous duty in relation to their plan to continue to resolve the issues, is, I'm afraid, one that's legally flawed. Now, it may be that there's a frustration behind the scenes, that there is this other process that's ongoing, and it may be, to use Mr. Bedford's words from yesterday, that looked at objectively, it may be reasonable to say take your foot off the gas, but that's not what Parliament have actually said. Parliament have said you've got to do it on an ongoing basis, and with respect, that's simply a duty which remains on this authority, on these authorities for this particular plan. Can I pick up a small point that was raised yesterday as well? Appreciate it's an unmet need point, but it's a point that I wanted to make at the end of yesterday, but we ran out of time. The question was asked of the Council, and Mr. Bedford answered it with his customary concision, that the councils had concluded that the unmet need did not continue for Oxford City beyond 2036. They reached that conclusion. Oxford City don't reach that conclusion, and we can talk about that when we turn back to unmet need. Paragraph 1.7 of our hearing statement number 3 explains the position in relation to Vale, and my understanding is that Vale are not meeting Oxford's unmet need beyond 2031. If that's the position, then it would seem that the position of the joint authorities is that they are able to take able to reduce meeting Oxford's unmet need beyond 2036, but Vale are doing so at an earlier point in time. Now, it may be that my learned friend misspoke and was wishing to expand a little further in relation to that, but this seems a little odd. But in any event, that's an area of debate and discussion which should have been ongoing. And I would strongly underscore the final point that I'd like to make, which is the point that the Oxford City plan failed. That's the point at which there should have been a massive redoubling of the effort of these authorities to do that. And there's no obligation upon them to submit rapidly. They chose to submit rapidly, having not taken those discussions further, so there's only a very narrow window of opportunity, because they wanted to take advantage of what were then perceived to be the transitional arrangements being triggered in December. As we now know, they were triggered in March, so in fact they could have waited 3 months and tried a little bit harder and a little bit longer. But it was their choice in relation to that. But if they are going to take that constrained period of time before submission, then that means that the duty is all the more urgent and all the more important. And I'm not going to repeat the dates that were gone through yesterday and very carefully taken through in terms of my learner friend yesterday, but that doesn't appear to be evident from the information. And if you take a step back and ask yourself exactly what we're looking at, it's not William Blake we should be thinking about, it's Lewis Carroll, because we've stepped into Wonderland. We've got these authorities telling Oxford you've got it wrong and your plan's not sound because you've not cooperated, whilst also maintaining before this authority that we've fulfilled our duty in relation to this because we were objecting to your plan, which has ultimately failed. Kafkaesque, Wonderland, or whatever it is, it's certainly not a fulfilment of the duty. Thank you.
I could do with being a little bit taller here, couldn't I? I think I need a cushion to assist. I let you stray into matters of unmet need there, partly because I couldn't see you to stop you. But I'm sure we'll return back to that.
Sorry, if you raised your hand and I didn't spot it, I do apologise.
Just moving along the table, I am conscious there's a Tobler on it, but I can't see it. Or is it just the venue? Okay, that's fine. Yes, Litchfields, please.
Just a couple of very brief points. The first point, building on what Mr. Bird said, Mr. Young said about the economic-led need. Just to put a note down, because I think we will be returning to the link between employment and housing, that it is recorded in the Reg 19 consultation from Oxford City. It's in our hearing statement, that's WS 218, para 2.5, that understand Oxford City retain a concern about the employment strategy not being linked to the need for infrastructure and homes. So just to flag that, because I think we will be returning to that this afternoon. Second point, perhaps just to flesh out a point Mr. Tucker made, although it is duty to cooperate. I don't know if you want me to very briefly add it now or return to it later.
Is it in relation to the housing aspect?
It's effectively the reality of the duty to cooperate going forward. It's sort of in principle point rather than a quantitative point.
If you want to make that point now.
Thank you. I just say very briefly the principle of Oxford City not being able to accommodate its own need within its borders is ongoing. It goes right back to the days of the structure plan, the regional spatial strategy, the Oxfordshire Growth Board, and I think it's fanciful to think that it will stop in 2031, 2036. The very broad figures are that moving forward, the new Oxford local plan, setting aside any exceptional circumstances that there may be, the standard method is over 1,000, 1,113 is the current figure. And there is a very long-term record of housing delivery constraint being recognised within Oxford City. It was exhaustively examined through the 2036 local plan, and it was recognised to be capped at 544. The trajectory falls down to the low 200s later in that period. It's all addressed in our hearing statement. And for the 2040 local plan, although the plan didn't proceed, this was a matter looked at by the inspector and the capacity wasn't challenged. So there is consistently a figure of, at best, 500 gap per year between need and supply. That goes back many, many years, and I think it's fanciful to think that it stopped at a moment in time, and therefore it's not a matter for the JLP to progress it. It will be there. It will be there as the next plan progresses, and it's just important to bear that in mind when we move on to it in more detail later. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bainbridge?
Thank you, ma'am. This is a matter for you both, of course, to take sides. And it's quite a simple task in hand, which is that you either side with the joint councils or you side with Oxford City Council. And it may be an almost inevitable part of the examination hearing processes and procedures, but the majority of participants side with the City Council. And certainly myself and our clients have found that the City Council's evidence to be clear and powerful. I won't read it all out, and it's just a relevant point for your questions which you've posed in terms of 2.6 to 2.9, which is that there was a disagreement on the numbers. At no point did the joint councils look at unmet needs beyond 2036. There was active disagreement on the link between employment and housing. And in that regard, I think it is relevant because there has been quite a number of references to the correspondence which took place in respect of the City Council's local plan examination. And the City Council has made it clear that it was almost inevitable, in fact inevitable, that there was going to be a failure of the City Council's local plan through that examination. But what we don't have in front of us as examination documents is the correspondence which follows on from the inspector's initial findings letter of the 11th of September 2024. And so just to finish off the point, ma'am, I wonder if maybe we could have the additional correspondence which followed on as examination documents. So, for example, the City Council's letter to the inspectors of the 25th of September 2024, Inspector Savage's response back to the City Council on the 20th of November 2024, and ultimately the withdrawal of that plan. Thank you, Mark.
I'll just deal with that specific point actually now with the council. Is that possible if it's not already in evidence? Well, we have seen that correspondence, but it might be useful if it's not in the examination library to include it. Is there any objection to that? Means in the public domain. So
it's already been referred to in some of the correspondence you do have, and so no, we don't see any difficulty in you having that to complete that. Sort of part of the documentation.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to go next, thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. Howell James for Nexus Planning on behalf of Crest Nicholson. Just picking up your point, Inspector, in relation to the gap in terms of the discussions and just add a bit more detail. My understanding from reviewing document LPA 2.1 is that there were no discussions on the key strategic matter of housing needs between the councils and Oxford City from the period of 22nd of December 2023, which is when Oxford City wrote formally to the councils to request assistance in terms of meeting unmet needs, to the point at which the councils then progressed with the consultation on its Reg 19 consultation. The councils, as I understand earlier, and if I heard correctly, suggested there was some discussion on 25th of September 2024, following the publication of the inspector's report on the Oxford City Plan. As Mr. Bainbridge said, we haven't seen that, and that isn't referenced within document LPA 2.1, but actually doesn't matter because the councils had already progressed and gone to their respective council meetings for sign-off of the emerging local plan, and I think we've quoted those in our representations of paragraph 3.11. So clearly there was a gap in those discussions, a quite significant gap during quite an important period, or a very important period of the plan-making process. And Mr. Tucker's already explained Sections 33A of the 2004 Act. I won't repeat that, but clearly we cannot see how the council's approach can result in a compliance with the duty to cooperate on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Mum. Mike Knott, Stantec, various clients. Again, similarly, I won't repeat what Mr. Tucker has said, which was a point very well made. Only to add that the Kafka-esque scenario of what the joint councils are now choosing to do to Oxford City is slightly perverse, as one of the only participants other than the council's Oxford City's examination. That was actually one of the exact criticisms that were being put to the City Council, that actually engagement outside of their own local plan process should not be considered. So it is somewhat perverse that the joint councils are now actually looking squarely at the Oxford City local plan examination as a key fundamental part of duty to cooperate engagement. The council's barrister made a point, maybe it's philosophical. I would say actually the disagreement between the councils here is more ideological, and I think that goes to the heart as to why perhaps some of the attempts to escalate attempts to resolve disagreements have not been more effective, that in fact they've largely been absent. I think in terms of the Oxford City local plan inspectors, so this is document LNP 05, paragraph 7 refers to the process of preparing the Oxfordshire Plan 2050 coming to a somewhat abrupt end, which I think is a kind of polite way of putting it. And ultimately what that characterises is it was the joint councils who ultimately terminated that process due to their position regarding housing needs, contrary to other councils taking part. we've talked at length about then the process that is ensued thereafter, and I'm not going to repeat the points, only to, and again this is kind of coming back to a point I made late yesterday afternoon, just to clarify that the Joint Councils took the decision to advance their plan at pace in August 2024. So this is document LPA 02.2 and document 100. This is the minutes of the OPPO meeting of the 15th of August 2024. And it's clear within that, as reported, Southern Vale published a new LDS, progressing at pace, rapid process, and that is obviously what's happened. That meeting was nearly a month prior to the Oxford City local plan inspector's letter, which is dated the 11th of September, being, well, that's the date of the letter, and I think actually its publication followed possibly a few days, if not a week thereafter, while the City Council was liaising with PINS. So I think, just to clarify, that the decision by the Joint Councils to progress at pace was taken outside of any understanding as to the outcome of the local plan for Oxford City being examined. Now, that is not to overlook the fact, and again the point that's been made, that it was still entirely open, and indeed I would agree with the point made that the councils, through the Oxford local plan process, aligned with the efforts to bring that plan down at examination, which I would agree with Miss Williams. As a participant, that was self-evidently what the primary objective was. Efforts to engage on this fundamental issue were just not being undertaken, and unfortunately the decision to move forward at pace meant that no further engagement took place, as far as I can see, right the way through 2024, certainly none that would be characterised as effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Ma'am. Jacqueline Mulliner for Pye Homes and Blenheim Strategic Land. Simply, and I think underscored by the discussions around the table, undoubtedly there has been a void of engagement. And that is because for the Joint Councils, all plans, A, B, C, D and so on, led to the same end. And that for them was that there was no need to engage because the matter simply fell away. There was no strategic issue, there was no additional unmet need, there was no reason to consider anything else. So that underlined a complete unwillingness to engage, but simply it didn't. The matter didn't fall away, and one party, Oxford City, still wanted to talk. They still wanted to consider what the implications were in terms of the cross-boundary issues. They still wanted to talk about what happened to the unmet needs, additional unmet need towards the end of the plan period. And despite everything else, there was still an opportunity to consider a plan B using the standard methodology and considering an uplift to the standard methodology figure, using it as a minimum, as we're told in the guidance and the national framework, that it should be a minimum starting point. That's not to say that's an alternative approach to using the standard method. It's using the standard method plus something, plus looking at the environment, the economic circumstances under which, first of all, the growth deal was agreed, and then what goes on into the future. Those matters did not fall away, but for the Joint Councils, that was their answer. Strike it off the list. Let's not consider it. And so it was never there as an issue, and that's where the engagement just completely stopped, even after the Oxford City plan had failed in that sense, and that party still wanted to carry on discussing about what the implications were and what a plan B might be.
Okay, thank you. We inevitably we're drawn there into the issue of unmet need. Just in terms of, I'm sure there are quite a number of points that the councils would like to come back on. Just a couple of things I'd like to pick up on. The point made from Crest Nicholson about the gap, if you like, in terms of engagement between 22nd of December 2023, I believe, to Reg 19 consultations. What's the council's view on that?
Yes, this was called a significant gap by Crest Nicholson. December 2023 was prior to Oxford's decision to submit. We met them unilaterally to discuss that, but bilaterally to discuss that. In January time, we sent the letter to request that we continue to engage on the Oxford plan prior to their submission. Oxford asked us at an OPPO meeting to facilitate the production of the Statements of Common Ground with Oxford, and there were some very tight time scales in order to prepare those, but we were able to do that with Oxford. We are, as an importer, the two districts here, an importer of growth, that unmet need issue was relevant. It was relevant for us to engage with the Oxford local plan. So we put significant amount of resource towards that engagement throughout that summer period. Once we had indications from Oxford in September about the outcome, we tried to ask at OPPO what was the next steps, but I think they hadn't discussed that with their members at that point. We subsequently wrote the letter once we'd heard the response to the second inspector's response to Oxford's letter. We tried to clarify what the next steps were then. And then the final step we took was an email prior to submission about Oxford's stance in relation to Cherwell's plan and how that unmet need would be seen by Oxford, because at that point we'd seen what Cherwell had expressed within their duty to cooperate statement. So we tried to follow that up with Oxford to confirm if the same stance applied at Southern Vale, but we had that letter back to say that their original Reg 19 response still stood. I think that was just days before submission. So our view is we undertook all the necessary engagements, whether that was our own or through the Oxford City examination in that period. We don't see any significant gap in that period.
I think the issue is confusing between the consultation on the joint local plan and then this issue of unmet need in relation to Oxford City's plan, which is why we asked originally for a table to be extracted just with consultation on engagement on the joint local plan. And that request was met to a degree, but in Table 1 there is still a lot of information in there in relation to the engagement with Oxford City's plan. So I think it would help us
sorry, yes. Sorry, carry on.
I was just going to say it would really help us, I think, to distinguish between the two and separate out the engagement on the joint local plan itself, as opposed to necessarily, we will come back to unmet need, but I think that would be really helpful for us to see.
Well, Madam, we will provide you with that information, but with a health warning, because there is a legal point here. The legal point is that the word engagement, which is the word used in the Act, is not defined as to what that can embrace or not. That will be a matter of judgment, and there is certainly no reason in principle why engagement cannot take the form of dialogue with another local authority through formal processes, including formal processes involving their local plan. And so we would say that it would be erroneous to compartmentalise as a matter of law and say that engagement between one authority and another, which is taking place in the context of another plan, falls outside of what is permitted to be regarded as engagement when you're preparing your own plan, if, and this is the circumstance here, if the two plans have overlapping timescales so that the steps inevitably on one relate to the other. But there is a prior point I do want to make because it relates to something that Mr. Tucker had raised. And I touched on this yesterday in our very opening remarks. Before we get on to the discussion about the extent of engagement, there is a prior question that needs to be addressed, and that is the duty to cooperate only applies insofar, not to plan making in the abstract, it only applies to those parts of plan making which give rise to significant impacts on two or more planning areas. And it is, with respect, not good enough to simply say, well, the question of need inevitably is a significant matter that gives rise to those significant impacts, because what you actually have to ask is, what does the plan propose? And also, if there is evidence of things that it should be addressing but it is not addressing, what are the nature of those things that it is not addressing? Obviously, the latter inevitably takes you to this world of unmet need, and you can't escape that, we would suggest. But then you need to ask yourself, is there evidence of unmet need? And that obviously is an area where there was a fundamental disagreement between the two authorities. But Madam, if just on the documents, what I wanted to do was to take you to, it's in CSD 09.1, and it's in Appendix 1 of that. And we, having seen the issues raised by Oxford in their Regulation 19 representations, set out a very careful assessment of what our view was on whether any of those gave rise to a significant matter, a strategic matter, by reference to the tests that we set out there in terms of A and B. That's on page 62 of the document. And in the A column, we specifically asked ourselves whether there was anything proposed in the development of the joint plan which could be fairly claimed that if that development took place, it would result in significant impacts on the two or more planning areas. And then we also posed the question the other way about, in terms of what we were not proposing was any need identified in the evidence base that we were not proposing to address, which would give rise to significant impacts. Now, we then went through every single point that Oxford had raised in their concerns, and we set out our views as to why we did not consider, in our judgment, those to give rise to those significant impacts. Now, those were planning judgments, and the case law is very clear that those are matters of evaluative planning judgment, and also that those planning judgments deserve a margin of appreciation by examining inspectors when they are then considering that first issue of, was there actually a strategic matter which required engagement? We set that out. We reached conclusions which we considered were reasonable and appropriate. And I entirely accept that others might form different views on that. And on some issues, there will be no doubt questions of soundness that will arise out of how the policies propose to deal with particular issues. But that's not obviously directly relevant to this issue, which is the issue of what did we need to engage on. And we would suggest, having set out that analysis, that actually, when you look through the issues that were raised, we reached entirely reasonable conclusions that the Oxford representations did not give rise to strategic matters when you looked at what the plan proposed and what the evidence was as to whether there was or wasn't any unmet need that was not being dealt with by the plan. And I repeat the points I made yesterday. We were already making provision for a quantum of development to meet Oxford's unmet needs, which when you go through those papers in the September 2023 and you look at the figures, you can see that when you took their capacity at their own estimation, together with the standard method approach, there was no unmet need. And even if you took the Oxford Council's approach to their calculation of their need, there still was sufficient capacity within the existing allocations to meet that. So in relation to the housing issue, it did not give rise to a significant impacts through what the plan dealt with. And in those circumstances, the issue of engagement effectively falls away. There was lots of engagement, but it wasn't actually required by the legal duty. And then in terms of the actual narration on the engagement, I think I'll deal with that into kind of the summary comments at the very end. I know you said you would come back to 2.5 and so on, so I'll leave that. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. And I understand the distinction you're making there. And we've come full circle in relation to the definition of strategic matters, and clearly there's not going to be agreement on that between Oxford City and yourselves. I do think it would still be quite helpful to have a separate table, take on board what you've said. So if we can have that as an action point, that would be useful, thank you. And we can add that to the examination library. There are a number of points which we can pick up when we get to unmet need on that, but I'd like to bring Oxford City in at this point. Thank you.
Yes, just 2 points, Madam. Firstly, in terms of the suggestion that the joint authorities can rely on their engagement with the city local plan, the word which was omitted in Mr. Bedford's submissions was the word constructively, which is the word appears after to engage in section 33A, subsection 2. And I'd invite you to look at the evidence in terms of the joint authorities' participation in the city local plan to see whether or not you would reasonably conclude that that was constructive in that context. In terms of the strategic matter issue, yes, the joint authorities have set out their position in Appendix 1 to the Due to Cooperate statement, but as I pointed out yesterday, they've applied the wrong test. They have not asked whether or not the proposals of this plan, which include circa 7,000 dwellings to meet unmet need, would have a significant impact, because they have effectively airbrushed out the effect of those dwellings, because they say that was considered in the previous round of local plans, and that's the wrong approach. They're carried forward to this plan, and their development will have an impact in this plan period.
Mr. Bainbridge, I think you got there first.
Thank you, Ma'am. My understanding of some of the points made by Council for the joint councils was that the Oxford City representations did not give rise to significant impact for the purposes of consideration of unmet need within the definition of a strategic matter under section 33A. And if that was the intention, I would just say that I see the majority of participants feel that there is significant impact. It is a strategic matter. But of course, Ma'am, you're entitled quite correctly to arrive at your position as to whether it is indeed a strategic matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam. Can I raise a procedural point first of all? At the start of today, we moved on to question 2.6. I had a remaining 2.5 question in relation to prescribed body. I presume we're coming back to that point in relation to Homes England as a prescribed body. Or are you satisfied?
Yeah, I mean, there's a danger. I think we've got a lot to cover that we may not. Well, you'd have to remind me later on. If you want to raise it now briefly, so we have that point noted. Obviously, I'm aware of your statement.
Well, I can do so briefly and also give you a couple of our points in relation to this issue of strategic matter within the meaning of section 33, capital A, subsection 4, if that would be convenient. And I do so with some element of gravitas in relation to my client's position in respect of Chalgrove, which you've heard and I won't repeat, but it's in that context, and in particular drawing attention to the appendix to our hearing statement in relation to this, which is the exchange between the Chief Executive of Homes England and the joint authorities. And in particular, the invitation at the end of that Appendix 1 letter to engage further. I apprehend, because our complaint in relation to this is that Homes England are a prescribed body just as much as Oxford City Council is a prescribed body, and that therefore there is a duty to cooperate obligation upon the joint authorities to engage with us in exactly the same way in relation to strategic matters. Strategic matters are defined by subsection 4 of the of section 33A as being, as you heard, sustainable development or use of land that has a significant impact on at least 2 planning areas. There is a fabulous diagram within the emerging plan which I draw your attention to. It's on page 109 of the plan, which is subject to examination. And again, I'm going to channel my inner Franz Kafka here. Perhaps just worth turning up page 109 and then view my learner friend Mr. Bedford's submissions with that in front of you. Page 109 of 583, and it's the key diagram for the emerging plan.
Sorry, Mum, can we just confirm that is the infographic on page 109, the housing one?
It's a plan on LPP 01.1. It's hard copy, page 109.
So that's the preferred options, not the submission version.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, so 1.0, 1.1 doesn't matter, to be blunt. It's the geography is the point. So LPP 01.1. Page 109. And hopefully you should have it in front of you, Madam Inspectors, which should have the plan, which shows the green belt around Oxford and shows that one very startling feature of this particular case and this particular area, which will be evident to everybody in the room, but beautifully illustrated on this plan, is just how tight the boundaries are drawn. The district boundaries are drawn around the built-up area of Oxford with the green belt alongside. So my learner friend rightly says that when looking at strategic matters, it's a matter of planning judgment, and the courts have said there's a big, well, my learned friend used the European law term, margin of appreciation, but there's a big amount of flexibility that the courts will give to the decision maker when judging to what extent something is or isn't strategic. That's right, but look at the context here. The context here is overspill requirements from Oxford inevitably are heading into the adjacent areas. Inevitably. And that's relevant for our point in relation to Chalgrove about the fact there has been zero engagement within the meaning of the duty to cooperate between the Homes and Communities Agency / Homes England, despite there being a prescribed body under section 33 capital A in respect of the future of Chalgrove. There has on the application, but not in relation to the local plan. It's been zero. Look where it is. It's outside of the green belt, which wraps tightly around Oxford, and it would be inconceivable that anything that happened at Chalgrove didn't have some degree of interaction with the city. Inconceivable. So I repeat, Mr. Bedford, as I would expect from an accomplished lawyer such as Mr. Bedford, gets the law exactly right, but the councils have got the planning judgment exactly wrong. Because Mr. Young, and this really does stick in my craw, has got it right. In the context of this particular case, is right to point out that strategic matters in this area, not including overspill needs from Oxford, could only be written from the pen of the former Oxford Don Lewis Carroll. And in relation to Chalgrove, I apprehend that the response may be from the authority, well, that's a specific allocation, and that only relates to South Oxfordshire. That's not a strategic matter, therefore the duty isn't engaged in that respect. If that point is being put, then it's also answered by simple geography, and also the fact it's identified as a, quote, strategic allocation no less than 8 times within the adopted local plan itself. And the act under which the word strategic appears is exactly the same as it was back in the time of the adoption of the existing local plan. It was a strategic allocation. It will be a strategic allocation because there are obvious cross-border issues here. So, abject failure of Section 33 in respect to the Homes and Communities Agency. And as I intimated yesterday, they don't turn up to examinations very often arguing that plans have failed the duty to cooperate. Thank you, madams.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. I am conscious of time, and I'm sure people will be needing a comfort break. So I'd just like to ask the Council to briefly respond to Mr. Tucker's point about Homes England and the engagement with Homes England, and then we'll have a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I think if it helps your note, the key diagram that you probably now want to look at is on page 81 of CSD 01. That's the submission plan, and that's the plan that effectively illustrates the context. The position in relation to Homes England is they are a prescribed body in relation to anything which is a strategic matter. And the word strategic matter is defined specifically, as Mr. Tucker has identified, and we've rehearsed that. It is, first of all, wrong to say that because the word strategic is used, that any other use of the word strategic elsewhere proves the point. It doesn't. You always need to ask yourself, what is it about a proposal or the absence of a proposal that gives rise to a strategic matter as defined? So far as Chalgrove is concerned, it was never in the South Oxfordshire local plan identified as a site to meet Oxford's unmet needs. It's not one of those sites which is spatially located where it was considered to be an appropriate location to meet Oxford's unmet needs. And if you then ask yourself simply about the removal of the proposal, does the removal of the proposal give rise to significant impacts on 2 or more planning areas? The answer is patently not. No development in the joint local plan is being proposed in that location. And since it's not meeting an unmet need from elsewhere, its removal doesn't have any implications on unmet needs from elsewhere, whatever they may be. And so far as needs arising within the joint plan area, those needs are all being accommodated by the other provision which is being made in the joint plan. So, Madam, we say very firmly that yes, Homes England is a prescribed body, but no, they are not a party to whom the duty to cooperate is owed as regards Chalgrove, because Chalgrove does not give rise to any significant planning matters.
Okay, thank you. I've heard views on that. I think we need to draw a line and move on. I'm going to suggest we come back at 25 to 12. So I shall adjourn and we'll return to questions 2.9, 2.10 on our return. Thank you. Right, welcome back everybody. Let's give a chance for everyone to get settled. I am conscious, just before we do move on through the agenda, there were quite a lot of points raised around the table. I just wanted to double check whether the council was satisfied they had the opportunity to come back on all of those points. Was there anything that you'd like to pick up before we move on?
Madam, I think there was one matter that was raised by a number of people. It goes back to this issue of what is a strategic matter. And a number of people were saying, well, effectively, it is obvious that there was always going to be unmet need from Oxford to be accommodated within the joint plan area. And I'm afraid we fundamentally disagree that that's what the evidence shows. And the reason, and I have rehearsed this already in terms of what the material shows, is that when you look at the actual figures, even if you take Oxford's assessment of their own capacity to 2040 at face value, which we didn't, but I say even if you make that assumption, they said they had capacity of some 9,600. There was never any dispute that the existing local plans, which had substantially not been built out, made provision for 14,300 towards Oxford's unmet needs. And if you added those two figures together, they inevitably, and this is set out in that September paper from the County Council, they inevitably exceeded by some margin what Oxford's needs would be to 2040 if you use the standard method, which is the method that was vindicated through the Oxford Local Plan Inspector's conclusions. And even if you used Oxford's alternative method, which was rejected by that inspector, i.e. the method of the HENA, that only pointed to an unmet need of about 2,500, and the existing allocations, which were all being carried forward, had a surplus capacity which was greater than that. So there was never a case on the figures that were presented during the preparation of the joint local plan that actually showed that there was an unmet need from Oxford which had to be accommodated outside of what was already being accommodated through the carried forward allocations. So that is a key point which I say we think should not be lost sight of. It wasn't one of those cases, which there are examples, and various participants have referred to them, whether it's Maidstone, whether it's Tunbridge and Malling, whether it's Sevenoaks, etc. There are examples where there clearly, on any way of looking at the evidence, was an unmet need arising which an authority would have to accommodate, even if there might not be precision about what the amounts were. But that was not this case. In this case, if we were right about the standard method, there was clearly no unmet need, and even if we were wrong about that and Oxford was right, there was still existing capacity that was more than sufficient to meet what Oxford said was its unmet need. So that is a point I just did want to emphasise. I think most of the other points I've either already rehearsed, or I was going to say there's an issue towards the very end where I was just going to draw the threads together as part of the conclusion on question 2.5. Thank you.
Thank you. We will come back to the unmet need issue. Any other points before we move on? A point was raised by a member of the public, I think, in terms of if people could remember to just say who you are and who you're representing before setting out your views. That would be helpful. Thank you. So just bear that in mind. Right, I'd like to move on to question 2.9 and try and keep the discussion very much focused in terms of the discussions or engagement that took place regarding the authority's previously agreed unmet need, in terms of how that was dealt with in the plan. We'll come on to the post-2036 unmet need shortly. So if the council could just set out their position on that, and then I'll invite other participants' view on that matter. Mr. Rice, is it?
Thank you, Mum. Yes, apologies. So the previously agreed unmet need for South Oxfordshire, which I take is probably the most straightforward one, the current South Oxfordshire Plan 2035 proposes to monitor and deliver that need between 2021 and 2035. This plan extends that by 1 year to align the delivery with the exporting plan period to 2036. For the Vale of White Horse, we agreed to accommodate 2,200 homes in the previous round of plan making. The Vale of White Horse's local plan part 2, being the first through the door to accommodate this unmet need, delivered that unmet need, was proposed to monitor that unmet need from 2019-20 to the year 2030-31. The current plan essentially rolls forward those agreements in terms of the start dates for the unmet need. So for South Oxfordshire, because there's no time period before the start of the plan period, there's no need to net any delivery off. For the Vale of White Horse, the joint local plan acknowledges the delivery of homes in the South East Vale sub-area from 2019-20 and 2021, 2 years that fall prior to the start of the JLP period. We believe that the delivery of homes, not just across the district, but specifically looking at the South East Vale sub-area, which the local plan part 2 sees as the main area, but not the only area for addressing that unmet need. And I'll take you to the previous policy, CP4A, of the Vale of White Horse local plan part 2, that's ALP04 for your references. And it states, the agreed quantum of unmet housing need for Oxford to be addressed within the Vale of White Horse, 2,200 dwellings, will be provided for through either strategic or additional sites within the Abingdon-on-Thames and Oxford Fringe sub-area. The plan goes on to recognise that this is not the only site, that not only those sites allocated within LPP2 will address Oxford's unmet needs, confirming that the unmet need is met by a combination of the Part 1 strategic allocations and the Part 2 additional allocations. It recognises both the Abingdon-on-Thames and the Oxford Fringe sub-area, and importantly, the South East Vale sub-area, which is the one focused on Didcot, will both deliver homes that meet their unmet need. Turning specifically to those 2 years, housing delivery in the Abingdon-on-Thames and Oxford sub-area, which is recorded in the Vale of White Horse AMR, that's OCD 07.1, Table 7, page 31. 524 homes in that sub-area in 2019-20 and 353 in 2021. So that's 877 homes in that sub-area in 2 years. Going to the Didcot sub-area, I'm proud to announce that completions are even healthier. 797 homes in 2019-20, 534 homes in 2021. That's on Table 10, page 37 of the same document. The standard method approach, which we've taken, means that any under-delivery of our own needs are addressed through the affordability uplift. In any instance, if you take the standard method figure for those years for 2019 and 2020 and add the apportionment of unmet need of 183 per annum, if you take that 2,200 and split it over the 12-year period of delivery, there is a surplus of delivery, and therefore we don't believe it's appropriate for that for homes to be rolled forward into additional requirement, but previous plans have already addressed. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. I'm sure there'll be plenty. Thank you.
Madam, could I just add as a further reference? I mean, Mr. Rice is taking you to the AMR, that's OCD 07.1, which sets out those figures. But it's also, I think, relevant to take into account, go back to that note from the County Council in September 2023, which is part of document 60 in LPA 02.2. And it's, I'm afraid there aren't page numbers, at least that there are obviously on the electronic version, but it's not internally paginated. But in table 2 of that document, where the County Council is setting out the capacity that's already been provided for within the districts, when it comes to Vale of White Horse, although it refers to the individual sites, North Abingdon, northwest of Abingdon, Dalton Barracks and South Kennington, as being component sites, it starts with the text which says the local plan refers to providing sites in the Abingdon and Oxford sub-fringe area, which would include the allocated sites below, as well as others in Marcham, East Hannay, and then I apologise because I'm going to mispronounce it, Kingston Bagpuys. And for anybody resident there, I'm sorry if I've got that wrong. But the point is that what we've then done is we've provided the figures for that sub-area. And I appreciate that what Mr. Rice has said goes slightly further than what we said, I think, in our initial response to that in the meta statement. But we've broken down the completions. So if you just limit them to the sub-area, it's quite clear that more was being provided in those 2 years than was the expectation for Oxford's unmet needs. And that's why we say we don't need to carry those 2 years further forward into the subsequent provision.
Okay, thank you for that. I am aware there have been representations on this particular point in terms of the baseline and proof of delivery, if you like, in that particular area. Not sure who went up first, possibly Wolf Bond, if you'd like to kick us off.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a point that really relates more to the situation regarding sort of the existing acknowledged need in the current plan. But I think it probably fits best under this question rather than anywhere else. So, and specifically with regard to South Oxfordshire. Now, the existing South Oxfordshire local plan identified 4,950 dwellings to meet the needs of Oxford City in the existing plan, and the council's proposal is obviously that that need is rolled forward without uplift. It's worth just turning back to the 2020 South Oxfordshire Local Plan Inspector's Report, paragraph 71, that refers to 3 sites that were allocated and released from the Greenbelt adjacent to Oxford City's built-up area, and to quote the inspector from that time, they were intended to meet Oxford unmet housing need close to where it arises. And you can see those 3 sites on the key diagram that Mr. Tucker pointed you towards earlier. And those sites are site references AS3, AS4 and AS5 in the emerging plan. I've reviewed the Council's housing land supply trajectory that supported the 2020 plan, and those free site allocations were anticipated to first deliver housing completions in either 2025 or 2026. In the Council's trajectory that supports this plan, which is reference OCD 08.1, the same allocations are proposed to enable first completions in 27, 2030 and 2031 respectively. So that comprises a 5-year delay to the 2 larger sites and a 2-year delay to the smaller site. Now, to quantify that, the projection in 2020 was delivery of just under 3,000 units by 2031, and the same projection now by that date would be 753. So that's a delivery shortfall of over 2,000 dwellings. So to summarise the point, Ma'am, the point is that the sites that were actually broadly identified to meet Oxford City's needs in the 2020 plan have been delayed, and that only further compounds the wider county-wide unmet housing need issue we're obviously talking about this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. At the end there, sorry, I can't see your plate.
So it's Mark Harris, Bidwells on behalf of Dandara. I think this might be following on from the point that was just made, but I won't go through the details because the details are set out in our hearing statement. But the one point to note, just in terms of, and I think it's helpful to hear the completions about the completions in the sub areas, which was helpful, which was one of the points we made in our response. But the other point to look at is over the whole of the Vale plan period, the Part 1 plan and the Part 2 plan. If my calculations are right, actually over that whole plan period to date, the needs of the Vale at that time haven't actually been met by the completions. So when you get to the end of the plan period and just look at those 2 years in isolation in terms of meeting Oxford's needs and the Vale's needs, over that plan period, actually the Vale's needs haven't been met by the completions from going back to the start of that plan period. So over the first half of that plan period. So it almost feels like double counting. You've got the point of you're trying to say that Oxford's unmet needs have been met at the same time as not meeting the Vale's own needs in that same period. So it's just I'd be interested to hear the council's thoughts on that point.
Did you want to respond to that directly?
I'm happy to respond to that point directly, Ma'am. Yes. So yes, if you look at the Vale's old housing targets with a base date of 2011 to 2021, housing targets which I must stress that we reviewed in a Reg 10A review in 2021 that found those housing targets need updating. So in some sense, to look back to those housing targets is a bit misleading and not really what this. We're not examining those housing targets, but if there were any shortfall of our own housing needs that existed prior to the start of a plan period, the standard method addresses this through its affordability uplift, specifically in the PPG. And if you get me a moment, perhaps when you come back to me at the end, I'll give you the specific reference to that, Ma'am. But no further points on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm aware of the reference, thank you. Right, yes, thank you.
Thank you. David Murray Cox from Turley on behalf of various clients today. So I'm just going to refer to 2 points in your question at 2.9. I think it has some relevance to 3.3 later on as well. And the first one is dates, and the second one is the word needs. The first date is 2031, and the second is 2035. I can see Mr. nodding on the other side of the room. For 2031, 2 points. Firstly, it's the period within which the Vale of Whitehorse currently addresses unmet need for the city, but it also, and perhaps more importantly, it's the period within which all of this unmet need actually relates to. That's derived from the SHMA 2014, which assessed needs until 2031. based on economics, Mr. Young's point earlier about the importance of this part of the world, and affordability amongst other points. The housing and growth deal which came after expected the authorities, collectively this is, to plan for 100,000 homes in the 20 years to 2031. More than £200 million in infrastructure and affordable housing funded, awarded collectively to the Oxfordshire authorities following that commitment. So whilst it is right that the current South Ox plan provides for those needs until, 2035, they are homes that were needed till 2031. Mr. Tucker made the point to you earlier about the Vale of White Horse only dealing with needs until 2031, which is quite right. The reaction on the other side, in the JLP I mean, the reaction on the other side of the room from the council I think was a shake of the heads. However, all you need to do is look at the adopted Vale of White Horse local plan, part 2. That's when it deals with unmet need until. And you look at the JLP trajectory and policy HOU1, and it's the same answer, 2031. It is, of course, right that the city's plan is extended to 2036, but that is very much a capacity-led plan. So when you come to consider the answer to this question, we urge you to actually think about whether or not there's been engagement beyond needs beyond 2031.
Okay, thank you. I was just about to remind participants there that this is about that there are a lot of technical points which we'll come on to this afternoon in terms of the housing requirement and how housing need has been addressed, but this is about the engagement, so if participants can bear that in mind. Were you just stretching there?
Listening very carefully to what you said and decided that we'd save that for the afternoon.
Thank you. Oxford City Council.
Thank you, Simon Bird, on behalf of Oxford City Council. And this is addressing the issue of how, madam. I mean, clearly we'll come back under matter 3 to the detail of the plan. But the key point, it's not just about the quantum here, it's also about how the submitted plan addresses the need through the policies. So here, I've already made the point that it wraps up the unmet need into the overall requirement for the two authorities, with no identification of sites to meet the unmet need. So we'll come back to those points. And gone is the strategic direction from the existing plans as to where that unmet need is to be met. So, and just to give you some references, madam, the South Oxfordshire local plan, ALP 01 had strategic policies Strat 1 and 2. And the Vales Part 2 plan, you've already heard reference to policy 4A, but there was also reference to policy 8A. Both effectively identified where those needs should be met. And of course the South Oxfordshire plan actually had a monitoring indicator, which is in PDF 228 of that plan, which was monitoring by reference to specifically identified sites. Well, all of that detail has gone in the submitted plan. And we'll come back to the issue of mix in due course, but clearly the policies on affordable housing mix, the tenure types and the mix of sizes of housing is all plan area focused. It doesn't look beyond the boundary to see to what extent that would actually fit with the unmet needs of the city, and there was no engagement on any of those matters with the City Council.
Well, that was a point I wanted to address. And I would like to just come back to the council on that particular point in terms of engagement, in terms of how that need, the previously agreed unmet need, was going to be met within the plan, and the discussions that were had about that and how to take that forward. So I shall ask the council's view on that first, please.
believe we have set out those engagements within our response to the inspector's initial questions in LPA 02. I believe it's IQ 13, where we set out that engagement.
Do you just want to take us through that, please? And then that gives the opportunity for participants to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, if you look at the evidence of engagement LPA 02.2, there are 3 specific meetings where this is discussed. So 3 instances. So we have an email exchange on the 25th of August, meeting log reference 056, that's pages 227 to 233. We have an OPPO meeting on the 5th of September, meeting log reference 060, evidence pages 234 to 24. And then the bilateral meeting between ourselves and the City Council on November 2024, and that's meeting log reference 119, page 441. At those meetings, we confirmed we'd be continuing the agreed approach in the adopted plan that we would monitor housing delivery for unmet need from 2019 onwards, but those are the correspondence that we had on the matter. Emma, I don't know if there's anything to add. Sorry, Ms. Baker, I don't know if there's anything to add on that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to come back to Oxford City. Obviously, the councils have made reference to the evidence in the response to the initial questions in terms of their view, in terms of how they've engaged. What's Oxford City's position on that?
Well, Madam, it doesn't engage with the specific issues which we have addressed. To say that we are the joint authorities were maintaining the approach of the previous plans is not correct. They haven't, for the reasons I've outlined. The specificity has gone, allowing them flexibility as to where the need would be met.
But it's specifically, though, in terms of the discussions
Yeah,
that
and
we
I'll
had.
turn then to Ms. Williams.
Thank you. It's Rachel Williams, Planning Policy Manager of the City Council. Sorry. There is clearly an established unmet need that this plan needs to address. I think the dispute is about the existence of any additional unmet need. The priority for the City Council has been to secure the delivery of those homes that have been identified to meet the city's need. Much of the discussion...
Sorry to interrupt, if you could just focus on
Yeah.
the previously agreed unmet need and how
Yeah.
that is actually addressed
Yeah.
in the plan.
Yeah. So much of the discussion has been about the numeric total. That's really important to us, of course it is. But there are also other matters about the size, the mix, the tenure of homes, the location of those homes, the timing of delivery, and the infrastructure to support those. We have not had conversations about those matters for this plan. I touched on the OPPO meetings earlier. I won't labour that point. I think that's a very high-level kind of conversation, and I couldn't find any reference to any of those matters in those meetings, minutes. The bilateral meeting of November 2024 was, by our account, the first real attempt to reach out to us to discuss the policies of the plan. That meeting was called by the joint councils. It was held a week before they intended to submit their plan. It was set up to discuss our Regulation 19 comments. As I touched on yesterday, the issues that we raised at Regulation 19, we had previously raised at Regulation 18, and there was no conversation on those matters. We have not discussed the sites, the timing of delivery, the mix, whether the mix and the size and the tenure meets the agreed unmet need. There seems to be an assumption that what the last plan did was right, as my colleague suggests. There are changes to this plan which remove some of the certainty that the previous plans allowed us. That's our concerns about the mechanisms used have been flagged throughout the process, and we have not had engagement on those.
Thank you. I'd like to just bring the councils in there in terms of the point raised that Oxford City do not feel that there has been engagement on those very specific issues. If you could draw our attention to any evidence, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I'll ask Ms Baker to comment on the specifics of that matter, but just taking a step back, there is the first issue is what is the strategic matter that this issue relates to, in that the allocations are, as I think is common ground, being carried forward. So the sites which have previously been found to be acceptable and referable to Oxford's needs are still being maintained in the proposed plan. The detail of how those sites come forward is, we would say, with respect, a soundness matter, not a strategic matter falling under the duty to cooperate. Because if the sites come forward, they don't give rise to significant impacts. They simply meet Oxford's unmet needs. So we see the detail of the policies as soundness matters, and we also note that what Oxford had made in their Regulation 18 representations was clear they wanted to see a continuation of the existing provision. That's what we were proposing. On the specific issue in relation to affordable housing and how that would be dealt with as part of the mix, there was agreement, and this is in LUC 01, which was the statement of common ground that had been reached at the time of the earlier local plan making in 2019, and that made it clear that it was agreed between the councils, that's to say the city and the joint authorities, that paragraph 314, what was expected, and this is what then in due course happened, was that the housing authorities, i.e. not the local planning authorities, but the housing authorities, would reach an agreement on an allocations policy. And just a word of caution there, allocations policy in housing terms is obviously different to allocations in planning terms. And they would reach an agreement on an allocations policy and operational arrangement for the provision and allocation of completed affordable homes from sites that help to meet Oxford's unmet needs. This will be to allocate specific affordable homes to people with identified needs, showing their local connections and so on. And those are the arrangements which were in place. So they took place outside of the policies of the development plan. The development plan wasn't seen to be the appropriate vehicle for dealing with that. That was a matter that would come forward through agreements between housing authorities on allocations between people on their respective waiting lists and so on. And we were proposing to maintain that arrangement.
And I'd just like to point to two documents in the examination library, please. HES 20, that is from the 21st of June 2023, and that's a memorandum of understanding regarding the operation for addressing the affordable housing element of Oxford City's unmet needs within South Oxfordshire. And the detail there, the background, the tables, the sites are important to see. And then HES 19 from the 6th of October 2022, which is the Memorandum of Understanding between Oxford and the Vale of White Horse, and that again is important for that mechanism for bringing the affordable housing forward.
I just wanted to pick up a point made there, and it's referenced in terms of the council's response to Oxford City's concerns or responses, in terms of the fact that you've alluded to that the plan is carrying forward existing sites which would meet Oxford's previously agreed unmet need, and that there's no change, and that means it's not a strategic matter. And I just wanted to explore that a little bit more, that assumption, that it's sort of dismissing, if you like, the fact that those sites which are being carried forward, there has been no change, and therefore it's not necessarily a strategic matter. Is that a correct summary of the council's stance?
It's where you end up, madam, but you need to analyse it in terms of what is it that gives rise to a significant impact on 2 or more planning areas from those allocations. And if there isn't anything, then there's nothing to engage on. And we explained, and I drew your attention to Appendix 1 of the CSD 09.1 compliance statement. We went through the issues that were raised by Oxford in their Regulation 19 representation, including the issues they were raising on issues to do with the, as it were, the housing mix or matters of the housing delivery that was referable to their existing needs. We assessed that against the tests in relation to, was this a strategic matter? We reached what I say we consider to be reasonable planning judgments, that those matters didn't give rise to significant impacts. And I think we would reiterate the point, there's a margin of appreciation then needs to be given to those planning judgments, and therefore there wasn't a need for us to further engage on those matters because they were capable of being dealt with through what the plan proposed. I entirely accept as a separate issue questions of the soundness of the policies and should they be adjusted, should they do this or should they do that. Those are entirely fair matters for the examination to consider, but under the soundness hat they don't really go, in our submission, to the legal compliance test.
And just picking up a point raised by Oxford City, that there had been a change in stance, if you like, in terms of carrying those sites forward and identifying or not identifying the sites to meet the previously agreed unmet need. And I hear what you say about the difference between soundness and the duty to cooperate. But if there had been a change in stance in how those sites were dealt with, would that not then bring the matter into the realm of a strategic matter with cross-boundary issues? I know I'm playing devil's advocate here.
No, but I appreciate it. Well, we would say no, because I say you still come back to what was it about those changes that would have a significant impact on 2 or more planning areas. And I say that there may have been differences in approach, and I say that can be a legitimate soundness issue as to whether the change of approach was in any way material and therefore should be addressed.
Right.
Sorry, one quick point to follow up on that, Ma'am, is that we didn't actually monitor Oxford's unmet need as a distinct, separate component of our housing requirement in either the Vale Local Plan Part 2 or the South Oxfordshire Local Plan 2035. Obviously, in reaching the housing requirement for those plans, that's a separate component that fed into it. But we don't monitor ring fence or do anything separate with the housing target in the adopted plans. It just forms part of the overall requirement of which we measure. Now, there's a timed element to it in terms of delivery, but we don't have 2 separate areas for monitoring that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to bring Oxford City in first and then move around the table. Thank you.
I'm just touching firstly on the strategic matter. If circa 7,000 dwellings come forward in this plan area which do not meet Oxford's unmet need, whether because their tenure is not appropriate to that need or the mix of dwellings is not appropriate to that need, that will give rise to significant impacts on Oxford City Council's area, and it will also give rise to significant impacts on the joint authorities area. They will have obtained 7,000 dwellings with a mixed tailored to their needs, which might be significantly beneficial impact for them, but also in the long term would have a detrimental impact because the City Council's unmet need will not have been addressed and will remain to be satisfied. So it's clearly a strategic matter. It is quite separate to the issue of the allocation of units of affordable housing, where the tenure has already been agreed to meet the need. So don't get distracted by the memorandum of understanding. That's a separate issue. And in relation to the issue of monitoring, which has just been raised, that of course is one of the points the City Council has been making. The failure within this plan area to meet Oxford's unmet needs in the time scale which is required is a matter which requires monitoring. And the Council should have engaged on whether or not the policies and proposals of the plan on monitoring and delivery were adequate.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mum. Sorry, excuse me, Peter Canavan, Carter Jonas on behalf of various clients. I think my point has actually just been made, so all of my thunder has now been stolen, but I haven't said anything yet, so I thought I'd just try and add one more point, because I was thinking about the monitoring of the 2016 county-wide decision, agreement, where the apportionment of unmet need initially came from, and we've just heard about the fact that that need was to 2031, and that was when it was supposed to have been met. And there's another point here which I've been flapping about, wondering whether it's a technical point to come back to later, but I want to float it now because I think it is a strategic matter, which is one of the apportionment and the 1314 schma was explicitly not based on the standard methodology. It was, and found sound to be, above the standard method in the 2020 inspector's report into the South Oxfordshire plan. And we've just heard that the council has now decided that it's going to use a plan on the standard method and somehow combine that with the unmet need, unilaterally deciding that. But I think that's become a strategic matter because it impacts on how it's going to meet the needs of Oxford, and therefore it's across two boundaries. And was there ever a discussion between the councils on that particular decision to move away from the 2016 schma, the decisions of the agreement in 2016, and it impinges on the capacities of the city and how it's going to meet its... The unmet need will carry on after 2031. Again, we'll come back to that. But how that need was going to be met and the decisions that the council have taken, or councils have taken in not monitoring it, don't appear to have been discussed. I think that's worth considering.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you, Ma'am. David Bainbridge, Savills, on behalf of Bolney Court, Inc. The position expressed by council for the councils, I don't find to be credible. I almost find it to be incredible. That the position to be said that the potential roll forward of sites to meet the unmet need of the city is not a strategic matter because it doesn't give rise to significant impacts. If I've characterised it correctly there, and I have been listening carefully to all the contributions, including from the City Council, but of course, Ma'am, it is for you to decide. And whilst there was the comment that this is a legal matter, we all know what the section says. We can read it in black and white of the 2004 Act. But we find that it is incredible for a position to take that there aren't significant impacts from whatever number, whether it's circa 7,000 dwellings, as unmet need from the city to the joint area. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks, Mom. Mike Knott, Stantec for various clients. I'll take heed of your request not to get into the technical points, but just a kind of very soft procedural point, if I may. I will come back to give our views on the point Mr. Murray Cox from Turley made on the date, 2031. The adopted Oxford City Local Plan 2036 doesn't feature within the examination library as far as I can see. I think it would assist you, Mom, to have it added. And in any event, once that's available for future discussion, I think we could probably cut out a lot of debate as to whether or not it's 2031, 2035, 36, with reference to paragraph 3.1.2 of the adopted city local plan.
Could that be added to the examination website, put that as an action point?
Thank you, Mum. Yes, there is an important report that went with the Oxford Local Plan 2036, which is no longer on the examination webpage for the Oxford Local Plan 2036. And it was a note which explained how Oxford dealt with a roll forward of the plan period, because they were originally planning to 2031. And then roll forward to 2036. So there was a note prepared, and I'm scraping my memory here, and I might need to liaise with colleagues at City to discuss that, if they're open to that idea, that accompanies and explains how the SHMA needs and unmet needs were dealt with, particularly for that period 2011 to 2016, and then the potential 5 years, 2031 to 36 as well. So I'm happy to take that action away if colleagues at City are happy to have a discussion around that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think if you could deal with that outside of the examination, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Madam, sorry, could I just add a point in terms of reference to documents? On the issue of how the joint authorities dealt with the unmet need, in the adopted local plan part 2 for the Vale of White Horse, there is policy CP4A, and that explains in its supporting text the treatment of homes. And Mr. Rice has already referred to what it said about the Oxford Fringe sub-area. That's at paragraph 2.14. But then this is the point I wanted to draw to your attention. 215 then goes on to explain about not ring fencing the allocations to meet the agreed quantum of Oxford's unmet need. And 2.18 then makes the point it is the case that while the sites listed above are allocated within the Part 1 plan, with the primary intention of meeting the Vale's own objective assessed need for housing, the sites are also well located to provide for Oxford's unmet housing need. Housing on these sites would be just as much available to those people falling in the category of Oxford's needs as those of Vale. And it then goes on to refer to what the local plan part 1 inspector said, and it gives a quotation from that inspector's report, which makes it clear it's not possible when you're dealing with market housing to determine whether occupiers derive from a Vale need or an Oxford need. And obviously, just stepping back from that reference for a moment, that must be right. We do not live in, as it were, a housing world where market housing is regulated as to the identity of who occupies it. Affordable housing is regulated, and that was dealt with through the nominations agreement and allocations policy that I previously referred to. But it is not, we would suggest, either realistic or practical to seek to provide a mix of market housing to meet needs for one district separate to the needs of another district, because there is no mechanism for that to be translated into actuality, because market housing is provided to the market, house builders sell to whoever comes knocking through the sales room door, and there's no way of saying, well, are you from Oxford? Oh yes, you must have the following needs, you can have this house. Oh, you're not from Oxford, you can't purchase this house.
I think we're sorry to interrupt that. I think we are moving into the more technical side of things rather than the engagement.
All right. Well, I just want. Okay, I accept that. I just wanted to make that point because I say if you see what those references to the local plan say, they explain very clearly why we were dealing with the treatment of Oxford's needs in the way that we were dealing with them.
Okay, thank you. I am very conscious of time, so unless there are any other points in terms of the previously agreed unmet.
I've just got one point to make, which comes back to the Carter-Jonas point about this disconnection between the 2014-2018 SHMA and the standard method figure. The Vale of Whitehall's latest 5-year supply statement, which is LPA 16, as a result of a Reg 10A review, they are now using the standard method figure, the December 2024 standard method figure, to calculate their 5-year supply, which in effect means that they're not including the Oxford City unmet need figure of 183, I believe it is, but those allocations are still counted towards Vale's supply. So, A, has there been conversations with Oxford City about the fact that that need has now been taken out of the 5-year supply purposes? But also, doesn't this demonstrate that Vale are counting the unmet need sites towards their own supply whilst actively ignoring Oxford City's supply need?
Yeah, I mean, that is straying into this afternoon, I think. But in terms of the discussion about that, can the council come back on that point?
No, so following the Reg 10A review of the local plan part 2, we concluded that the housing requirement in it needs updating. That goes partly to the datedness of the assumptions that fed into the housing requirement of the 2,200 homes. So they are essentially based on 2011 household projections, and the study was concluded in 2014. So the conclusion was made, I think it's fair to say, some 10 years after the publication of that report, that through this examination process we'd be looking again at the issue around unmet housing need. In terms of those sites which were identified to address the need, yes, where they're delivering, they contribute to the housing supply. We haven't deallocated, removed or restricted completions on those sites coming forward. I think that's all I've got to say on that point.
Is that it? Yeah, I think we can return to that this afternoon. So just moving on to the unmet need beyond that previously agreed, beyond 2036. I think a lot of the issues have aired to a degree, so I'm going to attempt not to go over those, and if participants can do that, that would assist. There were a few points I would just like to drill down a little bit further with the councils. So there was obviously the formal request to meet unmet need, and the council's view at that point was that they weren't persuaded that there was any unmet need. And I just wanted to pick up a point that Mr. Rice made there. In terms of the OGNA, you said that there was an attempt to sort of get behind the figures with reference to black box. And I'd just like to explore that a little bit more in terms of how you attempted to do that in engaging with Oxford City, and also how the councils actually assessed that. Did the councils have their own consultant to look at that, to help them to reach that conclusion, in terms of the fact that they weren't persuaded by the evidence? So if you could just elaborate on that a bit more.
Okay, thank you, Mum. So, at the offset of the plan-making process, obviously the OGNA was the document which was intending to identify the need for the JLP as a strategic plan that sits above it. Those discussions took place in the form of the Oxfordshire Plan Officers Working Group, And at that meeting, the consultant responsible for preparing the OGNA, ICNI, the later authors of the HINA, were presenting outputs to us in those workshops, I guess is the best word for it. We saw drafts of the document, we provided track change comments, and we asked for assumptions to be justified and explained. For example, so those discussions were particularly around matters such as how you got from the most recent demographic household projections to the claimed housing needs that were coming through in that document. We challenged a number of points because we didn't feel confident that the OGNA was justifying itself. And as part of a very high bar set in national policy and national guidance for departing from the standard method, the exceptional circumstances, we felt that evidence needed to be robust enough to sustain examination and scrutiny. And ultimately, the methodology which was in the OGNA was tested at Oxford's local plan, and those technical matters of which we were raising at the offset of the plan-making process, we feel ultimately we were vindicated. Later in the process, so not during the course, was it during the course?
Sorry, could I just add that the reference, if you wanted to see our detailed comments on the OGNA methodology, are at 022 in LPA 02.2, and that was our July 2022 detailed comments on the OGNA methodology.
When the HINA itself was published, we then commissioned ORS to undertake a critical review of that, which formed part of our representations to the Oxford local plan examination. But at the offset, the criticisms of OGNA we had when it was a document that we were a partial author of, they were entirely officer-based criticisms, trying to understand how we got from position X to position Y in the document. So yeah,
so just to clarify, when did the councils engage ORS to look at, to sort of review the OGNA?
Can we come back to you on an exact date on that one, please, ma'am?
Was it prior to the formal request by Oxford City to accommodate unmet need, for example, just in a broad time frame?
In terms of the, I think the consultants, the joint councils engaged to carry out what became the HINA, which was the evidence base that Oxford relied on in its Oxford local plan. That was the subject of engagement, so that the consultants were engaged when the HINA was, I think, published early in January of 2023, I apologise. That informed the representations that were made to the Oxford consultation on the HINA in, I think, February of 2023, and that was supported by a report from the council's consultants. So the engagement of those consultants preceded that, and that was obviously early 2023, which was sometime substantially ahead of the letter of request from Oxford in December of 2023 in relation to their unmet need.
Thank you. Oxford City.
Thank you. A very quick point, Mum. The OGNA was not part of the evidence base for our plan and is not part of the evidence base for this plan. It was a piece of work commissioned to support the Oxfordshire plan, and it ceased to be effective when work on the Oxfordshire plan ended.
Thank you. That's helpful. So the formal request was received, and the response of the councils was that they weren't persuaded, essentially, that there was an unmet need. And what I just want to explore, in terms of the duty to cooperate, did the councils at any point look at, for example, capacity within the joint local plan area to potentially explore any unmet need, bearing in mind that the Oxford City Plan hadn't been to the point of examination yet. It wasn't clear whether their housing needs study would be supported or not. So was there any attempt, if you like, to explore whether there was capacity even to meet any unmet need, or was it just a case of, your response being, in your view, there is no unmet need?
Yes, that's what we referred to earlier. So that's the OPPO paper and discussion 050 within LPA 02.2. That was our attempt to kind of play devil's advocate. So if there was a scenario that Oxford were right, was the capacity within our sites, and that did show that there was a significant headroom should Oxford be right and should the capacity be right as well. And from that point on, it became clear that we could progress either way. We just continued to engage with Oxford's hearings and awaited the outcome, and either way the JLP could respond.
But in terms of engagement, did any discussions continue beyond that formal request, the council's formal response saying they're not persuaded, in that timeline up to the examination of the Oxford plan?
So
was there any continuing engagement?
The 19th of January 2024, which we said we were not convinced. Following that, there was our JLP preferred options consultation where Oxford responded. They submitted their local plan then in the 28th of March, which we engaged with them on the statements of common ground, both the Oxfordshire and the bilateral. And then following the outcome of that, we engaged through the Reg 19 consultation and the subsequent meeting in November 2024, and then in the formation of our own statements of common ground in December 2024, not the bilateral but the county-wide ones.
And I think I've obviously referred to it more than once, but that letter of 19th of January 2024 expressly asked the City Council to engage with us on alternative ways forward. So we were inviting them to make some proposals for how one could resolve the issue through engagement, but for the reasons already rehearsed, Oxford decided, notwithstanding that request, not to take up that request, but instead to submit its plan. So we had put down the request for further engagement. We had asked for that to happen, but obviously it takes two to engage, and having made that request, it did not receive a response that in any way suggested that Oxford wished to engage with us. Instead, it proposed to submit its plan for examination, which is what it did.
And just picking up the point about that was made earlier about constructive engagement. It seems to me that you know there have been attempts to engage, but I think from my point of view, listening to the discussion, was it ever likely that the councils would change their view in terms of their position, even if engagement had continued?
I think we were very open-minded to what was happening. You know, we had yet to see conclusive evidence that there was an additional unmet need. We had seen the figures that both City Council put forward and that the County Council had explored for us all collectively. And we knew that there was capacity if there had been a need for additional unmet need. There was capacity on the existing sites. I'd also say that we've got a significant headroom in the plan above our requirement. So, you know, if there had been demonstrated to be additional unmet need, there were options we could have taken that, again, as going back to Michael's point, that wouldn't have meant that there were significant matters that we'd need to pick up as strategic matters. So I think, you know, we did all we could and we needed to at that stage. We were not closed-minded to things. We were waiting to have the matter conclusively demonstrated that there was additional unmet need. We all gave comments, West Oxfordshire, Oxfordshire County Council, South and Vale, to the City Council on their paper in the summer of 2023, making substantial points that were then never corrected and reissued. So we didn't get the narrative that we were close-minded or that we never managed to resolve it. The issue is that the evidence never got us to the stage of there being something for us to need to address, because the evidence was not concluded and made during the local plan's preparation period to demonstrate that there was an additional unmet need, and we were satisfied that we weren't reneging in any way on the existing agreed unmet need, and in fact the plan meets the standard method and has an additional uplift of around 7,000 homes for Oxford.
Was there any consideration, you know, within the councils or discussions with Oxford City, bearing in mind that, you know, neither councils knew which way the Oxford examination was going, about a plan B to look at, well, you know, scenario, well, if there was to be unmet need, where and how would that be met? Were there any discussions along those lines? It seems to me that those discussions reached an impasse, and then there was just waiting for the outcome of the Oxford City plan.
I mean, the plan B would have been to look at the capacity on the existing sites, I imagine, because we'd already seen that there was sufficient additional space, and you know, that's if the methodology in the HENA and if the Oxford's HELA had been found to be you know, correct evidence bases, then that would have been the natural way to go.
So again, playing devil's advocate, had the Oxford plan been found sound, clearly the JLP was submitted fairly soon after the inspector's letter. Had the plan been found sound, what approach would the councils have taken?
Just point back to the fact that we have sufficient headroom in the plan, a significant surplus. There could have been potentially modifications. I don't think we'd have needed to find additional sites. There could have been discussions about who different bits of the housing surplus were for, rather than us needing to change the plan in any way.
I think that the point was made just in terms of the taking the JLP to the Cabinet. What date was that?
It was the 18th and 19th of September 2024. The Oxford inspector's letter, I think, is dated the 11th of September. We had an Oppo meeting on the 12th of September. The City Council, and for reasons I completely respect, didn't tell us the outcome, that they'd received the letter or that there was any outcome. And so therefore it wasn't as if the letter was immediately produced and that we were able to do anything about it in the period between the 11th and the 18th.
And presumably if the Oxford City Plan had been found sound, then the councils would have had to rethink and not have taken the plan forward.
Potentially, I mean, I would say that the Oxford examination, it was a staged examination as this one, so it wasn't as if it was imminently about to be found sound. There would have been another phase to be held. Yeah, so in terms of the timing, yeah.
Okay, I'm conscious some Toblerones have gone up. If I think you got there first, if you'd like to start.
I don't think I did, but I'll go anyway. Mike Knott, Stantec. Mum, I can actually give you the date at which Oxford City, the local plan inspector's letter was published, and I know this because we held a client briefing event the day before, at which the portfolio holder from the City Council for Planning took part as one of our panels, and which Mr. Young also spoke very eloquently at. So the date was Friday, the 27th of December. The letter was published. So after, sorry, thank you.
Event on Boxing Day.
27th of September. I misspoke. But plainly, sometime after both the cabinet meetings and indeed taking account of reports being available a week or so in advance of the meetings themselves.
Thank you. Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you, Ma'am. David Bainbridge, Savills, Bolney Court, Inc. I see no evidence that the joint councils were open-minded to the prospect to accommodate unmet need from Oxford City beyond 2036 or before 2036. So the submissions on behalf of the joint councils, that they were very open-minded to what was happening. I think they were very open-minded to what was happening in respect to the examination of Oxford City's local plan, but that's not the same as a submission that they were very open-minded to consider unmet need from Oxford City pre or post 2036. And I think words matter in this context, and the words I heard was not open-minded to accommodate those unmet needs. But in any event, this exercise should not be about what took place over a period of 7 or 8 days in September 2024, in respect of a letter dated the 11th of September, which wasn't published until after Stantec held their client event as a relevant consideration, or indeed when the Oppo meeting was, or indeed when the joint plans went through to their executive bodies for sign-off. I think there's simply no evidence that the joint councils were open-minded to accommodate unmet need from the City Council. What the evidence shows us quite clearly is that the joint councils progressed at pace to take advantage, which one could say they're entitled to do, to get ahead of the update to national planning policy. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you. If you could keep the point brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. Ben Ward, Marans, on behalf of Colcar Strategic Land. I think what we've just heard from the councils is confirmation that they completely abdicated the responsibility for discussing the potential for Oxford's unmet need to the Oxford local plan examination. And indeed, if you look at their matter statements and the responses to the initial questions, that is very evident. And the significance of that is that that approach has been proven at multiple examinations previously, such as Tunbridge and Mulloy, and more recently, Mid-Sussex, to not discharge the duty to cooperate which is entirely logical because sitting back and letting a planning inspector sort out the issue for you is the antithesis of proactive cooperation of the kind that the duty requires. I just wanted to come back very briefly to the reasons that the councils have set out for not engaging on the matter in respect of the fact that they seem to believe that there was no sensible alternative to the standard method to assessing Oxford's housing need. And I find that quite difficult to accept, because if you look at the inspector's report into the Oxford Local Plan 2036, they very clearly set out that there is a case in Oxford to depart from the standard method, not in the least because of the city's significant problem with housing affordability. In fact, if you look at the Oxford Local Plan inspector's report, this is the one to 2036, they say very clearly, they quote research that says that Oxford is the least affordable city in the country, and that justified a deviation from the standard method figure because of that very unique issue to Oxford. So I don't want to get too much into housing needs because obviously that will come later, but the point is that at the point that this matter should have been under positive and proactive discussion, it was not clear at all that there was only one way of assessing housing need. There was very clearly precedent for departing from the standard method in Oxfordshire and in Oxford specifically, and it doesn't seem that the council has or the councils have engaged with that at all, on the basis that they believe that the only right way was their way, and that was to use the standard method with no other considerations or inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you. Very quick point. Madam, sometimes there are very important words which are used at an examination of this nature. One of those important words was would have. So in response to your request of was there discussions about a plan B, you had a response from Ms Murfitt to say what would have been a potential thing to do about a plan B. What you don't have is discussions about a plan B. It would have been very easy to have, if you will, the sort of let's put to one side our differences and let's decide if the plan's found sound, what happens? If the plan's not found sound, what happens? Instead, what you have is a suspension of those sort of matters, unfortunately, which, as I intimated when I spoke this morning, is not the continuation of ongoing constructive dialogue of the type expected by Section 33. Thank you.
Is it a quick point?
It is. Sorry, Ma'am, I was somewhat distracted by getting my months in a muddle. Just making the link, and that this may well be a point you've already made, the connection with yourself. Ms Haynes from Lichfield, in relation to the sustainability appraisal process, made a very good point yesterday, which is the very narrow range of options. In fact, there is really no range of options. And that goes right back to preferred option stage and previous. But if we go back just as far as preferred option stage, December 2023 essay report, this is document LPP03, again, evidence of being closed in mind to any other options advanced by the parties, including the City Council and indeed most of the development industry sat before you today. It was evident that there was no consideration being given to higher levels of housing and indeed additional unmet need arising from Oxford City.
Would the councils like to come back?
Yes, please. Just a point to Mr. Tucker. You know, what was the plan B? The plan B was, if there had been unmet need, that we were exploring as collectively the whole of the Oxfordshire authorities at OPPO, whether or not the existing allocated sites could accommodate any additional unmet need. That is the plan B. Another plan C could have been, well, look at all the additional headroom stroke surplus in the joint local plan, and that therefore provides for additional requirement for Oxford if that had been necessary. Thank you.
Madam, yes, we haven't heard, I think, anybody suggesting that the information that was available to us, that's the information in September 2023, was incorrect. That's to say, however you cut the cake in terms of how you calculated Oxford's needs, there was already existing capacity that was sufficient to meet those needs, even at the highest level that Oxford put it itself, based on its HENA and its own assessment of its capacity. There was still enough there within what the joint local plan and the other authorities were proposing to meet that without there needing to be any new allocations. And so that clearly has to form part of the context for the judgments that the council, the joint councils, made about whether there was any strategic matter arising in relation to any unmet need, and therefore whether there was any need to engage with people on hypotheticals. And going on to this issue about, well, why was there no discussion with Oxford about a plan B? The short answer is there didn't need to be, because the figures already provided the headroom to accommodate the position if Oxford's position had been vindicated.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come back to the figures, I think, this afternoon. There's inevitable overlap, I think, between the duty to cooperate and soundness issues. I am very, very conscious of time. And just looking at where we are in terms of the agenda, you know, I do have quite a lot of questions in terms of the housing requirement this afternoon. So I think it would be useful to have a reasonably higher level discussion on the employment sort of duty to cooperate issues. I think HRA matters I would be happy to take as read from statements. Infrastructure duty to cooperate matters I would be happy to take as read as well. Lowland Fen study, I'd be happy to take that as read in terms of duty to cooperate issues, but other participants may wish to. We're happy to take that as read. So I just would like to finish duty to cooperate this morning, if at all possible. We do read everything, so we have read all of the statements in relation to those matters I'm suggesting we take as read. If other participants around the table are happy to take those matters as read. Can I ask participants to indulge us just a little bit more so we can get through the employment duty to cooperate matters, and then we can have a clean break and start housing this afternoon. Because I don't think anybody particularly wants to go on to Friday. No. So let's be focused. So just in terms of employment, and I'm going to sort of focus my questions on in terms of my reading of the evidence. Now, clearly there has been engagement, if you wanted to call that, at the Reg 18, Reg 19 stages of the plan. But I just wanted to ask the council to fill in the gaps, if you like, in terms of any engagement and evidence it can point us towards in terms of engagement, you know, prior to that stage and in between Reg 18 and Reg 19 stages on the employment issues. So I shall let the council kick off on that.
Yes, so in terms of who we engaged with on employment provision through on the JLP, on the ELNA as well, We've actively engaged with relevant people like neighbouring authorities, county council, local enterprise partnerships, to make sure that any of those potential issues about employment have been fully considered. We have all of those engagements are set out within our main issues raised in LPA 11. Those detailed what was raised at Reg 18 and Reg 19 and how those issues were considered. We also have the Statement of Common Ground with the Oxfordshire authorities, which includes references to those employment issues and the areas of agreement and disagreement, and that's DUC 02. And I think generally we've been able to show that engagement's played a role on the JLP, shaping the JLP's approach. So we've used some of the neighbouring authorities' inputs to refine employment policies, that they're broad, outward-looking, that they contribute to that economic resilience across Oxfordshire that's needed. An example is how we refine the employment provision by including references to the sites within our local development orders and our enterprise zones in response to Reg 18 feedback from the county council. And we've drawn upon that also to develop the policies that we have within the JLP, where they mutually deliver benefits and strengthen the long-term sustainability of the sub-regional economy. And for example, we learnt from Oxlep on community employment plans that helped to shape policy JT4 on community employment plans to make sure that development brings jobs and training opportunities for the local community, sharing those benefits cross-boundary as well. So we believe we've ensured constructive, active and ongoing engagement on the ELNA, Phase 1 and 2, HES 08 and HES 08.1, and our response to the inspector's initial questions, LPA 02 question 22 sets out a timeline, and that indicates when and with whom engagement took place on the ELNA. Appendix 1 of LPA 02.1 also sets out the evidence of engagement to resolve concerns about that methodology for the ELNA as well.
In terms of the ELNA, was any workshop held in the same way as with the housing needs assessment, for example, in terms of at the start of the process, any point through the process, in terms of engaging participants, whether it be other councils or agents, that kind of thing?
There was a stakeholder discussion with specific attendees. It wasn't the same kind of engagement that we had with the JHNA.
Just in terms of the points raised by participants in terms of the sort of growth options, if you like, and the approach that the ELNA has taken, and not going for a higher growth option. What discussions took place around those issues, and were those issues raised during the preparation of the ELNA and up to the submission of the plan?
Yes, they were raised fairly early by our neighbours at Cherwell and Oxford about ensuring a balance. So yes, we were aware of that, and we acted with our evidence base reflecting on that point. So specifically, the point about there being significantly new employment that Oxford had raised in the Reg 19. Our comfort from that is that we didn't approach the JLP in terms of making new allocations. Obviously, having Oxford's and Cherwell's representations in mind here, the only new employment allocation that the JLP proposes is one, an extended one at Dalton Barracks. That is the 7.4 hectare employment supply figure. That was a previous allocation, but it was extended. And it did refer to employment previously, but it hadn't had a specified figure with it. So the approach we took with that feedback in mind was to explore options for what would be a reasonable figure for employment, and our chosen option, as evidenced by our consultants ACOM, is to ensure that that balance of housing and employment was maintained on the site, so that any working age adults that would be generated from that site, that the employment balanced with those working age adult numbers. That is what Oxford and Cherwell had asked us to achieve with the JLP when looking at this issue, and that is the only instance of an increase of employment, and we had taken that into account and resolved the matter as they suggested.
Madam, could I just add as a document reference, if you look at its topic paper on employment, TOP 02.2, and in particular paragraphs 3.57, 4.13 and 4.14, they explain how the 7.4 hectares of employment at Dalton Barracks was scaled to ensure that it reflected and related to the additional housing that was being provided at Dalton Barracks, so as to, as it were, maximise the scope for self-containment. But that's set out in that topic paper.
And just picking up the point in terms of whether this is a strategic matter, what's the council's view on that?
The short answer is it's not, because the scale of employment was substantially being maintained from what was already allocated and had already been found to be sound, and which was not considered to give rise to any significant issues. And we have provided to you our calculations of how that scale of employment relates to the scale of housing provision in the plan. That's the response to, I think it's IQ 56 in the response to the initial questions. So we didn't see that there was any need to be concerned about any imbalance, because the only area where we were proposing some additional employment, which was Dalton Barracks, we scaled that amount of employment to reflect the additional housing at Dalton Barracks. So we didn't see that there was anything that we were doing that would cause an imbalance to arise, having regard to the scale of housing provision based on the assessment in the ELNA about the different job permutations that could come forward.
Just in terms of whether this is a strategic matter, I take, I hear what you say about continuing the existing allocations forward, but the JLP area does fall within a functional economic area which goes beyond the boundaries. So would that not bring it within the remit of a strategic matter?
Not by definition, no, madam, in our assessment. It is not unusual for FEMAs to not be coincident with local administrative areas, but that doesn't mean that then the provision of employment will have significant impacts on two or more planning areas. It may or it may not do, and that obviously depends on issues of things like housing jobs balance. And if, as I say, we were satisfied that there wasn't an imbalance, it was entirely reasonable for us to reach the conclusion that there was no strategic matter then arising.
I am aware that there are representations on this, so I'd just like to open up discussion on this particular matter. Oxford got there first, definitely.
Madam, this relates back to a point that we made yesterday, and if you go to policy JT1 of the submitted local plan, which is PDF page 156, it says, during the plan period, provision will be made to meet the following employment requirements. And then South Oxford requirement is 25.8 hectares, and the Well of White Horse requirement is 113.2 hectares. We've not seen the assessment of the jobs forecast from those specified policy requirements. Those are not the requirements identified in the ELNA. As we indicated yesterday, those levels of provision have not been assessed through the SA, and clearly the housing implications of that extent of employment land have not been analysed by reference to the jobs which could be created on them, and that does have and would have significant impacts in terms of the housing employment balance, which would impact on Oxford City and also impact on the joint authorities areas significantly.
Thank you. Would the councillors like to come back on that?
Madam, the short point is that the requirement based on the work in the ELNA reflected an assessment of the demand for employment floor space over the plan period. So that is our assessment of what is actually likely to come forward. There was a supply which was more generous than the requirement, which is set out both in the ELNA and in the plan itself, which we were content with, partly because the bulk of that supply was existing allocations, existing enterprise zones, existing local development orders or existing permissions, so therefore already committed and had already gone through the planning process. But secondly, we were not of the view that all of that supply would come forward because it was obviously in excess of the demand being evidenced by reference to the ELNA forecast of what was required. And so that is the context in which we considered the position. We provided in IQ 56 information on what we considered would be the jobs output likely from the requirement in the ELNA, which is the requirement rooted in demand, so what is likely to be taken up. And we didn't consider it was necessary to carry out a forecast of what would happen if all of the employment land that was available came forward in the plan period, because we did not consider that that was a likely scenario that would actually happen, because that quantum was significantly in excess of the identified demand. And with employment floor space, we didn't consider that the delivery of employment floor space would that significantly exceed the demand for employment floor space. And if I can just take you to a reference in the documentation, there was the meeting which took place on the 28th of November 2024, which is document 119 in LPA 2.2, and part 3 of that is a specific discussion of the Oxford concerns on employment. And there the point was made very clearly in terms of the way that the joint authorities were considering matters. Firstly, they made the point that the plan didn't suggest significant economic growth, and that which was being proposed was not significant in terms of new allocations. The representative, or one of the representatives from the City Council confirmed that the City Council wasn't saying that there is too much employment. And then in terms of the exercise which the City Council had presented some information on what would be the job numbers if all that came forward, and we noted that, and there was some further dialogue about those numbers, but the key point was that we made the point that the calculation carried out by Oxford assumes that all the employment would be delivered by 2041. We highlighted that is highly unlikely that all of the proposed employment supply would come forward within the planned period due to the type of sites that are within that supply. In other words, it was our assessment that the amount of land that was likely to come forward related back to the requirement, because that was tied into the demand for employment floor space, and that's therefore what we think we needed to consider for the purpose of considering any jobs homes balance, and we were satisfied that there was a broad balance between the two.
Okay, thank you. And we'll be coming back to some of those technical points tomorrow. Just bringing it back to engagement, you referred, and just setting aside the Council's view whether it was a strategic matter or not, set that aside for a moment. You referred to this meeting on 28th November. That's obviously quite late in the day. Were there any discussions before that around these issues in an attempt to resolve the sort of distance, if you like, between the two authorities, sets of authorities?
I'll ask Ms Baker to deal with anything specific, but the short point is that it was only when Oxford made its Regulation 19 representations that they had provided any detail to suggest this concern about an imbalance. I accept that they had referred to there being a concern in general terms in their Regulation 18 representation, but that hadn't been in any way substantiated by any further detail. It was this information in the Regulation 19, which was where they then sought to provide some detail, and that's what we engaged with.
I was going to say the same thing, that meeting followed that Regulation 19 response where we felt we needed to clarify our position in order to try and resolve the issue, but it was clear from those meeting minutes that it wasn't going to be resolved there.
Can I just briefly seek Oxford City's view on whether this point that those reps hadn't been raised until Reg 19?
We had no involvement in the work of the ELNA. The first time we saw the detail of the maths, we sought to do our own work to try and find out the scale of growth in jobs rather than floor space. And we presented that in our Reg 19 consultation. And then there followed the exchange of emails, some questions about how we'd done that maths. It was based on the ELNA and published master plans for those sites. That's all before the examination. That is the extent of our correspondence on the employment. And just to be clear, the City Council does not have a problem with the level of employment. This is about the balance between employment and housing. So just to confirm that point, we were concerned that the approach in the Reg 19 consultation would result in a large number of additional jobs, and that those jobs would not be balanced by the approach taken on housing. That was the point that we raised at Reg 18 and again at 19 when more detail was available, albeit we had to work out the number of jobs ourselves. That wasn't provided. We know the strength of the employment market, and it was that we wanted to explore.
Okay, thank you. Can we take a quick point, please?
Thank you, Ma'am. Bethan Haynes for Lichfields on behalf of Taylor Wimpey and Vistry. I just wanted to chime in because the point has been raised by Oxford City Council about the level of employment and the fact that there isn't a jobs figure associated with that. And the response that you got from the councils was that there is an over provision of employment because not all of that will come forward, and that the councils consider that in their response to your initial questions, which is LPA 02, that they adequately address this issue in their response at question 56. And I just wanted to flag that in the response at 56.3 of LPA 02, the councils refer to the ELNA and they refer to the Oxford Economics labour demand scenario. And that's the scenario that has the 15,000 jobs on which the council rely. Now, if we go, to table IQ 51.1, we can see that the floor space associated with that labour demand scenario is 15.9 hectares in total. Now, you've heard from Oxford City Council already what the actual level of employment land in policy JT1 of the joint local plan is. And you can even see in table IQ 51.1 that the council's preferred option is for 50 hectares of land. So if the council are planning for over 130 hectares of employment land, is it seriously the council's position that some 80–90% of that will not come forward, in which case that would leave the 15 hectares associated with the labour demand scenario, which the council says aligns with its housing strategy?
Okay, thank you. Can I suggest that we come back to that point tomorrow in terms of the technicalities of that? But thank you for raising that. And if you're here tomorrow, please do remind us to return to that. I think I've raised all of the questions I wanted to raise in terms of employment. Are there any points the council specifically wanted to come back on now?
Madam, no, I mean, we note the point raised by Litchfields, and yes, that's better discussed tomorrow in the context of a more detailed discussion about employment matters. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for indulging us and reaching the end of duty to cooperate. I don't think I could have, kind of continued that discussion after lunch. So I'm going to suggest we return at 2:15. Is that enough time for everybody to get their lunch? Is that okay with everyone? So we shall adjourn until 2:15 and we'll start discussion on matter 3. Thank you. Madam, can I just clarify one point? You did say at the outset this morning that in relation to matter 2, you were deferring to the end of the matter 2 discussion, as it were. I think it was 2.5 and similar, and I indicated that certainly there were some comments I wanted to make in relation to those. Is it acceptable that we do those at the beginning of the afternoon session, or would you wish to, in a sense, draw a line under duty to cooperate now by possibly continuing for a short period to have that discussion?
I think we probably need a break. Speaking from our point of view, but probably from the point of view of other participants. However, we do need to allow sufficient time to deal with the housing requirement, particularly given the availability of your consultant. So I would say no more than 10 minutes. Is that acceptable? That's good to hear. Thank you. We shall adjourn until 2:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're all feeling a bit more refreshed after lunch. As discussed before we adjourned, there are a few matters just to pick up on the duty to cooperate. So I am going to ask the council to lead on that. You had a few matters you wanted to address. I will be quite strict on the 10 minutes, so I shall just let you start now.
Thank you, Madam. We reflected over the lunch break, and we're also conscious acutely of the time scale. We are conscious also that we've already promised to work with Oxford City Council in providing you with a statement of common ground which sets out the key points of difference. And the combination of those two factors has led us to the view that actually we think that rather than have, as it were, a rehearse now of matters that we've been talking about for the last day and a half, I think you would be better helped in understanding the differences and the reasons for them through that statement of common ground process. So I'm content to put it that way rather than to make simply summary remarks now, which other people might then want to contribute to, and then we might end up getting sucked into more than 10 minutes and so on. So, Madam, if that's convenient to you, that's how I'm proposing that we should deal with that issue.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank the councils for being helpful in terms of the timetabling issue. I do just want to be sure, though, that the councils feel that they have had their say in terms of duty to cooperate. There aren't any further points I wish to bring to our attention through the hearing session.
The matters that we want to bring to your attention, we've already rehearsed, but I think we would certainly think that it would be helpful to you to see that set out in written form, which I think the Statement of Common Ground will provide the vehicle for doing that.
Okay, thank you. And just before we move on, I want to make sure that participants consider that they've said what they wanted to say through the hearing session.
Thank you, ma'am. David Bainbridge Savills. I hope it's a related point, not to test your patience too much, but there was an action from yesterday in respect of matter 1, which was for the council to come back to you, ma'ams, in respect of the plan period related to questions 1.9 and 1.10. I'm not seeing that that's necessarily covered on matter 3, which I think we might be moving on to. And I just wondered, ma'am, is this a matter that which you'll look to pick up this afternoon, or anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yes, I think I asked the council to reflect on the plan period. I assume we will be coming to that shortly. So yeah, is everyone else content that they've said what they wanted to say? Okay, thank you. Moving on to matter 3. In terms of the housing target dash requirement. We do have some new faces around the table. So just by way of brief introduction, for those of you who haven't met us, I'm Caroline Mulloy, and this is Dr. Rachel Bust, and we're the inspectors jointly appointed to hold the examination of the JLP. Just before I begin, can everyone hear me okay, particularly at the back there? Just for the new participants, can you please make sure that mobile phones, etc., are switched off and on silent while the hearing is in session? Just in terms of the use of the mic, because we are being live streamed and recorded, if you can make sure bring the mic closer to you, and also try and avoid any interference with electronic equipment and the mic, that would be helpful. And as I said, the sessions are being live streamed by the council. I assume nobody has any objections to that. Just in terms of the housekeeping, are there any additional matters the council would like to draw to our attention?
Sorry. programming for this afternoon session, so I pressed it the wrong way. I apologise. We've got here our technical expert who was involved in the joint housing needs assessment, Nigel Moore, and he is available this afternoon, but wouldn't be available if we overran into tomorrow. Obviously, in your matters questions, particularly I think questions 3.5, 3.6 and 3.7 do focus very much on what you might call technical matters of the discussion. So obviously subject to your thinking as to the programming, we would certainly welcome those being dealt with fairly early in the programme so that the technical debate can happen and then we can pick up on, as it were, the slightly wider issues perhaps thereafter, if that's convenient to you.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. So can bear that in mind. Given that we, are there any housekeeping matters that the council wants to draw to our attention, Mr. Rice, at this stage?
No further matters. No, thank you, Ma'am.
I think given that we do have new participants, if we could just introduce ourselves briefly, starting with the council, please.
Sorry, Madam, I've obviously already introduced myself indirectly through the sessions, but for those who haven't heard that, I'm Michael Bedford, King's Counsel, providing some of the legal advice to the councils.
Good afternoon. I'm Nigel Moore from Opinion Research Services. I'm one of the authors of the Joint Housing Needs Assessment.
Do you want to continue around the table, Ma'am? Or to people who haven't spoken yet? Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tom Rice. I'm the Infrastructure Planning Team Leader in the Planning Policy Team at South and Vale, but I'm here today from my previous role as being the lead for the housing requirement and housing needs sections of the Joint Local Plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mark Barrett from the Home Builders Federation.
Good afternoon, Christopher Tennant, Director WSP, acting on behalf of Defence Infrastructure Organisation.
Amy Cannon from WWA Studios, representing Sovereign Network Group.
Good afternoon, Tom Rumble from Wolf Bond, representing Bloor Homes and Hallam Land.
And Jacqueline Mulliner, Managing Director at Tor & Co, representing Pye Homes and Blenheim Strategic Partnerships. I'm not sure my place name's gone. I've got somebody else's over here, but I am down for this session, but I'll just use that.
Francesca Palmenter, Planning Partner at David Locke Associates, representing Hallam Land.
Good afternoon, Alan Dival, Director at Walsingham Planning, acting for Olivia Homes and Nicholas King Homes.
Good afternoon, I'm James Donner from Stantec, representing various clients.
Good afternoon, I'm Jonathan Chick from Nexus Planning, representing Crest Nicholson.
Good afternoon, I'm Roger Smith from Savills, representing Guys and St Thomas's.
Hello, I'm David Bainbridge from Savills, acting on behalf of Miller Homes, who have land interest at Ware Road, Stamford in the Vale, and Bolney Court Inc., who have interest at Reading Road, Lower Shiplake. Thank you.
Ben Ward, Marans, acting for Colcar Strategic Land.
Good afternoon, Mitchell Barnes, Frampton's Planning on behalf of Richborough.
Bethan Haynes, Lichfields, acting on behalf of Vistry and Taylor Wimpey.
Sam Perkins, Define Planning and Design, acting on behalf of Bloor Homes.
Hello, I'm Jeanette Camps-Walsh from Beckley and Stowood Parish Council.
Peter Canavan, Carter Jonas, on behalf of various clients.
Alison Jones, Planning Director at Boyer Planning for Crowdace Homes.
Terence Goad, a resident and owner of a tech company based locally. About the only person here who isn't a developer.
Mark Harris at Bidwells, representing Dandara.
Good afternoon, Mark Schmall from Arrow Planning, representing Summix.
Good afternoon, David Murray Cox, Turley, on behalf of various clients.
Good afternoon, Phil Smith, representing Greystoke CB. I'm afraid my Toblerone's gone missing, so I'm not sure what's happened to that.
Say that again, sorry, I missed that. Can you repeat that, please? I missed that.
My Toblerone's gone missing.
Ma'am, sorry to interject. Could we just get the names of the people who don't have Toblerones? So we had one down here. Sorry, could you read your name out, and then secondly, and then we'll make sure they're in place. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm Jacqueline Mulliner, Tor & Co, so for Pye Homes and Blenheim Strategic.
Thank you, yeah. Phil Smith, Greystoke CB. Ah.
I'm Martin Carter, instructed by Gladman Developments Limited.
Megan Streets, Gladman Developments Limited.
Sarah Hamilton-Foyne from Pegasus Group on behalf of Dorchester Residential Management and Christchurch, Oxford. Thank you.
Paul Tucker, King's Counsel, acting on behalf of Dorchester and Christchurch and also Homes England.
Tom Vernon from Quad, acting on behalf of Homes England.
Annie Jingle from Turley, acting on behalf of Blaws.
Christopher Young, acting for Blaws.
Simon Bird-Casey, acting for Oxford City Council.
Sarah Harrison, Planning Policy Team Leader, Oxford City Council.
Thank you very much. I believe one Toblerone's been located. If the other ones could be sorted, that would be useful. Thank you. Just to reiterate the point made this morning in relation to the timetabling issue, I did request that people, if possible, don't make long statements because we have so many participants. It just takes a long time to get through the agenda. And if I feel that you're straying into other territory or have not addressing the point, I shall just raise a hand rather than interrupt, so that you're aware that that you need to sort of wrap up. And also just a reminder, if a point's already been raised by another participant, there's no need to raise that again. So just bear that in mind as we're going through. As suggested, we're going to concentrate, first of all, in terms of the more technical points in relation to the Joint Housing Needs Assessment, starting at question 3.5. And probably fairly straightforward question to start with, just to bed us in terms of how does the local housing need calculation compare to the calculation of housing need set in the Joint Housing Needs Assessment. I think that could be dealt with reasonably briefly in just drawing attention to the different figures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So we understand there is a standard method figure within topic paper 03.2, which uses the 2023 to 2033. It uses 2024 to 2034 period, and with the associated affordability adjustment. In South, in the topic paper of 1.4375 and 1.3525 Vale, compared to the Jana's 1.49 affordability ratio for South and Vale's 1.32. So that explains the slight discrepancy between the two figures in the standard method in the Jana and the topic paper. But in terms of the overall relationship of how the Jana relates to the standard method, the joint local plan, in accordance with sorry, bear with me, just get the reference up, in accordance with, I believe it's paragraph 63 of the NPPF. So after it talks about paragraph 61, determining the minimum number of homes needed, which I'm sure we'll come back to in terms of the exceptional circumstances and the standard method, within that context, the JNA then goes on to establish the need, size, type, and tenure of housing needed for different groups in the community. So essentially what it does is it recognises that the standard method 2014-based figures result in a higher population and demographic growth than the most recent figures produced from the 2018-based projections with updates to calibrate for the 2021 census and the 2021 mid-year estimates. So what it does is essentially says, okay, the standard method is planning for a higher level of growth than our actual demographic population projection trends are showing, and therefore it goes through a process of rationalising the two to say, okay, based on the latest projections, which we need to use to get an accurate profile of the population, for example, ages, household size, etc. So we use the latest information to establish that, and then the JNA goes through a process of rationalising that against the standard method figure. Two key steps that it does to align the two is to go back to the 2001 household formation rates, which is the highest level of formation rates. And then it also adds in a level of inward migration to the districts to complete that story from the uplift from the more up-to-date 2018-based figures to the 2014-based standard method figures. Thank you.
That's a useful summary, thank you, the differences in the figures. So just moving on to the actual joint housing needs assessment. Obviously, the joint housing needs assessment defines a specialist housing need for affordable housing and specialist housing needs, and it's used a 10-year migration trend, varying to the 2018-based household projections, and then adjusted to take account of the 2021 census, mid-year population estimates. And just to start with, in terms of the different household projections, which are set out in figures 14 and 15, what does that analysis show? What are the key trends and differences in the different scenarios? And we'll come on to why you selected the scenario that you did.
My apologies, Mum. Could I just get the references again?
Yeah, it's the different sort of set of household projection scenarios set out in figures 14 and 15. Just to summarise what that analysis shows, the sort of key trends and between the different scenarios, just as a starting point. Thank you.
To begin with, the actual projections in figure 14, they are showing the population projections, the household projections for South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse over 10-year periods in the 2014-based, 2016-based and 2018-based projections. As Mr. Rice has just explained, the standard method produces a dwelling number, which is required as a minimum for the area. It's necessary to take assumptions as to how to apply that dwelling number and how to get to that dwelling number with the population. We are obviously working across the country. We are working, for example, at the moment for the West of England, for all the Gloucestershire authorities, for Vale and South Oxfordshire, for Wokingham, Reading, Buckinghamshire, the Bedfordshire authorities, Milton Keynes. We have applied the same assumption across all of them, which gives us a consistent basis of moving from the standard method, or how to get to the standard method with the population. So we always move from the 2018 base projections as being the most recent. We take the 10-year migration trend, And then, as Mr. Rice explained, we adjust headship rates so that they are no lower for the groups under 45 than was the case in 2001, and then we bring additional population into the area to meet the dwelling need within the standard method.
And what helped to support the decision to use the 2018 projections?
It's still the case that the 2018 projections are the most recent. Their replacements are going to be the 22 base projections. They're currently scheduled by the ONS for August or September this year. They don't have a definitive date. We consider that it's appropriate to work with the most recent data. So the standard method was derived using 2014 based household projections. But to understand what is happening within the population, we favour using more up-to-date information. So we use more up-to-date mortality rates, more up-to-date fertility rates, and we draw on the most recent mid-year estimate as part of the modelling as well. So we don't, even if we use the 2014 base projections, because of the uplift for the standard method, we would still have to take assumptions as to where that extra population is coming from or where that extra households are coming from. So we favour and have consistently favoured using the most recent data that's available. So if we were doing a study last year, we'd have used further, we'd have used the 2023 mid-year estimates as a basis. I would note that because of the changes introduced in December 2024, we've had to adjust our method slightly. So everything I'm referring to is for the NPPF 2023 methodology.
Just in terms of the 2018 household representative rates, there has been some criticism that they contain the effect of suppressed household formation due to low house building over the last 20 years. And I just wanted to ask what the Council's view on that is, and how has the study dealt with that particular point?
Taking figure 14 firstly, there were in both cases alternative scenarios provided by the ONS which consider what would happen on the 2016 projections using the new methodology. So not for the 2018 one, but for the 2016 projections. And the principal reason for the drop in household projections between 2014 based and 2016 based in South Oxfordshire in figure 14, and I think, just trying to line my chart up, yes, also in figure 15 for Vale of White Horse, the issue was a drop in the population projections for that area, not the headship rates, not the forming rates. And when we analysed this for the whole of Oxfordshire, it was only Oxford City that was significantly impacted by the change in methodology which came in with the 2016 based household projections. Just for those unfamiliar with this, in 2014 the household projections were produced by the department which is now MHCLG. They used a particular methodology which they developed over years. By the 2016 projections, that method, the responsibility had passed to the Office for National Statistics. They brought in a much simpler methodology, a much cleaner methodology for doing the projections. That had the impact on some areas of reducing household growth without changing the population, but that did not occur in either Vale or in South.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. just looking at the selection of the 10-year migration trend variant of the 2018 based household projections. Why did you go with the 10-year migration trend as opposed to 5-year, 2-year, for example? What was your reasoning on that particular point?
It's something that we have been, since we've been undertaking the studies under the MPPF in 2012, we've almost entirely used the 10-year migration trend, just because it gives much greater time period to consider migration over. It's much more stable, much less prone to fluctuation. Particularly with the 2018 based projections, there were further issues because they changed the methodology and the counting of the population projections from 2016 to 2018. There were significant improvements brought in I think, 2016, known as the Migration Statistics Improvement Programme. That led to, in the short term, great variation in migration assumptions around some local authorities. So using principal projections or 5-year projections had greater instability around them. The 10-year projection was much more stable.
Thank you. I'm aware there was a particular comment raised in representations regarding the use of the 10-year migration trend, or was I imagining that? No? That's fine.
The point that we were making within our representations is that the 10-year trend produces the lowest household growth of all the trend-based scenarios, and this outcome is unsurprising given that the net completions across both the authorities were very low for the period up to 2018, and this was prior to the adoption of the local plans, which have since driven a significant uplift in delivery. So the 10-year trend draws on a period of constrained supply and household growth, so projecting this forward doesn't actually reflect the current housing market or expected pressures, and nor does it understand that going forward we've got the Oxford-Cambridge growth arc and all the development that's supposed to be coming through. The Council monitoring data as set out at figure 4.1 of our matter statement WS333, in that figure you can clearly see the trend upwards of net housing completions, which necessitates a higher level of population statistics coming forward. So while the Joint Housing Needs Assessment argues that the 10-year trend captures both highs and lows to reduce the risk of short-term anomalies, that overlooks two critical points. Fundamentally, it fails to recognise the clear trend of rising completions, which has been required to address significant needs across the plan area, and also population growth has surpassed recent projections. So we would say that actually the 10-year trend seeks to suppress what the current household needs are rather than average that out over the period of time.
Just to add, I mean, the household projections were, for want of a better word, gibberish. They were gibberish because all they did was project forward trends in suppressed household formation, and they were of no value and had nothing to do with need at all, and yet here we are still using them. 4 years ago, Mr. Tucker and I, together with a group of 10 experts, provided information to the department about a different approach, where all the experts came together and said we should have a stock-based approach. And the civil servants, including Simon Gallagher, were persuaded by that, but when the Daily Mail decided to name the new approach of stock-based as a mutant algorithm, Mr. Gendrick decided not to take that any further forward. However, this government has taken it forward, and that's why we have the stock-based approach. And it is a complete departure from household projections, which, as I say, simply project forward past trends. It isn't a lack of house building, it's a continual suppression of household formation because of the exponential rise in household prices or housing prices, which has curtailed younger people entering the housing market, and the average age of a first-time buyer in some parts of the country was reaching 40 10 years ago. when it was commented on MPs. So here we are sat here dealing with household projections, and you can do anything with them. You can take a trend from 10 years. We've demonstrated what the problem is with that. If the plan is found unsound, then it will move to the figures that the rest of the country are using, and that's a good reason not to allow this plan to proceed, actually, to continue on these suppressed lower figures. I appreciate the council have made their adjustments, but it really has absolutely nothing to do with need. Nothing in the slightest, because it starts with household projections, and it's been suggested by ORS, who haven't always been consistent, I have to say, in appeals, is that they are using the latest data. But the household projections have got worse and worse. They got particularly bad when they were taken away from the department, and the long-term trend in household formation, which was forming part of the balance against the suppressed household formation, was factored in. So you were getting some trends back from the 1970s, where household formation was greater. But the latest figures, particularly those 2018 ones, were particularly low because they were looking at a short-term trend, because the statisticians particularly wanted to focus on what the latest trend was and say that was forward. And that is just completely suppressed household formation. Thank goodness we've turned our back on that. What led to Mr. Tucker and my combined 80 clients forming what was called Standard Method North, Mr. Donner and others were there, was because in the north of England, the figures were showing lower rates of household requirements than was actually being built. And that's exactly the problem here. You've got rates now of growth which are higher than what are being proposed to be used as the migration trends. And with the greatest respect, you know, it's a strong word, isn't it? But it is all just gibberish.
Can I ask the councils to respond to those points, please?
Absolutely. I remind you, Mums, that we are being examined against the previous 2023 National Planning Policy Framework. The standard method is defined as clearly using the 2014 based household projections. Anything which does not use those 2014 based household projections cannot be considered the standard method. Now, there's a point here, because we'll be going back to the exceptional circumstances point potentially around the justification of a departure from that. But from the perspective of the National Planning Policy Framework we're being examined against, it's clear we use the 2014 based household projections. Had the government considered those to be so woeful, perhaps they might have disallowed through the transitional arrangements for plans to progress, still using the old standard method. There is one technical point I would like to point out in relation to the 2014 based projections, which forms the basis of the housing need for the JLP. They show, in terms of pure household growth, so not affordability uplift, a change in South Oxfordshire of 6,816 households between 2011 and 2021, and 10,176 in the Vale of Whitehorse. If you look at the census, again, for those 2 years, 2011 to 2021, South growed 7,393, so very much in line with the 6,816 in the projections, very similar figure. And for Vale, a change of 8,000 households, while the projections showed a change of 10,000. So we are fairly comfortable that those household projections are broadly in line with what's actually been achieved in the same 10-year period. So we're not too nervous about basing it on the 2014 base projections and the standard method, because of the cover given an explicit statement in the PPG, a National Planning Policy Framework, that we should be using the standard method, which is based on the 2014 projections and how they've played out in reality. And I'm going to pass to my colleague Nigel now. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of very quick points. I think the main one to say is, yes, the new methodology has moved to a stock-based model. I don't think we have published an LHNA under that methodology. I stand to be corrected if one of my colleagues has actually published one. But one of the first things we do is create household projections from that dwelling number, because to model affordable housing need, to model older person need, you need the age of the population and you need the household types. So we are still creating household projections just to a different dwelling number.
Madam, could I just add a small point, which is that we are dealing, as I think Mr. Moore said at the outset, with the household projections used in the standard method, together with the rest of the standard method, have been used to generate the housing requirement, i.e. the total figure of houses to be planned for. All that the work in the JHNA does is then subpopulate within that figure the, as it were, components of need of different types of households. And that is not in any way reducing the housing requirement that is being provided for. It is simply and separately providing information on component groups within that figure. And all that we have done is recognising that the more recent household projections produce a lower figure than the standard method figure, is we have scaled effectively the groups that are revealed by the latest household projections to grow them to be bigger, to make them fit the total figure you need to get to under the standard method. So it is not the case that any of the adjustments that we've made in the joint housing needs assessment suppress the amount of housing that is being provided for. The amount of housing that's being provided for is taken straight from the standard method.
Can I just ask Mr. Moore to pick up on the specific point in relation to the 10-year migration trend and the point about house building having been suppressed and increasing in recent years, and the fact that the 2018 projections show the lowest rate of household formation? Does that pick up your points? Could you respond specifically to those, please?
Yes, we use, again, to reiterate, we use the 10-year rates because it's more stable. We do adjust it to the most recent population. So in this case, it was adjusted to the census. And as a number of participants have noted in their method statements, the population of both Vale and South was much higher than was previously anticipated. So we've adjusted, and that would in turn have been driven by some of the dwelling delivery which has actually occurred. So our numbers are not taking those population projections as a fixed number, we are adjusting them. And yes, and particularly the move to the 2018 ones, there is extreme instability because of the changes which have occurred in recent population projection methodology and the way in which migration in particular has been counted, so we favour using a longer term figure in there. And again, to reiterate the points that have been made on both sides of me, we are still coming back to the standard method. We're coming back to that number. It's how you get to that number and how you make that adjustment. And that will continue to be the case under the new standard methodology and under the new NPPF.
In terms of the study, I think Mr. Moe make the point that the issue of any suppression should be dealt with separately. As you know, if there has been any suppression, which I think you said that wasn't necessarily the case in South Ox and Vale of Whitehorse, but you make the point that it should be dealt with, addressed separately. Am I clear on that?
Yes, there was a very significant change in methodology between 2014 based projections, 2016 based projections. As Mr. Young said, the 2014 based projections ran a very long-term set of data which went all the way back to the 1971 census. So there was a 71, 81, 91, 2001 census, and some annual population survey data was also fed into there. So it was a very complex formula for delivering the household projections. The 2016 projections used a much simpler methodology which drew on the 2001 and 2011 census data, so much more recent, but based on formations. The impact of that on both South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse is very, very minimal. So that is not a factor that suppressed household formation.
Do you consider, though, that by the use of the 2021 mid-year population estimates, that would account for any potential suppression?
That is increasing the population, which is again just bringing more households into there. So we are still using the same headship rates, the same formation rates, but there is very little difference between using the 2014, 2016 or 2018 household formation rates for either of these two authorities.
Thank you. Did you have a particular point to make on this?
Yes, ma'am. James Donner from Stantec for various clients. I suppose there's a very brief point and then a further point. Firstly, of course, this is a very convoluted way to arrive at a number that is too low, but we'll discuss that later. Secondly, I appreciate what ORS have tried to do in that they're trying to fill a void, so to speak, between one household projection and an uplifted figure. However, I don't think there's any, we can't assume that they're right about the balance between in-migration and suppressed household formation and so forth. So I would caution you to take that analysis with a big pinch of salt and to err on the side of caution when it comes to, you know, any tilt towards smaller number of households or smaller household sizes, etc. Because what they're doing is producing a set of, you know, they're filling that number via so many 1-bed, so many 2-bed, so many 3-bed households, and they're doing that using these projections, and of course they don't really know whether they're going to be right or not, and I think they probably paid too little attention to suppression, although I appreciate that they do get back to the standard method figure, albeit that number itself is simply too low.
Mr. Young, is your turnaround still up?
Just to, I mean, I think, if I may say so, Mr. Donner, as ever, encapsulates it. It's just convoluted. It's just a lack of clarity is usually indicative of a flaw. You should be able to see the point clearly. It's so convoluted to try and arrive at the figures when we all know what the new standard method figure is. For South Oxfordshire, it's double. So to say, well, we're aligning ourselves with the standard method, or we're looking at how to address the void, as it were, just this simple, really simple point. Past delivery far exceeds the standard method outputs. Both authorities have delivered much more housing over the last 8 years than they're now proposing. Now, try and square that with significantly boosting the supply. That is a simple point, and that's probably because it's true.
The council like to respond to those particular points?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. On the point around the housing supply and delivery, CSD 01.1. Schedule of proposed modifications. If I take you to PDF page 4 or paper page 3. if you total the two numbers at the bottom of sources of supply for each council, that's 40,000 homes coming forward in a 20-year period. So the council is not shying away from growth and housing delivery. The plan is maintaining a commitment to delivering historically high levels of growth that have existed in previous plans. Now, we don't think it's appropriate that previous levels of high housing delivery alone justify an uplift in the housing requirement and a departure from the standard method. So for us, by addressing and meeting the needs of the standard method with an uplift for the agreed unmet need from Oxford, and the maintenance of the 40,000 homes supply with an additional 4,000 coming forward post the plan period. So let's call it 44,000 homes planned for in this plan. That's a significant number. We're not shying away from housing delivery, ma'am. Thank you.
Madam, could I just add that paragraphs 60 and 61 of the 2023 MPPF obviously have to be read together. Paragraph 60 is the government's objective to significantly boost the housing supply, and paragraph 61 is the recommendation to use the standard method unless there are exceptional circumstances. So the two sit together, and it is not appropriate when one's dealing with the 2023 MPPF, which is the MPPF applicable to the testing of this plan, to suggest that using the 2023 standard method is inconsistent with the government's objective of significantly boosting the supply of housing. The 2 points just can't be correct because the MPPF tells us so.
Okay, thank you. We'll be coming on to that in due course. So clearly, the joint housing needs assessment figure was lower than the 2014 standard method figure for projections, and the joint housing needs study went through process to try to align the two sets of figures. Now, there are two assumptions that have been used in doing that. And the first is the use of household formation rates for younger households. Those are adjusted. What's the rationale behind that adjustment?
The rationale behind that particular adjustment is to address some of the concerns around suppressed household formation, that household formation among younger persons has been falling. There are complex factors behind that, including, for example, people are getting married or forming couples much later, therefore they form much later. However, we, within our model, return the household formation rates for anyone under 45 to at least their 2001 level to ensure that the household formation has not been suppressed.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm conscious I didn't pick your point up before. So do you want to, Mr. Bainbridge, do you want to make the point? Sorry, I missed that earlier.
Thank you, ma'am. Much appreciated. I think it is relevant to consider the point made in respect of delivery versus what has been proposed now in terms of housing requirement. It plainly is inconsistent with the current version of the framework, but we do all have to accept that the joint councils progressed at pace to get in through the December 23 framework, so it is inconsistent in that regard. But for the councils made reference to paragraph 60 and 61. Yes, of course, they all have to be read together, and of course, ma'ams, you'll be reading them in its totality. But a point to paragraph 61 in particular, where it does say that the standard method local housing need is a minimum figure. So that's one point to pick out of that, whilst reading it as an overall paragraph. And also the last sentence in that paragraph, which is about including any needs that cannot be met within neighbouring areas. So number of points there to be taken into account, but it plainly is the case that under the current government's policy for the country, 1.5 million homes current framework, this submitted plan is inconsistent. Thank you, Ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone have any points in terms of the rationale for using the sort of adjusting the household formation rates for younger households? No. So the second approach that the study used was to increase the rate of net inward migration to align overall household growth, because even with the prior adjustment, it didn't reach the 2014 projections. So can you explain the rationale for that?
That is above anything else to ensure that the total household population is sufficient to fill the dwelling target. The 10-year migration data have migration assumptions built into them. They generate a particular number of households going forward. In the case of both South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse, that's insufficient to fill the households which are projected, which are required under the standard method. So we bring in an additional migrating population to get to that number. So effectively we're adding to the original migration by bringing further migration in to draw together the household projections and the standard method dwelling number to ensure that they're consistent with each other.
I appreciate there has to be a way of going from the joint housing need figure on the basis of the 10-year migration trend, etc., to the 2014 methodology. And in some ways it could be seen as a contrived way to get there, but there has to be a way to bridge that gap, doesn't there? And I would just be interested to take views, I'll hear from the council first, but to take views on whether there could have been a different way to do it, or whether under the circumstances this is probably the most scientific way to do it.
Above anything else, the reason that we originally set off doing in this approach was actually transparency, to show what we were doing. Effectively, there is a household projection driven by migration, and if that's insufficient to meet the standard method, we bring in another household projection driven by migration. Now, to make it less contrived, you could argue you just put them both together and show you the number. It would get you to exactly the same number. We've just got one more stage in there, which is just showing where the population is coming from, where the migration is coming from, and what assumptions we are taking. And again, to reiterate, even if this was being heard under the December 24 NPPF, we would still be taking assumptions about the type of households and the type of population who are going to be living in South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse, so we would have to be going through a very similar process.
Okay, thank you. Just to double check, are there any particular points in terms of how the study has attempted to bridge that gap between the two sets of projections? Are there any alternative ways of bridging that gap that participants would suggest would be a better way to do it? Okay, thank you. Just in terms of the point regarding the adjustment for net inward migration, how does that reflect migration trends at present, in terms of you know, what the trends are, where are people coming from into South and Vale?
We are I say literally, we are extending the migration trend which is built into the household projections, and we are taking that forward as an assumed extra migration. So we are not specifying that the households would be moving from a particular location or be of a particular age. They would be following the nature of the other migrant households who would be moving to Vale of Whitehorse and South Oxfordshire. So they are part of a general trend.
Do any participants have any particular points in terms of the migration issue? No. I mean, I think we'll come on to sustainability, the sustainability arguments of that as we go through the agenda in terms of tomorrow's agenda as well. There have been representations made in terms of the assumptions used in the Joint Housing Needs Study. There doesn't appear to be any allowance for the impact of affordability on household formation rates. Can I just seek your view on that?
The affordability ratio is obviously a key component of the standard method, and therefore that is deriving the overall dwelling need. And then the affordability for households is built into our model of who requires affordable compared to market housing. So we look at the affordability of households by household type, by age, to determine what they are likely to require as different types of dwellings. Do they require affordable housing, or will they be able to afford market housing? So the affordability is built into that general calculation.
I think it was more the point in terms of the impact on household formation rates, but that comes back to the argument about suppression as well, which I think we've covered.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, I was just going to confirm that was correct. It's yes, there is. Household formation rates have been falling. I don't think anyone disputes that. There are, I think, far more complex factors behind that than are often credited, but one of the factors is it is very difficult for people to afford. And therefore, one of the factors we apply into our model is an assumption that those rates are returned to older rates.
Okay, thank you. The study then goes on to make the usual adjustments in terms of vacant dwellings and the institutional population. That appears to be a fairly standard approach. Are there any points on that? I didn't have any questions on that. So if there aren't any further points in terms of the methodology and of the study itself, I want to move on to look at the question 3.8 and the housing requirement and the projected jobs growth. I think it makes sense to take questions 3.8 and 3.9 together. So I am conscious that there are quite a lot of representations in terms of the employment land needs assessment. But I wanted to focus really on how the Joint Housing Needs Assessment has reached the conclusion in paragraph 4 of the executive summary, together with the Council's response to IQ 56, which sets out how the housing target requirement would meet the projected jobs growth. And I would just like to ask the Council to set out how it's reached that conclusion.
Okay. Mr. Rice has pointed out that this is summarised for anyone who is interested in IQ 56.8, table 56.1. I'll give everyone who is interested just a moment to find the table if they are interested, and then I can talk you through it.
Just to confirm, that's LPA 02. Thank you.
What question was it, IQ number?
It's 56. 56.8 is a paragraph.
I think I need to head towards bifocals, just accept that that I need to go there. My glasses can't do distance and close up. Can the council take us through those calculations, please?
Equally, before I begin, I apologise if anyone raises their cards and I can't read them. I genuinely have quite poor eyesight as well, and I genuinely cannot read anyone's names over there. So I'm not being rude to you. I genuinely can't read your name if you suggest anything. So the question related to the workforce required and the employment assessment came back with a need or a projected employment growth of 16,082. To consider our population and workforce within the GHNA, we consider a range of factors. Firstly, we look at how many of those jobs are likely to be filled by in-commuters. And in-commuting in the 2011 census was 30.6% of the jobs in South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse. We've been very specific here because I know it's something that people have questioned. It is the 2011 we're using, not the 2021. The reason we're not using the 2021 is that the census occurred during a period when many people were working from home. There were also many people not even in the country because they were, for example, migrant workers who were, or students who were not in the country at that time. The population was lower. The data on commuting, migrating, and similar issues within the 2021 census, as we've come to the conclusion, is not overly reliable. So we've gone back to older numbers. So we take off those which are likely to be filled by commuters. That gives us the resident workforce needed. We then add an unemployment rate, which is currently 2.6% across Vale of White Horse and South Oxfordshire at the time we did the study. That requires 302 more persons who will be economically active but not working. We then consider the out commuting rate, and more people leave South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse than commute in to work. So more people are commuting out, for example, to Oxford, but also potentially to areas such as London or to Reading or similar areas. So 35.4% of everyone who lives in Vale of White Horse and South Oxfordshire and who work actually work in a local authority beyond those two. That requires 6,272 more workers. Our model generates a need for the total economically active persons. That is done by applying current economic activity rates, but we adjust what are known as the Office for Budget Responsibility rates. So that is a set of rates that the Office for Budget Responsibility developed. And they take into account what's likely to happen in the future. So, for example, when the pension age goes up relatively soon, more people are going to be working for longer. And also, on every generation, more women have tended to work, so their model has factored in greater female participation in the labour force. It's factored in longer working because of older pension ages. We take those rates and adjust them to the local circumstances and then apply it to the population age that we have within our model. That generates 22,293 persons. We require 17,740 to fill the total economically active persons required, which covers both jobs within South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse, but also anyone out commuting or anyone who is unemployed, and that generates the surplus of 4,553.
Okay, thank you for that. I am aware that there have been representations on this. If I am aware of representations in relation to the employment needs assessment, but if you could focus your representations on how that's been calculated, the way that's just been we've been taken through. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. Absolutely, I will focus solely on the issue of alignment of jobs and housing. And I think it's helpful to step back from what's included in the Council's response to your initial questions and just think about the paper trail of evidence that has led us to where we are today. So the Council's first piece of housing need evidence is the Joint Housing Need Assessment from 2023. And that says that the issue of alignment of jobs and housing is something that is still to be determined because the ELNA hadn't been published at that time. A few months after that Joint Housing Need Assessment was published, we get the first topic paper from the Council, which is Top 0302, in which the Council states that the Joint Housing Need Assessment confirms that there is a balance between the number of workers and the number of jobs in the area. Now, it's quite impossible to see how that document did that when it was not within the scope of that document, and one only has to read that Joint Housing Needs Assessment from November of 2023 to see that there is no mention within it at all of unemployment, commuting, labour force, economic activity rates, job forecasts, or anything that we would expect to see in an evidence-based document that demonstrates the alignment of jobs and housing. That topic paper obviously informed the Reg 19 Part 2 plan that came early in 2024, which similarly did not contain an explanation of how the number of jobs and housing were aligned. Fast forward to the Reg 19 version of the plan, we get a new version of the Joint Housing Need Assessment, although it ultimately reads very similar to the version that came before it. It does not contain any analysis of the alignment of jobs and homes, no reference to commuting, economic activity, job forecasts, anything. It actually defers the issue to the ELNA. Now, when we go to the ELNA, we can see that there's no reference in there at all to the alignment of jobs and housing. So, as we have said in our written statement, inspectors, you can see at para 2.30 of our matter 3 statement, you can see the specific references there. But up until the point of submission, the Council's evidence base on this issue, and we've used the term in our representations and in our matter statement, but it was a paper trail that led to absolutely nowhere. It was a wild goose chase throughout the evidence-based documents to try and find this analysis. Now, after the plan was submitted, in February of 2025, so 2 months after the plan was submitted, we get the explanation in response to IQ 56, which is what you've just been taken through. Now, it says that the consultants have undertaken that work. Now, if that work was undertaken before the plan was submitted, we have to question why on earth we saw 2 housing need assessments, 3 housing topic papers, an ELNA, 3 employment topic papers, and 2 versions of the plan that did not include any of the analysis that we see in IQ 57, particularly when, at Reg 18 and Reg 19 stages, ourselves and several other representatives made serious concerns about the lack of evidence on this issue. So the Council knew it was an issue. If they had this evidence, why was it not in the evidence base? And we were not able to therefore scrutinise it. Now, if it's the case that this analysis has come after the plan was submitted, then we can only conclude that it's an attempt by the Council to post-rationalise the economic and the housing strategy in the plan. And we have to conclude that at the time the plan was submitted, the Council simply did not have this evidence. So that's my point on the paper trail of the evidence on this issue. And I'll very quickly, because I know that others want to speak as well, but I'll quickly just touch on the actual substance of what is in IQ 57. So from IQ 57, from bullet points A down to from A down to E, the council, or its consultants, if they've assisted the council in authoring this, are simply describing the ways in which jobs and workers relate to each other. So by reference to commuting, unemployment, those kind of things. Points A to E are not telling us anything about how that aligns with the planned levels of housing growth. In fact, you only have to go to bullet point F that says, modelling of the housing requirement shows that these will yield enough economically active workers in sort of summary terms. Now, it's quite interesting that this morning you heard from the council's officers that they were highly critical of the Oxfordshire Growth Need Assessment from 2021, because to quote the council's planning officers, that document took what they called a black box approach to assessing housing and various employment needs. Now, I've worked on both sides of the tables on this, and I would be quite happy to say that a simple sentence that just says, modelling our housing requirements shows that it will yield enough economically active people is about as black box as it gets. We don't get any indication of what exactly the model is. Is it the author's proprietary model? Is it an off-the-shelf model? Is it a bespoke model? We don't know, because we don't have any explanation in this document or in any of the other evidence-based documents of what constitutes that modelling, which means that we've not been able to scrutinise it. And even setting that aside, even if we accept that the council's modelling shows that there are enough economically active workers to derive from the number of dwellings in the plan, I made this point briefly earlier, but the job growth scenario that the council refers to, which is, bear with me, at IQ 56.3, the council say that the figure of 15,000 jobs is derived from the Oxford Economics data on forecast employment from the ELNA, and it cites that to table 8.2 of the ELNA. Now that scenario, as I mentioned this morning, and I'll just repeat for the benefit of the people that aren't here, so the employment floor space associated with that scenario is shown in table IQ 51.1 of the council's response. And that shows a need for 15 hectares. So all the council is telling us in its response to IQ 56 is that its housing strategy provides enough workers to support or align with an employment scenario associated with 15 hectares of employment land. But that's not what they're planning for. They're planning for over 100 hectares, and indeed you can see in that table that their preferred option is for 50 hectares. So actually the council's response at IQ 56 isn't telling us anything at all about alignment between jobs and homes in the plan, because it's referring to a job growth number that does not underpin the plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm aware that other participants want to speak, but I don't want to lose the points made. I would like to give the opportunity for the council to come back on those points. Firstly, taking the issue of the timeline in terms of the preparation of the two studies, the economic study and the housing study. Take that point first before moving on to about the extent of the employment land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mum. I'm glad you've come to us on this point, because I apologise if I've taken the wrong notes here. I think you claimed that we first the first topic paper, which references the job homes balance in the JANA, is the 3.2 version, which would have been published alongside the proposed submission consultation. At that time, the JANA was published and did contain that conclusion. I'm sorry, I've got so many tabs open. I'm sure everyone's the same here trying to dig something out. So yes, then at HES 15.1, which is the JANA, which was published alongside the Reg 19 consultation at paragraph 1.6, then makes that conclusion on the balance. I accept the point around the calculations not being set out there. But in terms of chronology, and again, happy to be corrected, but I can't see anything that says before the publication of the topic paper alongside the the proposed submission in October 2024, with the JNA being dated August 2024.
Just in terms of the point raised about the this black box point and the calculations not being in the study itself, what's the council's view on that?
Yes, I can't remember which officer who said that. In all seriousness, the issue we took in relation to the criticisms of the HENA and the OGNA in terms of the black box approach, there is a clear distinguisher for us in the basis of those implications resulted in authority exporting unmet need to another authority. There is a differentiation for us here. This is a calculation of specialist housing need. It doesn't affect unmet need and housing delivery for other areas. And therefore, the standard of evidence, in terms of what we need to justify, is not the same as the exporting authority for us in terms of taking unmet need.
But just coming back to the transparency point, though, in the fact that those calculations weren't in the joint housing needs assessment, notwithstanding this issue of unmet need in relation to this particular plan.
I agree with the objectives. Yes, the calculations aren't set out in the JHNA, and the first time we did publish those was in the first instance in response to the IQs, and then in your follow-up matters and issues. We then provided the specific, you asked for a breakdown of the specific explanations of the certain inputs into that process. So, yes, thank you.
But obviously in the executive summary, I can't remember what paragraph number off the top of my head, but that draws a conclusion that there would be sufficient housing to meet the jobs growth. How is that conclusion reached? Had those figures been done and they just weren't actually shown in the joint housing needs assessment? And if that's the case, why weren't they set out?
Yes, they had been done. As soon as we had the employment numbers, we checked these against that. Without straying too far into other issues and other data, we had long before the ELNA, we actually had obviously access to the HENA from Oxford City, and we could look at what the Cambridge econometrics numbers were like in there. We had run that calculation behind the scenes. They were higher numbers than the Oxford economics numbers. Not massively higher in this case, but we had already run that check again. They both came back as surplus within the housing requirement, and our evidence towards the Oxford City local plan was that at the target that they had chosen for employment, which was 3,730 for the whole of Oxfordshire, adjusting their model, we felt that that was in surplus. So I think with hindsight, we would have definitely published the numbers. We have published those numbers in much more detail in the past, so it is effectively a slight oversight on our point of view. We just included a summary statement saying it was fine. So we appreciate now that people want to see these numbers, so we will include them in future, and we have included them in the past.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that a conclusion was reached on that in the executive summary, but the workings weren't shown in order for participants to comment on. Just come back to the other point in terms of this issue of the extent of employment land that's actually allocated compared to the projections on the basis of the Oxford economic data, and that the plan allocates 50 hectares of land, but actually the projections are showing a lower level of jobs growth, and that the conclusion reached in the housing needs assessment is on the basis of the projections in the economic assessment, not the allocated land.
Yes, so you are correct that the balance, the calculation presented in response to IQ 56 is on the employment requirement, not necessarily the total land that is allocated for employment. We will get on to employment in a lot of detail tomorrow, or maybe a bit this afternoon, but we have officers and consultants here who will delve into the realistic deliverability or developability, I should say, of those employment sites coming forward by 2041. There is some of that employment land is tied up at Harwell campus, which with a concerted effort of reclamation potentially could see some employment land coming forward towards later in the plan period. But it is a site for former nuclear reactors with irradiated land that requires concerted effort to bring it forward. So realistically, delivering all 100 hectares in the plan period, the plan positively responds to the opportunity, enabling it to happen if it can come forward, but ultimately to realistically rely on all of that coming forward in the plan period. Perhaps realistic, but like I said, we'll delve into that in matter 4 tomorrow. But what the calculation does show is that we do have, apologies, I'm losing my tabs again. It's a surplus point, sorry. So my apologies. I'll try and find the tab, but it did show a surplus of. There it is. My apologies. A surplus of over 4,553 workers on just the housing requirement alone. And as I said earlier, we do have far more homes coming forward in the projected supply than just the requirement. So, although that is looking at minimum housing and minimum employment, you're right, there may be some more employment land coming forward than the minimum, but there is a significant proportion of oversupply of housing as well, which will help mitigate any potential increase in job growth in terms of commuting patterns.
It's not an unusual situation from a local plan point of view to have more employment land allocated than is projected would be required in order to provide flexibility and choice and to respond to any potential inward investment opportunities. So it's not an unusual situation, I would say. And we'll come on to the deliverability of the employment land. But in terms of the strategy of the plan, so I think it's being pointed out there's a slight sort of tension there, isn't there, in terms of what the plan is planning for, which I presume, and I just would like clarification on this, is the plan planning for the projected growth in the economic assessment? Or is it, and is it the case that the surplus employment land is providing that flexibility and choice, or is the plan planning for a higher level of employment growth based on the employment land supply? What is the strategy?
Apologies, Mum. This is probably best dealt with by my colleagues leading on matter 4. I'm happy to sub out if you'd like to hear that response now.
I do appreciate it overlaps into matter 4, but in terms of that balance between housing and employment, I think it's quite an important point to clarify what the actual strategy is.
Madam, could I also, as part of that clarity, just ask one further question through you? It would be very useful to know how the model worked, just so this question that you've asked me, if you go back to table 56.1 and the workforce needed figure, and this is LPA02, is 16,082 is the workforce needed. Does that figure derive from 15.9 hectares in table IQ 51.1, or does it derive from 49.3 hectares in table ID 51.1?
From my understanding, it would be the lower figure, but I stand to be corrected by the council.
Can I then just, again, this may be a question for Mr. Moore through you, if that is right, then effectively it's 1,000 jobs per hectare, and the plan is allocating 136 hectares, and that's said to be the requirement in the plan, which would give rise to 136,000 jobs, compared to the 16,000 jobs which are set out in row A, which obviously has a dramatic impact when you work through the maths in terms of row L.
If we can...
But they're all related questions, Madam. So it would be just helpful to know how the model works.
I think if the council could clarify how that was calculated in terms of whether it's the 16,000 jobs or the Oxford City's calculation of 136,000 jobs.
Should we take the first matter first, Marm, your clarification regarding the strategy? Thanks. John Howells, I work for ACOM. I led on the production of the employment land needs assessment. The table 896 of the ELNA, it's actually I think in the in policy JT1. I'll just scroll to it. The needs. The needs or the total demand planned for in the study is composed of the demand set out in table 9.6 at row E. That's 25.8 hectares and 25.8 hectares for South Oxfordshire and 113.2 hectares for the Vale of White Horse. Additional supply has been allocated. The table JT 1.1 of policy JT1 of the plan sets out those sources of supply. The sources are listed by typology there, and that totals 35.34 hectares in South Oxfordshire and 277.88 hectares in Vale of White Horse. The strategy is to then meet the demand set out in the ELNA, and then to provide flexibility on top of that, which is mostly related to the sites which Tom, Mr. Rice has just discussed in the enterprise zone, particularly at Harwell, which were allocations rolled over from the previous plan.
Okay, so it is the lower figure of 16,000 jobs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So yes, there are a few points there to come back on. So the strategy of the plan is to plan for the employment growth indicated by the economic assessment. We'll hear about deliverability tomorrow, but in terms of the alignment of housing and jobs, if the employment sites came forward sooner, what impact would that have in terms of the overall strategy of the plan and the alignment of housing and jobs?
I think that is something that would be observed through monitoring. Through our AMRs, we do take account of employment land delivered in the districts. I think it would be unlikely to deliver all of that within the first 5 years. I think we'd be doing well to deliver 277 hectares by 2030. But certainly if job growth and employment land delivery is accelerating at a pace that suggests that a large proportion of that employment land would come forward sooner, then through the plan monitoring and review process, that is something that we would pick up and reflect in a review of the local plan.
Just coming back to the calculations, they have assumed that the in-commuting and out-commuting rates would be held constant. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
If the number of jobs outpaced, the projections, and the employment land came forward sooner, what impact would that have in terms of in-commuting and from a sustainability point of view?
I think I'm getting a substitute to help me here, ma'am. 2 moments, please. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, in terms of if more employment happened earlier than the housing, our assumptions are that in commuting rates, not the sheer number of people, but the rates are held constant. The conclusion would be that those jobs would be filled by we would have to model, but the combination of reduced out commuting and increased in commuting. So fewer people would commute out from South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse is one option, but more people would commute in. But as I'm sure Mr. Rice is about to make the point, there is a tremendous housing capacity beyond the housing requirements as well, which we could also potentially factor into that delivery. Do you want to make that?
Thank you. Yes, we as I've said, we have a significant surplus of housing beyond the actual requirement in the plan, and therefore there would be some flex in the housing stock to accommodate any additional employment land coming forward.
Okay, thanks. I'm conscious that there are quite a number of people who would like to make a point. The Parish Council?
Thank you. I'd like to make a couple of general points. First of all, where people live is much more complex than you seem to be discussing. If your average 2.4 people per household, say if 2 of them are economically active, they're unlikely to work in the same place. So where you put yourself in a house depends on where you're both working, where your children go to school, where your dog goes for a walk. I mean, all sorts of things. And you can't just assume that because you've got a job in Oxford, that somebody wants to live in Oxford or next to Oxford. And as an example of that, in our parish, land north of Bayswater Brook, the big strategic site, it's going to be quicker for people living there to commute to High Wycombe and Banbury than it is into the centre of Oxford, and that's very likely to happen. And then just a second point I'd like to make. I haven't heard anybody mention the developments in neighbouring Buckinghamshire and Milton Keynes. Somebody's mentioned the Oxford-Cambridge Arc, but not East-West Rail. There's an awful lot of building going on in Buckinghamshire, and I haven't heard either SODC or Oxford City talking to them. Just some of the figures. Princess Risborough has a very nice rail link on the Chiltern Railways already into the area, and they're planning to build 2,500 new homes, and Haddenham 500. And in Milton Keynes, they build about 1,500 new homes a year, which would equate to 22,500 new homes over the plan period. I mean, that's an awful lot of people that could commute on a sustainable fashion along a railway line, which none of the others are. If you have people commuting by road, whether it be by bus or cycle, they're still using the roadway. But the only sensible way to actually increase commuting numbers is by rail. And these figures seem to have been overlooked as far as I can see.
The council like to respond to the points raised there?
Yes, actually, and firstly to confirm that we are engaging, well, I should say Bucks have engaged with us in a joint housing need workshop last week, so we are aware of that they're at the very early stages of their plan-making process, and we're engaging with that through the relevant processes. But the point Ms. Camps-Walsh makes around where people choose to live and work is a valid point. And to take you back to that table 56.1, point C, commuting into the districts, 4,900 workers, commuting out 6,200. It's a net difference of about 1,300. So there is a possibility that there are jobs provided in our district that are filled by people who choose to live elsewhere, and we just can't control that. But on balance, 1,300 difference on that scale, it seems broadly balanced. And in terms of, as Ms. Camps-Walsh was saying, yes, we can provide the jobs and we can provide the homes, but there's no way that we can force the people to live here and internalise their commuting. Thank you.
Thank you. Stantic, I think you were next.
Thank you, Ma'am. I think the problem here, strikes me, is that the job growth figure is far too low. A baseline forecast is not an appropriate measure for job growth in an area in the Oxford-Cambridge growth corridor that's going to reap a 78 billion GVA dividend in the next 10 years. So looking at that table 56.1, I think the workforce needed is nearer 35,000, not 16. And I think the exercise has simply been to plug in a very low jobs figure so that there is a balance between jobs and homes. And I think what we've already begun to touch upon is the fact that actually the planning for far more growth in employment land anyway, and the same flexibility and margin should be applied to the housing growth figure. Plan for that growth, increase housing need to reflect that. And if that happens, we're looking at a need for nearer 40,000 homes, because that's the type of growth these two districts can expect. And I think that's the problem. I think focusing on the calculation is interesting. Ultimately, it's a matter of judgment as to whether those assumptions are right. But the real problem is that row A figure, workforce needed, is far too low, should be far higher, should be at least 35,000 workers to reflect real growth prospects in the area. Thank you.
I'm just going to play devil's advocate with the points that you've raised there. So, assuming the plan for higher employment growth, closer to the 35,000 figure that you suggested, or to meet the actually sort of the jobs that may materialise on the allocated employment land. So assuming the JLP took that position, what would happen if all of that employment land or those jobs did not materialise, but the house building continued and outpaced, if you like, the employment growth? What impact would that have in terms of the strategy and the sustainability arguments?
I don't think that's a realistic scenario. I think what you do with the plan is to put everything in place so that that growth can happen together. The two happen together, the employment growth, and now, it's only January 2025 when Oxford-Cambridge corridor is effectively relaunched, and there's an amazing number of sectors that it will grow through. And so if there's a catastrophe and the employment growth doesn't happen, well, that same catastrophe will stop house building too. But the responsibility of this plan is to put everything in place so that that growth can happen. The government's plan for change is for that to happen. Jobs growth, GVA growth, housing growth, affordable housing growth, all of it needs to be planned for together. And I think and as I say, if one falls, they all fall. But what the plan can't do is be tentative and think, well, what if one doesn't happen and the other doesn't happen? We've seen the two stop and start together, and I think that's the reality of what would happen. But without the plan providing that envelope for growth, it can't happen, full stop. That's my view.
Again, I'm just playing devil's advocate, but if you're assuming that if one falls, the other falls in terms of employment and housing, but in terms of sort of from a viability point of view, obviously housing is often more viable than employment development, depending whereabouts you're on the country. So there could be a danger that housing could outpace the employment growth. Just playing devil's advocate, throwing that out there. We can have a discussion on that. But what's your view on that?
I think you know we're not saying no growth. So I think you just reach a point that growth is lower. I think if damage is done to economic growth prospects, which we shouldn't plan for, incidentally, then you end up with the insipid growth that this plan presents. And so there would be housing growth because there is a plan for some housing growth, but not enough to support the true potential of the area. So there would be some, but it would be alongside insipid growth. I think this region, it's the UK's economic powerhouse. It has always been the UK economic powerhouse. It has always, until very recently, had a strong focus on growth that in the recent past has fallen apart somewhat, unfortunately. But I'm afraid I'm pushing back, aren't I, on your proposition, and I think entertaining a proposition that I don't think is realistic is sort of unhelpful. I accept what you're saying, but I really don't think housing growth could significantly, meaningfully outstrip economic growth because people have to have the money to buy the homes, etc., and the jobs need to be created, etc. So it's all connected in my view.
We can come back to the issue of deliverability in terms of the employment growth tomorrow. But that was useful to explore that. And I think there's also potentially an issue in terms of deliverability of potentially 40,000 homes as well. That's potential an issue to explore. I am conscious the HBF have been very patient. Would you like to come in now?
I think most of the points have just been made by Mr. Donner there. I think in terms of that overlap between what the expectation is in this area, an area that is expected to receive strong growth over the course of this plan. And I think it almost comes back in my mind in terms of it's not necessarily the JHNA that should have been considering it, but the council should have been considering this in terms of the ELNA, in terms of what's the growth expectation, and then how does it then cooperate with its neighbours. And this is not wanting to go back to this morning or yesterday's point at which I wasn't able to attend. But how has that consideration been undertaken in terms of what the council? I think we've heard from OCC in terms of their concerns that they didn't have the data in terms of the ELNA, and that wasn't shared at an earlier point of view. How was that cooperation taken into account in terms of that growth, in terms of what would happen both in Oxford but also Oxfordshire as a whole? And I think that's potentially where this consideration is lacking in terms of the ELNA. The ELNA has taken a very focused view on this. That's then been put into the JNHA, which I think colleagues have said in terms of. So there isn't that scrutiny as to terms of what that growth could be and what that might be, and whether it will be higher than what's being set out in the ELNA. I think that is my broad concern in terms of that it doesn't really grapple with the issue of employment growth to its full extent. It takes that very one single figure and then moves it from there. We look at we've talked about the new standard method. That's probably around about midway between the high and the mid growth that would have been expected under the Oxfordshire, not OGNA, HENA I remember in terms of around about 5,100 homes a year across the whole of Oxfordshire. So that's pointing to the level of direction of growth that is expected in terms of housing, but also then that employment, and recognising that employment is there, needs to come along, which the council have set out within their local plan. So it's just the imbalance that I think is there, and is my concern, and that really hasn't been explored either by the council or collectively across Oxfordshire. Thank you.
And I think the point being made is that the plan could perhaps be more aspirational in terms of employment growth, and we can come on to that tomorrow. But also the plan has to be able to evidence its position in terms of employment projections, etc. We'll come back to that. Just while you have the mic, in terms of this figure of 40,000 homes potentially, what's your view in terms of whether that's deliverable, really, in terms of past historic building rates, potential need for a step change, the capacity in the house building industry to deliver that?
I would say this is one of the areas that you can deliver that level of housing growth in. I think it's it's a very strong housing market. I think in some areas where we see very significant levels of housing growth change, especially between the current standard method, there may be more difficult. There might be more gearing up needed. But I think within this area, this is the area where you can see the growth. There is a drive you can see from around the table in terms of the interest within the area to deliver those homes. And I think in terms of some of the past delivery rates and what has come forward is there. So I think the capacity is there within the market to deliver within this area. It's a key growth area, and I think there is that support from government to drive forward this area. So I think you might have worries elsewhere, but I wouldn't necessarily worry in terms of this particular location with regard to the industry's capacity to deliver that growth.
But it would require a step change to deliver that.
If you've got the land there, there is the demand for that housing. There is the capacity, I think, to absorb that in terms of the market, and I think that would drive then the delivery rates required to meet those needs.
Littorals, did you want to come back on that?
Yes, just a very brief point, if I may, ma'am. You've posed the sort of hypothetical question of what might happen if employment land weren't to come forward and housing would come forward, and others have suggested that we shouldn't really maybe even entertain that scenario because it just wouldn't happen, and I completely agree. But for the next minute, I just want to lean into what you've suggested and think about a hypothetical scenario in which, in theory, employment land did not come forward as quickly as anticipated and housing did. And in doing so, I'd just like to refer to the plan itself, CSD01, on page 24, which says, "We're an area of high demand for housing, with house prices beyond the reach of many who want to live in the district." Now, my simple suggestion to you, and the elephant in the room that hasn't been mentioned yet, is if housing growth were to, say, outstrip, for want of a better word, employment growth, then we may actually see improving affordability in the district. And what a catastrophic thing that would be indeed. Thank you.
I think it's more the point regarding sustainability that I was
Yes, ma'am, I just didn't want that to be lost in the mix.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
Thank you very much. I think two propositions seem to emerge. There's a sort of attempt to talk down the employment growth or the rate of growth so that therefore there would be less need for housing growth. And equally, it's suggested, well, there's a surplus of housing against the standard method figure. So you needn't worry if there was further employment growth. Let me just deal with both of those points. If you go to the adopted local plan, the one that's perfectly good as it is, thank you, at 5.1, it says Oxfordshire is one of the strongest economies in the UK and is home of one of the most important clusters of research-based high-value businesses in Europe, including scientific research and development, higher education, health-related industries, car manufacture and motorsports, creative and digital sector, business and visitor economy. Oxfordshire is uniquely placed with sectors poised for growth, including medicine and life sciences, biotechnology, for example, advanced engineering, cryptogenetics, space, advanced materials, information technology, and low-carbon environmental technologies. I mean, I sound like a career advisor, don't I, to a young person? But what is in there that you wouldn't want your kids to be doing, frankly, in a growing economy? This is absolutely the centre of economic growth in Europe, let alone just in this country. So to imagine that the employment won't be taken up, science parks, science campuses, everything, and all part of what the previous government intended for it to be 1 million homes in the corridor between here and Cambridge, although that became politically unpopular. What's holding it back? However, it said economic growth is hindered by productivity per person being below the average for the southeast of England, a heavily constrained energy network, and higher median house prices. House prices are the problem. The lack of housing is the problem. This new plan is not providing a surplus of housing. The council, South Oxfordshire, sought to delete another of my clients' sites until we thwarted them with a successful appeal last month. That was a smaller site. Mr. Tucker's site, they're trying to delete, which is a huge housing site. This is not a council that is providing a surplus of housing. This is a council trying to retreat from housing. It's the antithesis of what should be happening in a growth area. My clients built a site, housing site, which obviously we won on appeal. That's where a lot of the supply comes from, in Wallingford, and reserve matters were in within 6 months, and they sold like hotcakes opposite the council's old offices. And to doubt housing growth in this area would be extraordinary. And to answer the question that Lichfields was just dealing with, I live in one of the rare bits of the country where they build a lot of houses. I live on the edge of Tewkesbury district, and 2 years ago, the Times ran a story in which it identified all the housing that had been going on in Tewkesbury district, and house prices had fallen by 1%. Now, that's not very popular with most people, but that is the genuine effect if you deliver enough houses in a local area. Tewkesbury, as a district, had huge housing sites at Bishop's Cleeve, on the edge of Gloucester, huge amounts of affordable housing, and it starts to solve, or at least flatten off, the housing crisis. So anybody tries to convince you that building more houses won't make what is disastrous housing crisis better is speaking absolute nonsense. And as for the idea that the employment won't be delivered in this area, this is about as hot as it gets as an employment market. And in terms of the step change, that's a perfectly legitimate question to ask the HBF, because the number one priority for you as inspectors isn't plan coverage, although I know that's been identified. Your primary responsibility, if I may say so, is to ensure that collectively the Planning Inspectorate help the government deliver 1.5 million homes by 2029. We delivered 235,000 homes last year. That means by 2028, we're going to need to deliver something like 400,000 homes a year. Now, if you allow this plan through, that will mean that the council will have a lower housing requirement. It will have deleted Mr. Tucker's site. If it had been a bit quicker, it would have deleted my client's site too. And all the other sites, particularly in some of the smaller settlements, like the ones I'm advising Blaws on, in both districts, 3 or 4 sites, they won't come forward because they'll have a plan and they'll be able to limit that because of the MPPF in terms of the 5 years. If the plan doesn't succeed, there will be a lot more housing because all of the other sites, all the allocations, well, Mr. Tucker will be saved for a start, all the other allocations will come forward, and then because the council's 5-year land supply, both of them, but particularly South Oxfordshire's, is so bad, a whole load of more speculative sites will come forward, and that will be you helping the government get to 1.5 million.
Okay, thank you. There are quite a number of points raised there. I want to give the council the Sorry, my blind spot there.
Yes, forgive me. If I've been in your blind spot, madam, I do apologise. Although I feel like I've spoken already through my proxy to my right. Can I just make a couple of points, if I may, dealing with, madam, your devil's advocate point. The first point is to pick up a couple of references in the Pegasus Matter 3 statement, because these are important in relation to the proposition, to underscore what Mr Donor has to say. And it's paragraph 3.2 of that statement, which is that Oxfordshire has one of the strongest economies in the UK. It's a net contributor to the UK based on pre-COVID figures of £23 billion gross value added. And in terms of its growth rate, it has growth rates that China would have been proud of 20 years ago. 3.9% year-on-year growth since 2006 nominal. The growth rates in this area are huge. This really is the economic driver of the country. What's the government's response to this particular area? We have it within the Homes England Matter 3 statement, which is over £200 million paid by central government to encourage additional house building. That's the 100,000 that you heard earlier on today. So of course it's right to say that one should be thinking about the what ifs. There is a misalignment between land identified for employment and land identified for housing. The figures actually belie any notion that that's a realistic prospect, because if you have that level of growth and you have central government saying it's worth investing in this area because we need more housing to help foster that growth, that's a pretty clear indication that central government sees things in a particular way based upon figures which, as I say, if we replicated that in the rest of the country would be in a stupendous state. What do we do in any event? Well, it's pretty traditional as to what you should do. I'll go into the magic world that Lichfields went into momentarily, of assuming that we do end up with a misalignment in relation to, we plan for an alignment at the time of the plan, because that's what you should do, not plan for a misalignment. That's unsound. Plan for an alignment of housing and employment at the right time at the point of planning. And if there is a realistic risk, consider whether or not there's a need to phase some of the housing. If that was realistic, that's what we've been doing for the last 30 years of my career in relation to local plans. But based upon this information, there is pretty much zero risk in relation to that. If anything, big strategic sites take a while to come out of the ground, is the experience of what's been happening certainly in South Oxfordshire. So there probably isn't any warrant in relation to phasing in this area. But what there is a warrant to do is don't plan for unsustainability and then keep your fingers crossed and take up Mr Rice on his suggestion about, well, these are the sort of things we can pick up on a review. No, plan properly in the first place, because not to do so is downright unsound. And worse than that, we are literally failing to take account of the obvious economic opportunities that these very simple figures are screaming off the page. Planning for failure in these two districts is frankly a public scandal. Sorry, I did have one further point. Possibly the most prosaic point I'll make.
Can you make it brief?
I will.
Thank
Core
you.
document HES 15.1, which is the August 2024 joint housing study, still calls itself a draft at 1.4 and 1.5, and then promises there's going to be a final version in spring 2024. I'm assuming that that's a typo and a carryover from a previous report and it's just missed. I'm assuming that this one is the final version. There's not just some other one that's coming out of the page, and we're all doing this on a draft.
Mr Tucker is right that there is a glitch in paragraph 1.4 of the document. If you go back to the original HES 15, which was the November 2023 version, you can see the same text was written there, and it's simply being imported across, and it should have been updated.
I presume that from the fact that 1.5 said that a document which is dated August 2024 would be superseded in spring 2024. unless Mr. Rice is a Time Lord, since he dresses like one.
Ouch.
Trust me, that was a compliment.
I'm surprised it's taken this long to get a comment, but thank you very much, Mr. Tucker.
I'm conscious that we have one more participant. We'll take your point first and we'll come back to the council.
Thank you, Mark. You had a comment from Mr. Donner of Stantec about 40,000 homes and his comment that you shouldn't plan for an economic doomsday situation, which then led to a set of questions with Mr. Berendt from the HBF about whether or not it takes a step change in housing delivery to get to this theoretical 40,000 homes figure. And the answer to that, Mr. Berendt's comment was, well, the market can deliver this. But in response to your point, the answer is plainly no. It doesn't require a step change. The first 3 years of this plan period, we have more than 7,000 dwellings completed. If you look over the middle part of this plan period, you have high levels of delivery anticipated. Plainly, those figures get you to over 40,000 homes. The only fact is that at the end of the plan period, delivery dramatically tails off in the Vale to around 50% of the supply by that point, because you've burnt through the allocations that are diminished because we're losing sites, not gaining them, and we're relying on sites that are allocated sometimes for the second time round, and I think possibly in one instance even for the third time of asking.
Thank you. Does Council wish to come back on the various points that have been raised there?
Yes, so on the point around economic growth, obviously we will talk about that in more detail on matter 4 tomorrow. And I don't really want to stray into that topic today unless you want me to provide some further points on our thoughts on the prospects of economic growth over the next 15, 16 years. Sorry, so yes, in terms of the point that Mr. Murray Cox just made around the burning through the allocations, we're not burning through them, they're getting on and being delivered. It's, if anything, that would be punishing us for early delivery of housing sites. An alternative approach could be to place conditions on those sites to ensure delivery later in the plan period, but that wouldn't go to the objective of significantly boosting the supply of housing. So, yes, there is a peak in the start and the mid of the plan period that reflects our accurate, and I'll probably draw criticism for this, but conservative assessment of housing delivery on our strategic sites. I don't see any problems with those sites coming forward sooner and there being a tailing off of completions at the tail end of the plan period. That just reflects the fact that we're getting on with delivering housing earlier in the plan period. And yes, on the 35,000 workers point that Mr. Donner raised on from Stantec, first of all, sorry, just to confirm where that figure came from, but secondly, just to say, well, if it is 40,000 homes that are needed to support 35,000 workers, and that is the figure, well, the plan provides for 40,000 homes. Thank you.
Could I just add, there was a point, Madam, I think that you raised in terms of your understanding of the ELNA in response, I think, to a query that was put by Mr. Bird. And in the ELNA, the figure of the 15,344 forecast jobs, which is set out in Table 8.2, that is explained in paragraph 8.11, and that comes from an Oxford Economics employment forecast, across all sectors in South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse. And then paragraph 813 explains that out of that figure, a proportion of that would relate to employment in office and industrial use class sectors, and that gives a figure of 7,306 as being that number. That's paragraph 813. And although, because of the way that employment categories are described, there is not a complete, as it were, match between that forecast figure of 7,306 and the specific use classes EG1, EG2, B2 and B8. It is that lower figure of 7,306 which more closely relates to the 15.9 hectare figure in table 8.7 rather than the 15,000 figure which is for all types of employment. I appreciate that's straying slightly into tomorrow, but I think your question suggested that you'd drawn, as it were, that comparison. I think what the ELNA is saying is it's a subset rather than it's a complete parallel.
Thank you. Just on that point that Stantec raised in relation to the 35,000 workers and the translation to 40,000 homes, how's that been? Where's that figure come from?
Thank you, ma'am. It's in the report we prepared, which I don't have the reference number, but went in with our representations, and I think we referred to it in our matter statement. And it's based on the HENA 2022 scenarios for the two districts. And in my view, it aligns reasonably with the numbers behind Oxford-Cambridge Growth Commission.
Thank you. I just had a further point in relation to those calculations. It's just picking up on a representation actually by Stantec, which points out that the housing requirement figure includes the agreed and evidence unmet need from Oxford. And that component, the unmet need component, shouldn't be counted towards the joint plan area's employment need. Can the council address that particular point, please?
Yes, perhaps if helpful, Mum, would a written note explaining different scenarios, so one total housing supply, the 40,000 jobs, how many workers that would yield, versus 40,000 minus 7k, say for Oxford's unmet need, to run essentially rerun the table we did at 56 for you, showing the balance with the different levels of housing growth. Would that be helpful or not?
It would be helpful if we could have that as an action point, but there would need to be the opportunity for participants to comment on that. But just in terms of the principle of including the component of the unmet need, whether that should be used to meet the joint plan area's economic need. If you could just respond on that, please.
Well, the homes would form part of our housing requirement and they'd be delivered in the area. There would be no mandate that anyone who moves into a home, let's say on Grenoble Road, that they would have to work within Oxford City itself. So again, it goes to that point around we can't control who occupies market housing, and therefore it seems reasonable to us to assume that the workforce from those homes would contribute to the overall workforce balance calculations that we've set out there.
Okay, thank you. I am conscious of time. Just looking at what else we have to cover on the agenda. Would you like to make a brief point?
Hello, yes. I'd just like to pick up on the comments made a few times about you can't dictate where people live and work. You can if you'd say that the development is car-free. So, for example, land north of the Bayswater Brook, which is £1,500 houses, just northeast, on the northeast edge of Oxford. That was released from Greenbelt land on the understanding it would be for local need, and it would be car-free development, sustainable, etc., etc. The plans that have been approved are for full car-based system and full car-based development. So, of course, even in their own predictions, 20% of the people there would be commuting out of the county, never mind not into the city. So you can, to an extent, dictate that people are housing is for locals.
Want to come back on that particular point?
I mean, the spatial element of a development, where it's located, and the design of it absolutely will not mandate, but perhaps encourage, nudge, move people towards a certain position. An example of a brilliant place for a car-free development would be Didcot, where there's a train where people can go to Swindon, Birmingham, London. So I appreciate the point that location of development, design of development can encourage and nudge and push forward people to living and working locally, but ultimately people have the freedom to live and work and commute where they want. Thank you.
I just had a point mainly for Mr Rice and in relation to the comments my colleague David Murray Cox made. Within the supply and the delivery that's happened, and you keep making this reference to a massive amount of supply and all these houses that we've got coming forward, well, firstly, the sites that are coming forward are sites allocated in previous local plans and they're coming forward now. So I think it's a bit perverse to sort of claim that as current delivery when it's a demonstration that these sites do take a long time, which is why you have to plan forward ahead to ensure that this level of delivery continues. But also on that point, in the Council's LPO2 representations at IQ 1.6, you said that there would be an updated 5-year supply statement. We're now in June and we haven't seen any of that, and that would really help the examination understand what progress these sites are, especially when a lot of those sites are allocated for Oxford's unmet need, but the unmet need has been taken off that calculation because you're now using the standard method. So when will we be seeing those?
Thank you. Normally, this time of year, I'm sat doing that work right now. I love it. It's great. But it means because of the examination hearings taking place right now and the timings of when we have to do the site visits, we wait till the 1st of April. The site visits then take place because we ended the financial year. Then we can do out those site visits. We can understand the completions, and the completions of what's taken place in that year is an important factor in determining what's happening on the supply of those sites going forward. Unfortunately, we've been dedicated to the examination hearings. That work is ongoing, and our intention is very much to have that ready for any stage 2 hearings where we anticipate housing land supply to be a specific matter. For now, we do have the 2024 statements, which we updated in January of this year to take account of the changes to the MPPF. So we have got a supply projection from 1st of April 2024, and we are ongoing and doing that work on the sites coming forward. But just to take you back to your point on the timescales of delivery for large-scale sites, absolutely right. We recognise in our own evidence it takes about 6 years from submission, from allocation to the first completion on a site of, say, 500 or more homes, and we accept that. our trajectory shows that we've actually got enough coverage in terms of supply from those large sites, which you're right, they were allocated in previous plans and they're delivering now. And in the past, there may have been shortfalls from what's taken those sites time to come on board. 5-year land supply lapses have happened and smaller sites have come forward to plug the gap. Those big sites are happening now. We're seeing delivery on the ground. They'll continue to deliver over the next 10 to 15 years. And there's a variety of sites there, ones which are actively delivering now, as well as ones we're anticipating coming forward 27, 28 from Bayswater Brook, and then later on 2030, 31 for some of the other sites around the edge of Oxford. So we believe we've got a good portfolio of those larger sites at different stages in the planning process to enable those to meet our housing needs over the plan period. But I'll be delighted to revisit this matter in more detail for stage 2 if and when we get there, ma'am. Thank you.
There aren't many people who enjoy doing housing supply figures. It's a good job that you're one of them. We shall come back on to housing supply, obviously. Yes, Mr. Tucker.
Perhaps should have got a flag for the purpose of these proceedings. I've got 3 very short points, one of which is just to flag up one point which appears to be a misapprehension. Strat 13, which is the allocation for Bayswater Brook, is not a car-free allocation. It was never a car-free allocation. There were representations to that effect. In fact, it proposed a link road through the site, which mercifully my clients haven't had to provide because of sustainable transport improvements. Second point, a request in relation to the additional work. I think a logical piece of information would be to identify what the council's employment requirement is said to be, and then to generate what the number of jobs would be and what that derives in terms of housing, which I think was Mr. Donor's point. So it would be useful to have that figure to be identified, whether it be the JT1 figure or the question 51 figure. It's a matter for those working out the figures. But the third point is, if that does result in the 40,000 homes, which is the supply which is identified within the council's figure, then I'm bound to observe that if you added back in Childgrove and also increase the capacity of Bayswater to the correct figure, that would give you about a 10% headroom, and that's not half bad for a plan. Thank you.
Okay,
I do apologise. Apparently it's Mr. Donner, not Donor. Like the kebab, according to Mr. Young, which might be his request for tea. I don't know. I've only known Mr. Donner for 20 years.
Possibly a suggestion to move things on.
I just like to point out, it wasn't a car-free development that was released from Greenbelt. It was low car, I believe, and it certainly isn't low car now. With regards to the sustainability, obviously it's a disaster. And I should say that some of the transport planning for that was based on one of the baselines for that was 26 bungalows in Bournemouth. That was a detail buried away in an appendix somewhere, which I dug out. What they didn't use as a baseline was the adjacent brand spanking new large development, which had just been put in Barton Park. They didn't take any data from there, that they would admit to at any rate, to see how that was meeting local and Oxford's local unmet need, despite it being right next to Oxford.
Okay, thank you.
Madam, I don't suppose you want my response in relation to that. If we reach stage 2 and we need to debate the site, then we can provide as much information as you require in relation to that. I don't agree with any of that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, if we can park that to stage 2. I would just, before we move on, I am conscious we've got the beginning of the agenda to get through as well. People are determined to stop me going through my agenda methodically. But I would just like to put the point to the council that I put to the participants in terms of this issue of the potentially the housing element coming ahead of or going ahead of employment growth. I'd just like to get the council's view on that. I don't think we've had your view on that.
Sorry, Mum, bear with me, please. Just allow me to get up the IQ reference. So, as I pointed out earlier, at the moment there is a slight imbalance in preference of out commuting to the tune of about net difference of about 1,300, which is demonstrated in table 56.1. If all the homes, if homes did radically exceed employment growth, then theoretically, for those people to work, if there aren't enough jobs, that would lead to a worsening of the out commuting rate, except that point. That isn't inherently an unsustainable point. If those sites if they're from on the edge of Oxford or in Didcot, there'll be plenty of opportunities for sustainable transport access as well. So it's not definitive every single out commuter travels by private car. But again, it's something that will be kept under review and monitored. Thank you, Mum.
Madam, I think we've just made the broad point that we consider it's more appropriate to look at the, as it were, the plan overall, and obviously the figures presented in table 56.1 relate to an, as it were, an outturn effectively at the end of the plan period if all the growth has come forward in line with the expectations, and effectively at the end of the plan period will there be a balance or an imbalance. That's what it seeks to show. We think it would be unduly prescriptive to seek, as it were, on that journey to micromanage, as it were, the components as they come forward, so that essentially either year by year or any other time frame that you take, that housing development and employment development are actually marching in step, when we consider that obviously the levers to do that are somewhat limited because it's market driven in both cases, and the employment market doesn't necessarily march in step with the housing market in terms of development activity. And that whilst I know that Mr. Tucker, I think, referred to phasing, that can, it's a planning tool, but it can be unduly restrictive. And we don't, given, I say, what we think about the balance, we don't see a need to have that degree of what we would think is micro management in order to be confident that the balance will be broadly maintained, and that we're content with that. Obviously, it's more a soundness matter for you. If you consider that there needed to be more control, then obviously that's a matter that you can recommend to us.
Thank you. It can be quite difficult to get those phasing mechanisms in place, both on a plan level and the DM sort of side of things as well. I am conscious we need to cover the first part of the agenda as well. So I would just like to check whether it's a legacy one. Just check whether there are any further points in terms of the matters we've covered so far before we move back to the first item on the agenda. No? Okay, thank you. Just in terms of Mr. Moore, are you able to stay for the remainder of the discussion?
Yes, I'm perfectly available for the rest of the day, yes.
Okay, moving back to the first item on the agenda. Is the calculation of the housing target requirement set out in policy HOU1 consistent with the standard methodology set out in national guidance? Now, I'm not going to ask you to take us through that calculation. It's fairly transparent, but I am aware that there have been particular points raised in relation to how that's been calculated and the base date, if you like, as well. So I'm going to open up the discussion to allow participants to put those views, and then we can take it from there. So there were a couple of representatives who raised issues in terms of the standard method and the starting point for the calculation.
So the housing requirement in policy HO1 reflects a standard method as of late 2024 in line with the MPPG, and then incorporates an allowance for Oxford's unmet need. And although submitted under paragraph 234A, aligning the requirements solely with the standard method ignores the intent of the revised framework, which is aimed at updating and addressing structural undelivery to ensure that local plans support the national goal of 370,000 homes per year. So while it's accepted that this is a 2023 MPPF, the spirit of that element was still there prior to that MPPF, and it goes back to the point that Mr Young has been making consistently about significantly boosting the supply of homes, and this government has clearly stated sustained economic growth is the only route to improving prosperity of our country and the living standards of working people. And this goes back to the comments that we've already made about the Oxford-Cambridge growth arc and the fact that this is set out to be one of, when the appointment of the chair of that was made earlier this year, it was a clear statement was made that this was to unleash the economic potential of Oxford and Oxfordshire by prioritising and creating a coherent narrative for the delivery of infrastructure and housing. So this minimum baseline of the standard method ignores that ambition, which was present pre the update to the standard method and the MPPF in December 2024. So the standard method is not a cap, it is a minimum figure, and this plan has only sought to meet that very minimum figure by significant margins, and then only sought to address current previous unmet need, not current unmet need, which again doesn't help with this economic powerhouse element under the Cambridge Arc, which is going forward and has billions of pounds of investment. So we would say that the starting point of just using the standard method plus pre-agreed unmet needs is woefully short of what is needed in this area, especially to meet the government's ambitions, not just at a national level, but at a local level and an Oxfordshire-wide level.
I think we'll come back to that point, if you don't mind. But in terms of the actual calculation itself, are there any points? No. Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you, ma'am. It's not an issue in terms of the technical calculation per se, as an exercise, but rather the point which is being made by a number of participants that it's not consistent with the current framework, but we accept it's the 2023 framework. And ma'am, just to bring us back to paragraph 67 of the December 23 framework, which is relevant in terms of strategic policy making authorities establish a housing requirement figure for the whole area, including neighbouring areas, and that it's a minimum figure in terms of going forward. So we refer to other paragraphs under that particular section of the framework, of the December 23 framework, but really in this regard we should also be looking at paragraph 67. And so really it would be the wrong thing to do to go forward on the basis of what the combined or the councils have progressed under haste to get ahead of the game, as it were. Thank you.
Okay, can I just ask the council to respond to that just before we move on, because it's
Sorry, ma'am. making notes on the point made by Turley's. Could I ask Mr. Bainbridge to just repeat the point briefly? Or
Are you able to just summarise your point very briefly?
The point is that in terms of the standard method figure within the submitted plan, it's not consistent with the current standard method position. I know we've said that repeatedly, but also it's whether or not it even complies with the spirit or the intention within paragraph 67 of the December 23 framework, which has a number of parts to it, including it being a minimum local housing need going forward and looking at neighbouring areas, and that within the overall housing requirement, strategic policy should also set out a housing requirement for neighboured areas and look at economic growth as well. So it's really, is it in the spirit of the current position? No, it's not. And does it really comply and meet the paragraph 67 of the December 23 framework? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for refreshing my memory there, Mr. Bainbridge. In terms of the point around this isn't the new standard method, we acknowledge it's not the new standard method, and we are not being assessed against the new standard method. Turning to that point around paragraph 67, yes, we do acknowledge that the standard method is a minimum starting point, and the fact that the plan significantly oversupplies against that with a 40,000 home delivery suggests that we are responding to the positive economic opportunities of the area. The issues that came up in relation to things such as the Oxcam's announcement, that was post the submission of the plan. And furthermore, the points around Oxfordshire being a place where the market wants to deliver and needs to deliver, the plan isn't a brochure that just reflects market aspirations. Those things that make Oxfordshire attractive and make Oxfordshire successful are the things that the plan is trying to protect. It's not necessarily the fact that if we concreted over Oxfordshire, that it would still be successful. And I'm not saying that that's what people are advocating for, but the plan needs to balance between those natural assets and the things which make Oxfordshire so successful and attractive for investment, as well as the growth that's needed to support that. The fact that we take the standard method and significantly over-provide against that, to me, does meet the spirit of paragraph 67. And the plan is positively responding to growth opportunities in the area. There is nothing from government's announcement in terms of specific targets for the Oxcam corridor for us to reflect. And so it's an entirely proportionate response for the plan to have flexibility to respond to that with an additional headroom in its employment land allocations and in its housing allocations.
Conscious the Parish Council has been very patient.
Thank you. I'd just like to support what SODC said, and I'm very conscious that I am one of a very small minority of people in this room who is not a developer and doesn't want to talk up all the numbers, which is what you've all been doing for the last couple of days. Actually, this plan has quite an excess of houses over need. We've got sites carried forward of 3,700, and altogether there are something like 7,000 homes planned over the actual requirement. And I would like to suggest that, in fact, it would be better if the housing numbers were brought down, because there's an elephant in the room, which is Thames Water, and we've all heard the news of what's happening. But basically, if you can't connect the land north of Bayswater Brook, Northfields, Grenoble Road, particularly the ones around Oxford, that in the former Greenbelt countryside, if you can't connect them to the sewage system, you can't build them. And there have been Grampian conditions set for that. They also cause flooding. The Barton Park development, which is in Oxford, has caused flooding, and land north of Bayswater Brook will cause flooding to residents that are already there, as well as the new ones that are going to move in. And that also, we talked about low car, no car developments, but the effect of pollution from the cars from those sites has been grossly underestimated, and also the congestion from it, because there aren't any trains going in there, which, as I said before, is really the only sustainable development of commuting into Oxford. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello. I touched on it earlier on, actually. I'm hearing a lot about different calculation methods, but much like in my field, people calculating how aeroplane wings work, there are lots of different ways of doing it, and they all work. But I've not heard anything about verifying the calculations to see if you're getting it right at all. And Barton Park, which is a development which has just been completed, or is nearing completing at the northeast of Oxford, edge of Oxford. As far as I know, nobody's actually checked who is moving into the housing there. Does that match with what was predicted? Is the commuting patterns what has been predicted? Has any work been done on that, or are we just continuing to fly blind?
We haven't done any surveys on occupants for specific developments in our areas. That could be something we do through monitoring. Potentially, although I wouldn't want to commit to writing letters to every single household on new developments at this point. But no, we haven't got an analysis to say on this site X people have moved here from wherever. That may be something that the developers hold themselves in terms of their site data, but it's not something that we record.
So to confirm, you've no idea if any of your calculations are right or wrong?
No, that's not fair to say, but in terms of the calculations of housing need, we are 100% certain they are accurate and correct. In terms of who are moving into the homes that are built, that's not something that we monitor, and it's not something that's practical or proportionate to monitor. You know, if you're looking at, you know, in the past, circa 1,200 homes completions in each district per annum, that's a lot of letters and surveys to go out. I personally don't think that's a proportionate monitoring exercise to undertake.
I would like to start moving things on because we still have a number of important matters to discuss. Mr. Bainbridge, is that a legacy Toblerone? Do you have a brief point to make?
Very brief, ma'am. Thank you very much indeed. I just wondered, in terms of everything that's been discussed so far and that the councils are aware of prior to the hearing sessions, whether the councils have considered preparing a plan now under the December 24 framework and the standard method. And I mean that in terms of a formal consideration post-submission of this plan on the 9th of December 2024. Have officers reported through to members? Have members given it any consideration to do what I consider would be the right thing to plan properly now? Thank you, Ma'am.
We're required to submit a plan we believe is sound, and it's inappropriate for us to be thinking about planning for the next plan and briefing our members on that while this is still a live plan which hasn't gone through the examination process. Certainly there will be briefing on members on a new plan, the scope of what that plan includes when we get to that point in time, but no, there's not been a specific briefing on a new December 2024 standard method based local plan.
Okay, thank you. HBF, briefly.
Thank you, Mark. I don't know whether you may have dealt with this yesterday, so stop me if you have. But it's really in relation to the standard method, not necessarily the calculation, but how it then applies to the plan period in terms of the start date. And I think that's the point where you were going from the start, in that we've got a base period of 2024 to 2034 as the period over which needs were assessed. Yet we have a plan that starts in 2021 in terms of that need. And I think this is in my mind, not so much a discrepancy with the way it's calculated, but it's when it's applied in HOU1. I didn't raise it in my statements, I raised it in my representations as a concern, because I wasn't sure where you were going with it, Ma'am, in terms of whether it was something you were going to look at stage 2 if it got there. But it is just a discrepancy in terms of that start date. The standard method is a forward-looking assessment of need. It takes account of past under and oversupply with regard to need. So I think I think there is a discrepancy there in terms of not the calculation, but then how it's applied within HOU1 and the plan period in terms of how much need there is, as well as obviously there's an extension to that plan and whether it 15 years, which I think you did have a discussion on. So I won't go there. But yeah, that would be my main concern, Ma.
I thought I'd read that somewhere. Obviously, was your representations. Just picking up on that. Certainly, in terms of 5-year supply and the 15-year supply on adoption, that would normally be taken from the point of adoption. And the figures are often updated, aren't they, in terms of you have the baseline, which would be 2021, and those figures would be updated during the course of the examination to provide a current snapshot in time. Just a quick question, though, in terms of the start of the plan preparation. Did the council undertake the standard method? Is there a figure there? Has it changed significantly, for example, since then? From 2021 to 2024, if the council could just briefly answer that point.
I don't have the 2021, 22, 23 standard method outputs to hand, but that's certainly something we can get to you by the end of the day in terms of what they were for each subsequent year. You looking for those basically since the start of the plan period, how it's changed. Yeah, that is definitely something we can get for you, Mum. I think it is all in the documents somewhere, but it's not set out in one particular post, and I wouldn't want to hold the hearing up while I'm stumbling through my many tabs again.
It has changed significantly.
No, the changes we're talking about are tens of dwelling difference between each year.
I do, obviously you do have to draw the line at some point, don't you? In terms of that base date, and it's not unusual to have the base date of the plan, earlier than adoption, if you like. So,
I would disagree, Mum, in terms of the way the standard method is calculated is looking at what the past supply is, and then it's taking it from that all those impacts of what has been supplied, whether it's over or under or whatever that was, will go forward in terms of what that affordability ratio is and how that impacts on going forward. It is a forward-looking point. If there were, here we have an oversupply in those few years. Where there's undersupply, local authorities often say, actually, we're going to go from the 2024 and look forward. So I think for consistency in terms of how the standard method should be applied, it should be applied from the point at which it's calculated, looking forward. What has happened before is entered into that calculation as an assessment. So from 2021 to 2023-24, that's taken into account in terms of how the standard method is calculated. So therefore, going forward, you're looking at it from that 2024 period moving forward. And that's, in my mind, that's the only logical way. We had a debate a couple of weeks ago in Winchester about this, and we're still waiting to hear in terms of what the outcome is. But I do say in my statements we had a similar debate up in North Norfolk, and the inspector agreed, yes, it's from the point at which you make that assessment. So I think it's something that needs to be considered. Whether it goes forward from here, obviously to stage 2, it might be something to have a consideration at that point. But it certainly, in my mind, should be from the point at which it goes forward, from that point of assessment, Ma'am. Thank you.
That point's taken. Obviously, we would come back around to it, I think, in stage 2 hearings in terms of housing supply as well, and updating all of the figures. But I am just conscious we need to keep moving. We have quite a number of important topics left on the agenda. So can I ask you, is it a burning issue that you would like to make? I'm conscious we have a another party over here has been very patient as well.
Sure. I'll keep it very brief, Ma'am, but given we've touched upon the implications of the new standard method, I just wanted to touch on, well, if one imagines the hypothetical scenario that this plan is adopted in the submitted form as you see it at the moment, the councils, when assessing the supply position for land supply purposes, would then, in line with the 2024 MPPF, need to assess housing land supply with the addition of a 20% buffer as early as July next year. So it's effectively a six-year supply test. Obviously that's because the proposed housing requirements fall below 80% of the new, as it would be, standard method figure. This just comes back to the point I made yesterday, that a reliance upon strategic sites without supplementary smaller and medium-sized sites has led to an almost immediate failure of the existing plan. The time frame for that was 6 months, and history confirms that. Given that the proposed plan effectively follows the same allocation and spatial strategy as the existing plan, it's almost inevitable that, just like occurred with the existing plan, this plan would end up subject to a land supply deficit immediately upon or very shortly after adoption. I think that is an important contextual point to make at this stage. Thank you.
Can I just pick up on a point? I'm not sure if it was yourself who raised this under the transitional arrangements, but just to confirm, it is the transitional arrangements, paragraph 234C, that the plan has been submitted under, as in there is a plan that's been adopted within 5 years. Because I think a point was raised that I think the assumption was made by a participant that the JLP qualified under paragraph 234B in terms of transitional arrangements, which states that if the housing requirements in the plan to be adopted meets less than 80% of local housing need, the local planning authority would be expected to begin work on a new local plan. But just, on that particular point, it's that is not it's my understanding is that the transitional arrangement which applies to this plan would be 234C in terms of a plan being submitted under within 5 years of an adopted plan. It was in the council's letter of submission to us, which clarified that it was under 234C. It just to pick the point up made by the representative, that he was making the point that if it met 80% of the local housing need, then they would be expected to begin work on a new local plan. But that's not where we are, is my understanding.
Madam, as I see it, 234 of the 2024 NPPF sets out a number of categories which are not mutually exclusive, and we think certainly we comply with B, submitted for examination under Regulation 22 on or before 12th of March 2025, and one could take the view that we may also satisfy C, but in a sense it doesn't matter. If it's any of those, then it would fall under those qualifying provisions.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I can't hear at this end. I apologise. Where the microphone. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Bainbridge. Sorry, I was saying that 234 has a number of categories, and it says that the framework applies from the 12th of March 2025, other than where one or more of the following apply, and they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. And I said that we certainly satisfy B, and we may well satisfy C, and therefore that's what puts us into the transitional provisions. The slightly wider point that was made by Mr. Rumble about, well, what happens post-adoption, whilst it's interesting to speculate, in a sense, what might be the development management position post-adoption, the policies that are to be used to judge the soundness of this plan are the policies of the 2023 MPPF, And that issue of being within 80% of the new MPPF simply does not arise as an issue that goes to soundness if you're testing soundness against the 2023 MPPF, because obviously that is simply not an issue that the 2023 MPF addresses.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm the council's stance on that. Right. Thank you for your patience. Which do you want to go first?
Yeah, if I may. So just to sort of chase that hare down, if you go to C, it says the plan includes policies to deliver the level of housing or other developments set out in a preceding local plan adopted since the 12th of March 2020. The SODC plan was December 2020, but of course it doesn't deliver the level of housing and other development in the preceding plan because it sought to delete some delete allocations and reduce the number. So it can't fall under C, and that would put it under B. So the plan has been submitted for examination under Regulation 22. And then if you go to, this is definitely for the enthusiast, but if you go to 236, where 234B applies, if the housing requirement of the plan adopted is less than 80%, the local planning authority will be expected to begin work on a new plan under the revised plan making arrangements. I haven't seen those yet, and I'm not sure we'll see them this year, but it requires an immediate review. So the trouble with immediate reviews is there's no statutory provision for those, and if we have a look at the example of Decorum, for example, where I recently did an appeal with Mr. Bird on the other side, and the fact is that Decorum, not when he was representing them obviously, but when Decorum promised to do a review, an immediate review, and over a decade later we still haven't seen that review. So none of these reviews are going to happen, if we're being honest about it. Which is all the more reason not to go down the route of adopting this plan. But the point about C is, I know they say they're within C, but they don't deliver, they don't meet the criteria in C. And just on the start date of the plan, can I just help you with the Isle of Wight plan? So we have discussed it in Winchester and we are awaiting the outcome, although the inspector there has already asked the council to produce revised figures based on having a plan that has a start date of 2024. Inspector Roisin Barrett's asked for that. She's done that because a number of us have highlighted the fact the Isle of Wight inspector, I think of paragraph 22, has said exactly as the HBF have said, it's inconsistent to use the standard method and then not take your start date of the plan from that date. And we see Winchester as an example, and here's another one. Lots of the assumed delivery in the plan is from the allocations from several plans ago that are now delivering, which are said to be relevant to the forward planning in this plan, and that can't be right. You know, we can't keep dragging forward the old delivery and saying, oh, look, we're doing well again, aren't we? You know, how well are we doing? You need to start plans really as fresh as possible, and that's certainly what the Isle of Wight inspector has accepted.
Did you want to make a further point?
Yes.
We'll need to keep it brief.
So it was just a very quick point, but just building on the points that Mr. Young has been making and the points that Savills and the HBF have been making on this sort of old standard method, new standard method. As Mr. Young has set out, we consider that the plan does fall under 236 as it's 234B, meaning that it would need to have a look at an immediate review, and I believe there are references within the plan itself that suggest that there may need to be an immediate review. But on the point about the 40,000 houses coming forward, if we look at the current standard method figure, which were updated in May this year as a result of the new dwelling stock estimates, we end up with a figure of nearly 44,000 houses for the 20-year plan period. So if this plan was to proceed and to go forward, given that this plan is seeking to deliver lower numbers of housing than are needed by that standard method, and as the HBF have set out, the standard method will increase based on under delivery. By the time they get to making this new plan, even more houses will need to be built, and it will take longer to get those sites going, get those sites in place, especially if we continue applying spatial filters like 500 units in order to deem what our allocations are. So given that the plan doesn't seek to meet 80% of it, I think it is highly relevant actually what these new standard method figures are. And to bring us back to matters this morning, this 44,000 figure doesn't touch anywhere near Oxford City's need, which has also gone up since the withdrawn local plan and is currently being unmet in the plan area due to an inability to find an agreement on the duty to cooperate. So if this was to go forward, it's very much a plaster. Oh,
Just
getting the hand.
sorry. I think you're reciting some arguments that we've already been through, and just to try and keep things moving.
So we'll leave it there.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I do feel a need to draw a line and move forward, otherwise we're not going to get through the agenda. So unless it was a really burning issue relevant to the particular points that have been raised.
A very quick point. It may well be that Mr. Knott and I are going to say exactly the same thing. 234C, well, notwithstanding Mr. Young's point about South Oxfordshire, the Vales plan was adopted in 2019. That was the part 2.
It is a different point, and I'll make it as quickly as I can, Mum. We're obviously looking closely at B's and C's, so 234, covering the distinction between whether it's one or other or both. But actually, I think the point, I believe that was being made by the gentleman to my left, is actually pertinent as to just reading paragraph 78C of the new MPPF. And the point there being is whilst this clearly doesn't apply directly to the examination of this plan, because this is the new MPPF rather than the previous version, the point I believe was being made is this would be a plan which has a housing requirement which is adopted under the previous version of the framework, which if adopted, that's what it would be. And therefore, this would be a plan that a plan area which from the 1st of July 2026 onwards would be required to demonstrate a 6-year supply, not 5. And again, the point I believe was being made is if that is not what this plan would do, then it immediately gets into difficulties of not being able to meet MPPF requirements from a development management point of view. And I would put to you that can't be a sound plan if from its adoption it is not effective.
Okay, thank you.
I think there's a danger of us chasing after a point which is probably a non-point, and I'm probably partly responsible for us pursuing this line. I hadn't appreciated in my previous answers to you that when the consultation draft MPPF was published, its equivalent of 234 ordered its points in a different sequence, A, B, C, D, as to what the contents were, as the final version. And what was, at the draft stage, C, has now become B. And I say I apologise for my adding to the confusion on this. So the letter that I think we submitted with the submission, obviously because we submitted before the final version of the MPPF was published, we referred to category C, which is now category B, and the issues about existing local plans wasn't actually part of what we were referring to. And I say I apologise for adding to the confusion by saying, well, that might be applicable. It doesn't matter whether it's applicable or not, because B is the one that applies, and you only need to satisfy one of them in order to fall within that transitional arrangement. And we do satisfy B, as we would have satisfied the draft when it was called C rather than B. But as I say, I apologise for setting probably an erroneous hair running.
Thank you for that clarification. Just to move things on, could I ask you to do a note just on that effect, please? Just so we can remove that from the, the hearing
absolutely,
session.
Madam, we'll provide a note.
I think we've sort of touched on the plan period. I did say we would come back to the plan, this year, the plan period. And in terms of the interpretation, the standard method, there seems to be consensus that that would apply really from now, for at this point in time, in terms of the plan period starting point. In terms of the end date of the plan, we discussed yesterday, seems like days ago now, we discussed yesterday that about the timing of the adoption, and we are going to be very directional on this, because given that there are two stages to the process, I think there are too many things that could potentially go wrong. And we don't want to be writing our report saying there isn't a 15-year supply of housing on adoption. So just to expedite matters, that's where we are. From the discussion, is the council confident of there being sufficient headroom to accommodate that additional year's supply? It's not always the case in some plan areas. But
we are fairly confident that if the need extends for one more year in terms of housing requirement, you can do a quick calculation based off the figures in LPA CSD 1.1, the schedule of modifications, which has HOU2. If you net off for completions in those first 3 years, you're then left with a supply from the 1st of April 2024. You can then add an additional year of requirement, and with no further supply, so no additional supply in that final year, we're comfortable that that additional requirement can be accommodated. And just to briefly touch on the points prior to the start from 2024, we felt that the planning practice guidance and national planning policy framework doesn't give us a clear directive on at which point you apply the standard method, and given that the evidence base for the rest of the plan was commissioned in 2021, we base the start date of the plan as historically has been done. We haven't taken any surplus of completions in the first 3 years, as much as we would like to and think the government should allow for surplus to come off of requirement. At the moment, we know it's a bit of a grey spot in planning practice guidance, and so we've taken a cautious view to say, actually, stuff delivered prior to this, when we've built up a surplus, it doesn't come off of a requirement in the 5-year land supply calculations.
I'm always very reluctant to do calculations myself, so you know what the next action point is going to be in terms of thinking about that additional year supply. How would that follow through in terms of the housing requirement? Given that you love doing housing numbers, is that a challenge you would like to take up?
Yes, I have a number I did earlier, which I don't want to read out now because I want to make sure I've got it absolutely correct. But the initial assessment we've done, based on what I talked you through just a moment ago, is fine, but we can submit a note that explains that, and then potentially look at the contributions of housing delivery in that 2042 year, so the windfall allowance and the legacies of a few sites that are still delivering post 2041.
I think it would be useful to look at obviously the end date of the plan, but also the potential for the start of the plan being at 2024, and how you would deal with the delivery between 2021 and 24. You've alluded to the fact you wouldn't necessarily knock off any surplus, but I think if the note could cover that would be really helpful.
If it's acceptable to you, if we cover both permutations, in a sense, simply varying the end date, but also in a sense varying the start date, and so that you've got those. And just to be clear again, clearly the plan covers more than housing. We take the view that there wouldn't be knock-on consequences for other areas, and so unless you require us to do, we wouldn't propose to update everything else. But obviously if you did, clearly employment, you could do figures to update the position. We'd prefer to keep things to a minimum, given that housing seems to be the driver, but obviously if you asked us to do employment as well, we could do that. It would just be an extra thing on probably not Mr. Rice's list, but it would be another member of the team that would need to be involved in that.
At the risk of passing the buck and given the time, I shall leave that to my learned colleague tomorrow. Apologies. Right, okay. Where are we on the agenda? Okay. Hopefully no further points on that. Moving on to the plan's approach to meeting unmet need. I do feel as though we've come full circle here. And a lot of those issues have already been aired in terms of how the plan meets the previously unmet need from a duty to cooperate point of view. So this point that Oxford City are raising in terms of the separate trajectory, whether a separate trajectory is required. Can we start from that point, please?
Thank you, Ma'am. Yes. Apologies. Paragraph 67 of the MPPF tells us that strategic policy-making authorities, such as ourselves, should establish a housing requirement figure for their whole area, which shows the extent to which the identified housing need and any needs that cannot be met within neighbouring areas can be met over the planned period. The requirement may be higher if the identified housing need includes provision for neighbouring areas or reflects ambitions linked to economic growth or infrastructure investment. So there's no specification in there that we delineate or monitor separately the housing supply or housing requirement that is specific to Oxford's unmet need. And we submitted alongside our response to your MIQs in our written statement, a appeal decision and a High Court decision that supported this decision in Cherwell District Council, which again said that you should establish a housing requirement for your whole area. So we've taken the view of it's going back to the point made earlier around where the unmet need is addressed and the fact that you can identify sites with a close spatial relationship to Oxford. But in reality, that's not where everybody's going, not where people are always going to go. People might move to Didcot, Wantage, other places where they can commute into Oxford or meet their needs from Oxford. So for us, we believe we're entirely justified under paragraph 61 and 67 of the MPPF and the recent appeal decision and High Court decision that is attached to our Matter 3 statement, which supports our view that the housing requirement is one for the whole area. I appreciate the time. I don't want to speculate too much, but an alternative approach of ring fencing would presumably have to have a geographical area applied to it. You would say these sites are for Oxford, and then you'd identify a ring fence area so additional sites can come forward, presumably of similar characteristic to address the needs. When we were preparing the submission plan, particularly in relation to South Oxfordshire and I guess the Vale of White Horse, where those sites are located is within the Oxford Greenbelt. And if you had a ring fence approach, where would you draw the alternative spatial arrangement? Would it be the Greenbelt? Would it be outside the Greenbelt? If it's the Greenbelt, with you lack a 5-year land supply, the MPPF isn't as clear as the presumption. Well, in the 2023 version of the MPPF, there would have been no mechanism really for securing housing within the Greenbelt area. And so we believe the approach that we set out in this plan is consistent with the MPPF and effective in terms of being able to actually respond to shortfalls in delivery, rather than it being ring-fenced to an area with high levels of constraint that would stop other homes coming forward on speculative applications.
I'd like to bring Oxford City in there in terms of your view on the legal sort of opinion and the case law, and then just pick up the points in relation to this kind of ring fencing approach. Thank you.
Madam, it's certainly right that in terms of the December 2023 MPPF, it identifies that there should be a single requirement. How that then requirement is translated and broken down and monitored is a matter of planning judgment, and that's all that the Charwell case establishes. And I think Charwell facts are very different to the context here, in the sense that Charwell did have effectively a ring-fenced provision for the Oxford unmet need, but it was also seeking to argue in that appeal that effectively it did not take account of the unmet need requirement in its 5-year land supply, which applied to the rest of the district, and therefore for 5-year land supply purposes it had a 5-year land supply, and the fact that it had delivered no development on its Oxford unmet need sites was not a relevant consideration. So in effect it was really making the City Council's case for it that the monitoring arrangements there were not effective in the light of the MPPF. And what the City Council is seeking is, as a matter of planning judgment, consideration is given to effective monitoring arrangements here, which ensure that the unmet need is met where it needs to be met, i.e. close to the edge of Oxford. And there are various ways of doing that, but having total flexibility, which is effectively what the councils are arguing for, is never going to meet the need across the plan area. And at the very least, the sites on which the unmet need are to be met should be identified, and the policies should actually say that this combination of sites will provide for the unmet needs. That is the approach which was taken in central Bedfordshire, which is a case which the councils seek to rely upon. But actually, when you look to see what the inspector there recommended that the unmet needs of Luton should be met in the Luton housing market area, and expressly required the policies of the plan to identify the sites on which that need would be met. And that's effectively what we're seeking here. That would then provide for the proper monitoring of the delivery of the unmet need sites, and for proper remedial action to be taken reflective of where that need arises. So there's no legal principle against the approach the City Council is advancing. It's simply a matter of planning judgment, and it comes down to effectiveness and maximising the effectiveness of the policies of the plan. Maybe Ms. Harrison has further detail in terms of the merits of.
Yes, I think we've skipped over the question about the 2 years of our unmet need, which I won't go into detail on, but I think it's relevant to this point just because the explanation set out by South and Vale in IQ 58 is that Oxford's unmet need was a number incorporated into the housing requirement of Vale's local plan, Part 2, and as that plan's housing requirement was exceeded for those 2 years, 2 annualised years of Oxford's unmet need has been taken off of the need. But our point really is that the unmet need is a lot more than a headline figure. For those 2 years, as far as we're concerned, no homes were delivered for Oxford's unmet need. None of them were made available to those with a local connection to Oxford. And the first affordable lettings of homes in the Vale for those with a local connection to Oxford was in 23-24 period, which was 34 lets, and there's then been 140 in 24-25. Before that time, none were made. That's important because unmet need, our unmet need is based on the affordable housing need in Oxford. It's not to say that unmet need is only to be met by affordable homes, but without that delivery being linked to the affordable housing need, and being on a site in a location that's well connected to Oxford, we don't agree that the need is being met, which is precisely why we're concerned with the removal of lots of elements of the South Plan and the Vale Plan that did help to at least make those links to how our needs should be delivered. So some of the features, particularly, are the site allocations. There are no site allocations specified as being for Oxford's unmet need in the joint local plan, but there was in the currently adopted South Plan and the Vale Plan Part 2, and that has been important in our memorandums of understanding, which are HES 19 and HES 20. A lot of the basis of those is the currently adopted plans, and there are references to the strategic sites in those plans, which are to come forward to meet Oxford's unmet need.
Thank you. What's your view in terms of the point raised earlier by the council about not necessarily being able to control where people come from to buy a house?
That, of course, is the case to a degree, but there are also other important points made about connectivity of the sites to Oxford, which is why particular sites are picked out in the currently adopted plans. And of course, the sites on the edge of Oxford in South Plan and also Dalton Barracks in Vale's Plan came out of the Greenbelt, and that was justified because of need arising from Oxford and their position in the Greenbelt. And those sites being released in the Greenbelt was justified because they were well connected to Oxford. And that was very important points, strong points made at those examinations, and really the reason that those sites were released. And on top of that, as I said, affordable housing is a big part of this, and in terms of that element of the housing delivery, that very clearly can be related to the need arising from Oxford through the MOUs.
Thank you. Does Council want to just come back on those points? I know in terms of this, the identification of sites, in terms of the response to our initial questions, the Council set out Table 59.1, housing sites which have a stronger geographical relationship to Oxford. Are those sites the same sites that were sort of identified as meeting the unmet need in the previous plans?
Yes, if you went to the South Oxfordshire Local Plan 2035, those would be the three sites that Ms Harrison is referring to, and same for Vale of Whitehorse for Local Plan Part 2. They are the sites which are allocated alongside, as the strategy says, a wider package of sites, but those are the ones which were specifically allocated through Local Plan Part 2 in the Abingdon and Oxford Fringe sub-area.
Madam, I think we would consider that this is definitely an issue that goes to soundness, not an issue that goes anywhere else, because using Mr Bird's words, it goes to the effectiveness of the policies to deliver on the objective. And so far as that issue of effectiveness is concerned, we have already referred in the evidence to Local Plan Policy CP4A of the Vale of Whitehorse Local Plan Part 2, which quoted from the views of the Vale of Whitehorse Local Plan Inspector Part 1 on this inability to control actually who an occupier was and what their needs were. And there's not only that, as it were, empirical sort of position that's being considered by an inspector, and the view has clearly been taken not to try to ring fence provision. But secondly, how long does one seek to deal with this? Is it the first occupier? Is it the second occupier? Is a person who buys a house who comes from Oxford only allowed to sell to another person who comes from Oxford? This issue on affordable housing, as I pointed out earlier this morning, is separately dealt with as set out in the DUC 01 and then the later Memorandum of Cooperation. That is all set out on the basis that there will be nomination agreements between the housing authorities which regulate the affordable housing. That is quite separate from what the plan policies need to do. And I think if one goes to the central beds example, which Mr. Bird referred to, one will see that there the inspector rejected the idea that there should be ring fencing of the affordable housing in the plan, because that could be appropriately left to the nomination agreements arrangements between housing authorities. So, Madam, we see it's an issue that goes to effectiveness and therefore soundness. There are different ways of dealing with it. I think we would concur with that, but we think that there are good reasons why it doesn't need to be micromanaged in the way that the City Council is suggesting. It's sufficient to know that the numbers are there and that there are sites being provided which geographically are located in appropriate locations for Oxford's needs, but it's not the purpose of the planning policies to thereafter regulate the detail of that, because it's impractical.
Okay, thank you. Just pause for a moment. Can I, just in terms of the availability of the room, I am conscious the venue itself shuts at 6. I'm also very conscious that we're very close to completing the agenda. And I think a lot of the points raised in relation to unmet need have been aired previously. I don't really want to have to come back or deal with it on another day, largely because I think there are fewer participants at tomorrow's session, so it's not as easy to carry forward the session forward to tomorrow or reconvene on Friday.
Ma'am, I completely appreciate that, and I do apologise for interrupting you. I've just been exchanging looks with some people on my left, and we're slightly conscious that we've glossed over the second item on the agenda. We're discussing 3.3 now, which is Oxford City's unmet need. The discussion that we were having before this stemmed from your question 3.1. So we seem to have skipped over the question 3.2 about exceptional circumstances, which I know myself and others were waiting for you to ask to respond to.
We haven't actually got to the issue of unmet need. I mean, that is something that we do need to cover. So no, we haven't skipped over that issue. I wanted to I think we've dealt with question 3.1. We need to cover the exceptional circumstances point, albeit that matter has been aired previously. And we need to look at the unmet need aspect as well. So yes, I think we haven't glossed over those. I wasn't intending to come back to those. But I think we'll need to make a decision in terms of the venue.
Yes, I noticed Hannah popped her head in, and I think we are going to be politely evicted shortly. We are happy to, from a council's perspective, happy to continue matter 3 tomorrow morning, but I appreciate the logistics of that for everybody else.
I'm just conscious that some of the people here today won't necessarily be here tomorrow unless arrangements can be made to do so.
Could I ask, hopefully not taking up too much time on this pragmatic matter, but if those who cannot be here tomorrow could make themselves known, can we not deal with their issues now, which then gives us an opportunity to, as it were, restock tomorrow?
So you're not here tomorrow. Just before you, are there any other participants not here tomorrow? Yeah, this is my concern.
I'll be quick. I'm the one person here who has actually got this isn't my day job. You lot are supposedly deciding over the housing for my staff and the facilities for my companies. The one thing I would say is that at Land Author Bayswater Brook, if anything, with the mutterings of the housing wasn't dense enough, all successful cities in Europe, America, for example, the housing is far more dense, 5-storey high tower blocks. We're hearing a lot about housing numbers, number of dwellings, how many bedrooms are in there, but it all seems to be more sprawl, more Brookside-esque housing developments. And there's actually quite a big push from the more enlightened folks, especially those who have lived in and worked in Europe, that the housing type is completely wrong. And for public transport to work, commutes to work, for efficiency and everything to work much better than it does in the UK, we need to look at much more dense housing. That was all.
Mum, sorry, may I interject on the time? We're told we can have till 6 p.m. So is that another 15, 20 minutes?
Right, okay. And I think I'm sure the venue would appreciate if we could exit quickly, if participants can agree to do that. So thank you for sorting that out, and hopefully we can get through the agenda. Does anyone need to leave now who wishes to make a point just before we commence? No? Right. So if we take question 3.2, in terms of the exceptional circumstances point, I mean, there are two issues, I think, here in terms of the exceptional circumstances. The point's been raised that by the council that they're producing they're using the local housing need calculation, and then they're not taking a different approach, if you like, but they are then adding on the unmet need, just to summarise the council's position. So then they're not taking a completely alternative approach to the calculation of the housing need. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mum.
And I'd like, I'm going to open up the discussion to give participants the opportunity to have their say on this point. But just bear in mind the distinction between the fact that exceptional circumstances would really only be required by taking a completely different approach. And obviously the PPG, paragraph 10, sets out circumstances it might be appropriate to plan for a higher housing need figure, which I would like to go through those specific points. So just bear that distinction in mind. But rather than me take up the question time, I would like to ask the participants to put their view. Would Stantec like to... Oh, sorry, did the council wish to... would Stantec like to kick off?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, paragraph 10. I think, I mean, it's not actually exceptional, is it? It's saying standard method fine, but you might need to go above that. So you don't need to pull the standard method apart. You just need to add more homes. So, as I outlined earlier, in order to achieve a more realistic growth target for the area, that figure should be increased to address that very point. And it says, I mean, the wording that I'm highlighting is there will be circumstances where it is appropriate to consider whether actual housing need, so it's housing need we're talking about here, is higher than the standard method indicates. Yes, standard method should go up to, as I suggested, 40,000. That doesn't include unmet need, incidentally. And then it follows on by saying this will need to be assessed prior to and separate from considering how much of the overall need can be accommodated. So we can't get ourselves involved in whether or not that's possible. It's what is the need, and the need is standard method plus an uplift for job jobs, plus the unmet need from Oxford, because that's in paragraph 10 as well. And to round things off, jumping to a different paragraph, paragraph ID 2A, paragraph 24, and it says total affordable housing need can be considered in the context of its likely delivery as a proportion of mixed market and affordable housing developments, taking into account the probable percentage of affordable housing to be delivered. An increase in the total housing figures included in the plan may need to be considered where it could help to deliver the required number of affordable homes. And so increasing above standard method doesn't just get you the jobs that are very likely to be created, it opens up more affordable housing development opportunities in an area that is running at roughly 26% of housing that's delivered is affordable. And so that would pull through something like, where are we? The second scenario in, bear with me a second. The topic paper, housing topic paper, top O 3.2, page 16, scenario 2, which, scenario 3, which is the one where we don't put people on housing benefit in the private rented sector and we actually build affordable housing for them instead, which I think is the right thing to do. So that gets you to scenario 3. So the 40,000 homes, standard method plus a jobs uplift, also gets you towards what is probably the minimum level of affordable housing need. And then on top of that, unmet need. So that's how I think it should be constructed. It's not actually exceptional circumstances. It's following through on the old guidance around calculating local housing need.
Would you like to raise your point briefly, please?
Yeah, sorry, are we pointing at me? No.
Your Tobler ends up, but yeah.
Thank you, Ma'am. I will be brief. I just want to make the point that the councils are continually misdirecting themselves in respect of this matter for exceptional circumstances. They seem to believe that they require exceptional circumstances in order to have a housing requirement that exceeds the standard method. That is not the case. That is not what is found in national policy. If you refer to paragraph 67 of the 2023 framework, you can see it very clearly says that that the requirement may be higher than the identified housing need if, for example, it includes provision for neighbouring areas or reflects growth ambitions linked to economic development or infrastructure investment. So those are not things that require exceptional circumstances to engage. Those are things that need to be explored within the ordinary context of formulating a housing requirement. There are two other matters as well that are referenced in the PPG. Affordable housing need being one of them, which is a matter that Stantec has raised. And the other matter that I would like to raise that was touched on earlier in the day is past trends of delivery and previous assessments of need, which have been higher, much higher and significantly higher in the plan area than what the council is currently seeking to plan for. And the significance of that is the PPG gives that as a specific example of where you need to look to meet a higher housing requirement than that just suggested by the standard method. And that's what the councils have failed to do. And they failed to do that in the context of all those topics that I've just mentioned and economic development as well. And I think that played out previously when we discussed that matter. So those are just the points I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You can read at length in our matter statement and in our representations to the Reg 18 and the Reg 19 and in the representations of others around the table as to why we think that there are exceptional circumstances in this area. But like I did before with employment, I'd just like to take things back to basics and actually look at what the council's position is on this issue. So once again, if we go back to the joint housing need assessment, the first version from the end of 2023, you can read in that document that the scope of that document is quite clearly to look at the size, tenure and type breakdown of need and look at specialist housing. And you've heard verbally from the council and their expert that that was the scope of that piece of work. It was looking within the parameters of the standard method to look at the types of housing needed. What the housing need assessment did not do at all was engage with the question of whether exceptional circumstances exist in this area, which is particularly interesting when you look at the topic paper that came with the Reg 18 Part 2 consultation, which is Topo 3. And at Para 3.3, the council say the joint housing need assessment does not provide an alternative assessment of housing need for our districts. Well, of course it doesn't, because that wasn't the scope that was set by the council, and it wasn't the scope that RRS were working to. So we're now into this sort of self-fulfilling prophecy whereby the council produce a housing need document which explicitly doesn't look at whether there are exceptional circumstances. Its topic paper says there's no evidence for exceptional circumstances, and that feeds through into the plan. And again, this feeds through the Reg 19 cycle, through the updated joint housing need assessments, the topic paper, and then the plan itself. Now, in February 2025, after submission of the plan, when the councils provided their response to you, on the question of exceptional circumstances, the response is given at IQ 14.7, and the council say that they're not aware of exceptional circumstances, and this is because the OGNA shows to them that there is, amongst other things, no realistic job growth projection and no realistic affordable housing need that justified a departure from the standard method. So it's quite clear from IQ 14.7 that the council is relying on the OGNA as the basis to say that there aren't exceptional circumstances in these districts, which raises the fundamental question as to why the OGNA is not in the evidence base for this plan, and why have the council not referred to the OGNA at any point in any of its topic papers up until now. Now, interestingly, earlier the council mentioned in passing that it asked ORS to look at the findings of the OGNA, I presume to validate it or to check it or sense check it. As far as I'm aware, that analysis isn't in the evidence base. So the council is alluding to a document that it's not quite clear whether it relies upon or not. Is the OGNA robust, and does it support the plan? In which case, should it be in the library so that we can all review it? Or is it not relying on the OGNA because it doesn't feature in any of the topic papers, and is it moved away from it? I'm not exactly clear on that.
Could the council just come back very briefly on that point, please?
Yeah, sorry. So the report which we commissioned ORS to undertake, my apologies, was on the HENA, and it was a representation that we submitted to the Oxford local plan. It wasn't something that was supporting this evidence base. It was a supplementary report that went alongside our representations to Oxford.
Okay, so the council is relying on the OGNA then?
Can I just remind you to talk through ourselves, please? I would like to draw a line. I am conscious there are two participants who won't be here tomorrow. So do you want to raise your point?
Thank you, Ma'am. Just if there is any doubt at all in terms of whether the uplift to reflect market signals of the economy, economic potential and affordable goes beyond the standard methodology approach, such that it should be considered an alternative approach, I would just refer you to para 15, 2A15 of the previous PPG guidance, which is absolutely clear that actually where there is an increase, so a number requirement which exceeds the minimum starting point, that can be justified by demographic trends and market signals, that approach would be considered sound. And it is only where there is a lower housing requirement than the standard methodology approach being promoted that there needs to be exceptional local circumstances. So the emphasis is definitely on you can uplift under the standard methodology, but if there's any doubt in any event, then the exceptional circumstances would exist for as long as the market signals are there and it exceeds the minimum starting point. That's a sound approach. That's what PPG told us back in association with the 2023 MPPF.
Yeah, I mean, that was a distinction I was trying to draw at the beginning in terms of the exceptional circumstances point, or was it just looking at an uplift on the standard method? Can you make it very quick? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Roger Smith from Savills. In terms of exceptional circumstances, something that we really haven't touched on, although Mr. Young did briefly earlier on, is the issue of housing affordability. So certainly in Oxford, the average waiting list is now over 5 years for an affordable home. About 3,500 people are on the waiting list. And the principal way of securing affordable housing is through new housing. So if the authorities are serious about wanting to improve affordability and improve accessibility to affordable housing, the easy way is just simply allocate more housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you. I now understand why I was given 3 Toblerones. A couple of points, if I may, one of which I had my Toblerone up for before on the last point in relation to the Dorchester decision on the back of the Council's matter statement. Picking up Mr. Bird's point, I would invite you, Madam, to look at paragraph 57 of Mrs. Justice Leaven's report decision, where she expressly endorses the legality of separate monitoring. That's the first thing. The second thing is in relation to the issue of paragraph 61. If it's the Council's position, contrary to the point you said, Madam, that exceptional circumstances have to be demonstrated if one goes in excess of the standard methodology, that's wrong in law. The interpretation of policy, I'm afraid, is a matter of law. What the paragraph is self-evidently saying is that if you are going to use a different methodology as the starting point, then you need exceptional circumstances. The PPG, both the current iteration of paragraph 15 and paragraph 10 and the previous iteration of paragraph 10 make it crystal clear if there's a good reason to go higher, you can go higher, but you can't have a different starting point without exceptional circumstances. I don't think Mr. Bedford is making the surprising submissions to the contrary, but if he is, he'd be inviting you into legal error. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to come back to the Council, in terms of this point about exceptional circumstances, and the Council seems to me to be taking the position that they're using the standard method, that's their starting point as a minimum. So they're not taking an alternative approach. They use, in terms of setting the housing requirement, not specialist housing need. And I'd just like I'd like to take you through the paragraph 10 scenarios where it may be appropriate to plan for a higher housing need figure. Drawing the distinction there that exceptional circumstances aren't necessarily required for that, because paragraph 10 allows an uplift on the standard method. So taking each of those in turn, I mean, obviously the third point, unmet need from neighbouring authorities, the Council position is that will justify a higher housing requirement, and that has been built in. But just looking at the other categories in terms of growth strategies, there's been a lot said about economic growth in the area and the potential for that. What's the Council's position in terms of whether the existence of growth strategies would justify a higher housing requirement, notwithstanding the unmet need?
So just on that point around unmet need, we don't deal with unmet need as an exceptional circumstance apart from the standard method. It's something that we add on to form the housing requirement. Yes.
Yeah, so it would fall in paragraph 10.
Yes. Yeah. So in terms of that point around growth strategies under paragraph 10. So this is talking about housing need, not requirement. It's growth strategies that are likely to be deliverable. And I think we're going to come on to a lot of the economic growth ambitions and the realistic nature of the delivery of some of those sites tomorrow. So the argument that we make is the plan proportionately responds to the economic growth opportunities with its surplus of housing supply against the standard method. But to bake in some assumptions around economic growth, particularly around when there's no specific targets associated with that growth to us, that doesn't seem an exceptional circumstance to depart from the standard method in an alternative assessment. Also, I'm told we are going to be kicked out. They'd ideally like us out in 1 minute. Not that I'm trying to rush through this. I very much enjoy talking about exceptional circumstances, and I am happy to continue tomorrow, but I think the venue is breathing down our neck.
Fair enough. Strategic infrastructure improvements, any points in there that the council considers would justify an uplift? Our time's up. Be switching the lights off in a moment.
There is infrastructure investment in our area, agreed, that there are projects that are being funded, and it seems so much louder without the air conditioning on. For us, though, we don't believe that infrastructure is driving an increase in the homes needed, and that point there, the infrastructure is to facilitate existing planned homes. It's not there to drive an increase in the homes needed locally. And I potentially interpret that type of policy as infrastructure, such as power infrastructure, where you might need new workers to fill a power plant, for example.
Just picking up the point raised about the previous delivery of housing, whether that would justify a higher housing requirement.
We don't believe that on its own justifies a significantly higher housing requirement. It's great that we have had high levels of delivery, and part of that does reflect commitments made to economic growth and the growth deal in previous plans. But to continue to bake that in would be a situation where a one-off commitment to growth is an eternal commitment to growth, and that isn't what the growth deal or previous higher levels of housing delivery were signed up, and that wasn't the premise of those agreements.
Okay, that's really helpful, thank you. So I think we need to draw a line. We do have obviously the written statements, and we have aired a lot of the points in the duty to cooperate session as well. So I need to draw a line under matter 3. In terms of the employment session, we'll be coming back to that tomorrow. So just to thank everyone for your participation, and we shall adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Madam.